Sarah Sturck. I'm one of the founders of Reach, and delighted to be joined today by...
I'm Grace Jeffries, your co-host.
Great to have you all with us today. You all excited and looking forward to the day? Yes? Yeah? Come on, we need a bit louder than that. We're all looking forward to today. Now, it's a wonderful opportunity for you. This is our third Reach Next Generation Summit, and we are very excited to be here today at Teesside University in Middlesbrough. Now, before we get started and introduce our brilliant speakers for the next few hours, we have just got a little bit of information to give you. We're still taking some precautions, unfortunately, around COVID, so it's important that you all just listen up just for the next couple of minutes, because Grace is going to give you a little bit more information about that.
Okay, so please regularly sanitize your hands and try not to touch any of the equipment or anyone else's seat or stuff, because that's a bit gross. So wash your hands after visiting the toilets, of course. But please do not leave this floor or this building at any time without asking someone in a Reach t-shirt, like Sarah's and mine. And at the end of the day, we will escort you down to the ground floor. And please do not use the lifts at any time, because, yeah, maybe don't. It's not very good. So,
yeah, not using the lifts. We've also got name badges. Most of you have got name badges. Now, I know a few of you haven't got name badges, but during the first break, if you can see one of us in a Reach t-shirt, we will get you a name badge.
So finally, if you do test positive for COVID, within 14 days after the summit, you must email nextgen@wearereach.net straight away, just to make sure. And if you need to visit the toilet during any of the sessions, that's fine, but try to walk behind the seats rather than in front of the camera. The toilet's at the far end of the corridor that way when you get out the door, and just follow the signs. Please do not go down the stairs without permission or being accompanied by one of the staff here today. And lunch will be downstairs, and we will tell you when it's ready.
We will indeed. Now, if you get hungry during the day, we're going to have snacks as well. Obviously, you've got water on your chairs. And also, if you do feel unwell, do let one of us in the Reach t-shirts know.
Yes. So in your envelope, you will find today's programme and some information from our sponsors and details of our podcasts. And thanks for being here. Over to Sarah.
Yes, so have a little look at your schedule to see who is coming up for you today. As I said, we've got some fantastic speakers. I also just want to thank very briefly everybody involved in today, Teesside University for hosting our summit, Claire and her team at North Yorkshire Education Services, Levi Strauss, Haynes Watts, Ideal Standard and Sage PLC for their fantastic support. Could you just give our sponsors just a quick round of applause, if that's all right, just to say thank you very much. Mobiles, if you want to take pictures, Instagram, Facebook, or any of social media, we're just asking you to keep your phones just on silent when we have the speakers in the room. That'd be brilliant.
So it is really great to have you all here for the Middlesbrough Reach Next Generation Summit for girls aged 11 to 15. And also a warm welcome to those watching our YouTube channel. There's cameras there, and a couple over there. So let's just give them a wave if you want to. You can see all of these people.
So today, everybody, it's really about a safe space. So we want you to feel sort of as happy and settled and safe as you possibly can. As I said, we've got some great speakers, and it's really a day for you to kind of think about your future, some of your ambitions, maybe some of your future career plans. The speakers, we've got fashion, music, business, nutrition, social media, amongst others. And we want you to get involved as well. It's really important. We've got some great girls here today. We really want you to get involved, ask loads of questions, find out some information from the speakers, and really take a lot away from the day. We want it to be enjoyable. Obviously, a few of you know each other, but we'd like you to make some new friends as well. So really, stay nice and relaxed, ask loads of questions. We've got cameras around on the day as well, so we'll be asking just for your input and feedback on the day. We want to try and motivate you, inspire you, get you to sort of think, as I said, about your future, your careers, your ambitions, your plans, and also ask any questions, any concerns, any fears, anything you might want to ask our speakers. They've all been there. We've got some great guests. They've been there. They've had great careers, great lives, and they're ready to give you lots of valuable information today. Also want to empower you, hopefully, one of these days, for our Reach Next Generation Summits down the line. You guys might be standing up here as well, talking to girls your age down the line. Now, I'm alongside Grace here today. Now, Grace does a fantastic podcast series, but I think, Grace, you similar age to a lot of the girls here today. Why do you think it's important that the girls are here and enjoy what's on offer?
Well, the summit's a great idea because here we are about to listen to some great women talk about their inspirational careers, sharing some of their experience with us and pointing us in the definite right direction. I think this will definitely then help us to make good choices in our own careers now that we're at the age where we maybe might start thinking about what we want to do and be.
Absolutely, well said. And we have some lovely gifts for you as well, girls. So at the end of the summit, we'll be handing out a little goodie bag as well from our sponsors. So that's to look forward to as well. Right now, though, it is time to meet our first speaker. She's a fantastic lady, is ready to impart some brilliant advice and information to you all. Please welcome a nice big round of applause, please, for the CEO of the Global Women Club, Mirella Sula.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you, ladies, young ladies, girls? You look all amazing, stunning, beautiful. Okay, to save time, I'm going to introduce myself with a video.
I was in a very good place with my career. Like, I was teaching at the university, running a business, very successful business. I was the editor of Psychologist. So it was very difficult to leave behind all this investment that I did for about 10 years. You know, when you feel that inner voice, that you feel that you are waken up, and you just, once you feel that momentum, you can't be in peace anymore. And this is what happened to me. Everyone told me, you'll regret. You can't do that, and you'll be nobody. If you go there, you'll be just a number. And I said, I want to experience that.
Mirella's doing an amazing job. You know, there's very few people that I've seen that are that driven in their lives to achieve so much.
Personi që unë imagjinoja që do të takoja, po që nuk e dija që ekzistonte.
A lot of women wait to be great in order to start, but it's the opposite. If we want to be great, we need to start.
She's the woman behind this event, author, international speaker, psychologist, Mirella Sula.
I thank you everyone that is here today. Oh, thank you.
We are both entrepreneurs, but above all, we are humans.
And I'm here with the ambassador of Global Women in Dubai, Jean Fo.
Every time I visit a Global Women event, I'm touched and moved by the big heart the women have.
Mirella Sula speaks with a kind of conviction and a power that comes from such humility and such honesty at the same time.
Hello everybody from Chicago. This is the one of the highest tours in the world.
Everybody, this is Mirella Sula, the founder of Global Women, and I'm here with the Global Women Ambassador in Sweden.
She is just so unbelievable. I don't know where she gets the energy, and I'm just so happy to be a part of it and being here.
Hello everyone, my name is Mirella Sula. I'm the co-founder of Migrant Women Association.
I dared to feed and nourish my vision, and I'm very proud of myself that I believed in that.
And I'm so grateful that you believed in me, and thanks to you, you are doing great things in the world.
I am very fortunate that today I have the most amazing person that I've met in my life so far, Les Brown.
Mirella has done such a great job. I'm very proud of her.
The coaching of Mirella Sula is all about supporting and lifting women up.
I am very privileged today to have an incredible woman with me, Jane Goodall.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mirella Sula.
Thank you for being here. This is Global Women magazine, and we are very honored to have you in the cover of the...
Okay. I want to see some energy in the room. Have you waken up? Yes? Did you have a good night's sleep? I need a volunteer. Yes. Where is it? Where? I need a volunteer here. Yes! This is what I mean. You got a book. That's the volunteer. Okay, who wanted a book? Who wanted something? Who wants something? Who wants something in life? Really? What do you do when you want something? Huh? How do you work for it? You wait, sit in the chair, and somebody will, hey, darling, get the book. Do you think that people will come and say, hey, do you want something? I'm going to help you to get it. In fact, my darlings, it's the opposite. If you want something, people do, no, you're not going to get it. You have to work hard for it. Have you experienced that? When you want something, people try to stop you. And what do you do when people stop you? No, you keep complaining. That's true, yeah? We just complain. My mama, my dad. Oh, I was born here. I was born there. Oh, my friends, my teachers. Do we do that? Yes, we do sometimes. But not you. Good for you. You didn't. Well done. Give her a hand, by the way. Well, I used to do that. Did you see that video? Would you like to travel the world? Who wants to travel the world? Yes? Where? Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? Give me a name. Canada. Where? France? Do you want to go somewhere? France? Oh my God, let's go to Paris. Hey, Jamaica. Where? Nowhere? You want to stay here? No problem. Spain. Okay. New York. Do you want to go somewhere, darling? Where?
Antarctica.
Oh my God, I love your fantasy. And you?
Italy.
Okay. I love Italy. Spain. Hoo. Let's give a mic this side. Where do you want to do that?
I don't know.
You don't know? Don't worry, we'll sort it out. Do you want to go somewhere?
I don't really know where I want to go.
Oh, bless you, sweetheart. You know, sometimes it's okay when you don't know what you want. But it is really important that you get to know it. Because if you don't know what you want, it's not going to come to you. The very first step is you really need to get to know. Now, before I start, I want all of you to stand up. Okay? Do you know everybody in this room? No? Okay. I want you to go and find somebody that you don't know in this room and give a compliment and a hug. Say, oh, you can say like, I love your hair. I love your jumper. I love your, I don't know, your necklace. And give a hug. You have 30 seconds to do that. Find somebody that you don't know right now. Quick. Okay, I want to see the hugs. Find somebody that you don't know. Give a compliment. Come on, darling. Yeah? I am watching you. I'm watching you. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Find somebody. Oh, I love that. Okay, another one. Come on. Come on. Find somebody that you don't know and give a hug. Give a compliment. Come on, ladies. Don't be stingy. Okay, you can sit now. Sit. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. So much energy in this room. Oh my God, so much love. I love. Who wants to be loved? Me. Who wants to receive some love? Woo-hoo-hoo. Yes. Who wants to give some love? Me. Do you experience that every day? No. Oh, why? Do you think you deserve love? Yes. No. And why you don't get it then? Who cares?
I know.
Who cares?
Who cares?
My dad and mom left me too. Yeah, my stepfather used to beat me every day. Who cares? Yeah, oh, who cares? No! Look, I'm telling you something, my darlings. Life is beautiful, but it is more beautiful when it's tough. When life is so easy, oh my God. Do you think it's beautiful when life is easy? No? Who had an easy life in this room? Who has an easy life? Okay, who has a tough life? Okay, I want the easy life here and a tough life here. One, just one. Who comes here first? Here, okay, you are the tough one, the easy one. Okay, you have 30 seconds to tell me a story about you. How your life is about?
My life is pretty easy. My parents love me. I have a nice school and lots of good friends, and they all look after me really well.
Oh, so nice. Well done, darling. Okay, how about you, darling?
My family fell apart, which left me in a state of not wanting to get out of bed every day.
Oh. Okay. Can you hug each other?
Me too.
Okay, now you can sit, darlings. Here's the thing. One day you both are going to be very successful. I just know that. You'll stand in big stages, you'll travel the world, and probably you'll come and tell all kind of things how to get the success. And you'll come and tell your story. People who have tough lives are going to change other people's life. Because when life is tough, have you heard that expression? You have to be tougher. Is that true? Yeah. Now, the thing is that if our life is not hard and full of challenges, we have to search for the challenges. You, my darling, have to make your life a little bit harder. So your parents are amazing. They're giving you so much love. And what you're going to do with your life, challenge it. Get out of the comfort zone. You are the lucky one. But we are all lucky that we have the ability to overcome these challenges. Instead of wishing an easy life, you know what I wish? More skills to overcome any kind of hardship. Instead of wishing no problems, you know what I wish? How to overcome, how to grow in that level, and how to learn everything I need to overcome all the problems. Because the more problems we have, the more wiser we become, the more better we become, the more clever we become. If we stay in the comfort zone, we're not going to grow. Do you know where we grow? Yes, but when you know what I mean, grow? Grow in terms of, yes. Okay, so please correct me if you are not able to follow my language. Is it making sense what I'm saying? Yeah. So growth means that we learn how to solve problems. We learn how to overcome emotional, hardships. We learn how to become better people. We learn how to overcome dark zones. Who has been in a dark zone? You know what I mean, dark zone? When you go, let me tell you an example. Who has been in a dark zone? Many times, yeah? Oh, many times. Now I love it. Before, you know what I used to do? I used to walk in the street and fall in the dark zone, in that little, dark thing. And then, you know what I used to do? Blame everybody. Oh, it's tough. Why people pulled me here? Why mama? Why teachers? Why the government? Why everything? Why COVID? And I was crying and crying. And then one moment I realized I have to get out of it. And then I have to. So I get out of it. The next time, I fall again. But this time, you know what I do? I said, I think I've been here before. What do I do now? Let me try to get out a little bit quicker. And then I fall again. And I said, again? Why again? Me? Okay, nobody's coming to help me. I have to do something. I have to get out of here. This is the thing. Nobody will come to get out of this. Nobody will come to help you. Their job is not to come and help you. It's your job to get out of this. And if somebody helps you, say thank you. But if they don't, please don't complain. Because there is where we are going to learn a lot. We are going to become so strong. And we are going to become so powerful. And then, when we go again, and this time I see it, I said, oh, I have been there before. This time I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go around and around because I have learned. Probably the first time you don't see it, and the second time you don't see it, and the third time you don't see it. And then the more you go there, I said, oh, it's so easy. Remember this. Things are difficult until they become easy. And our job is to learn from this. Are you with me? Yes or no? Great. Now, let me take you through some steps. I'm going to pass this. This is, you saw my story, because I come from, who is from the village here? Okay, good. You are great. I used to live in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely in the middle of nowhere. I had to walk at least 1 hour and a half to go to the shops. There was no shop in my village. But I still had a dream. Who has dreams? Do you have dreams? What do you do when you have a dream? Fall asleep. Oh, I'm going to talk about that. Oh, you're my best friend. Okay, who has a dream? What do you do when you have a dream? Huh? Chase it. Oh, okay. Okay, write this down. Who wants to be successful? Okay. Now, let me tell you how. Write this down. The success, it's not something that you chase. The success is something you attract. The success is not something you chase. The success is something you attract. Now, how do you attract it? Manifest it. How do you manifest it? You have to be able to see it. Now, you may say, but I don't see it. I'm telling you, my darlings, it is there. The fact that you don't see it, you don't see the success, you don't see the amazing things around. Who sees amazing things around the world? Who sees the world beautiful? Who thinks the world is beautiful? Come on, raise your hand. Ladies, the world is so beautiful. It's all about how you want to see it. I have a son, and he used to tell me, Mom, you are so whooshy-whooshy. Let us watch all this news, he was watching like all this war here and tsunami there and COVID there. I said, stop it, I don't want to see it. He said, Mom, you're out of the reality. You don't live in the reality. I said, son, which reality you want? The world is full of realities. Which one you want to choose? Do you want to choose the good one or the hard one? So you have the ability to choose the reality. Okay? So how you do that? I'm going to take you through 6 steps very quickly in the last 2 minutes. The very first thing, you want to realize that you have some ambition. Who has the ambition to achieve something in life? This is where it starts. Excellent, well done. I can see here a full room of amazing powerhouse young ladies that are going to change the world in the future. Yes or no? Excellent. Now, once you realize that you have something, you know what you do? You have to go and search for it. You want something? She wanted something? She jumped and took it. You have to search for it. And then the next step is, you know what happens when you start exploring? You go to the school, you come to the seminars like this, you talk to your friends, and then you feel that a week later, a year later, 2 years later, you're wiser, you know more. And I'm an expert on that. I can teach you on that, right? And then you feel like when you finish the school, you feel that you have achieved something. You have inspired your neighbor. You have inspired your sister. You have inspired your friend. I said, wow, you have done this? Yes. And then you start influencing them. You can be an influencer today. Look at Grace. Give her a hand, by the way. Is she an influencer? Of course, it hasn't been easy for her to take the mic and stand in her power. In our Global Women platform, we empower women by giving this. Please make me a favor. Empower yourself by taking a mic. Because for us, if you want to empower a girl or a woman, give her a microphone. When you get this microphone, you stand in your power. You get the confidence that you need. And you put the message out in the world. The world needs your message. And this is how then you contribute. If you take this mic and you start talking about things that matter to you, and to bring more beautiful energy in the world, then you are making a great contribution. So, my darlings, I want you to see this. Can I have one volunteer here? What do you think? Why do you think people are not happy? You? Yeah? Why do you think people are not happy?
They don't achieve success.
Okay. Why do you think people are not happy?
They look at the negative stuff in life instead of the positive.
You both are right. But I'm going to leave this with this quote, which I want you to have a screenshot of this. As I'm a psychologist by background, and I have seen many people are not happy, not because they want to achieve something they don't achieve, not because they don't have success or they have or they do not have, is because they compare themselves with others. Please make me a favor. Never compare yourself with others. Just compare yourself, with your yesterday self, with yourself a week ago, a year ago. Are you feeling better today than you were yesterday? Yes or no? This is how you become better and better every day. So thank you very much, my ladies, and I hope I see you very soon in big stages, in big conferences around the world. Enjoy the day. Yes, let's do a picture. Oh, thank you, Grace. Thank you.
Mirella, thank you very much indeed. You're a superstar, incredibly successful woman, but as you heard there today, all about empowering women around the world. And I hope, hasn't she empowered you today here? A round of applause for Mirella. Okay, Grace, who's up next?
Well, I would like to welcome our next leader, Ranesh Myers, the CEO of Money Heave. Welcome to the stage.
So a round of applause for Ranesh Myers.
Great morning, great morning. How are you all doing? Louder, come on. Good. Nice to see you all. It's a pleasure to be here. Where have you all travelled from? Where are you from? What about yourself? Okay, anyone from London? No? Okay. Okay. Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to get into today's session. But first of all, guys, can I get your attention? Yeah? I won't be too long. But I want to set my intention with you all, ladies. And I want to say this to you. Anytime you go into any new environment, it's so key, it's so important that you set your intention. So I want to ask you all, what made you come to this, the Reach Next Generation Summit? I want to ask, tell me, why did you come?
Because I wanted to enjoy the experience.
So this lady wanted to enjoy the experience. I'm going to ask you, yes. What would you like to gain from the experience?
A bit more confidence.
I love that. Yes, give it up. And you, one more.
I don't know.
You don't know. Oh, okay, that's fine. And it's so important that when we go to any environment, so my intention is to inspire you all today, is to encourage you, and also is to help you with money management. Now, a lot of people pay me a lot of money to learn how to manage their money. And so if you ladies can learn this from early, listen, you're going to set yourself up to win. And in all your success, you can live the lifestyle and do the things that you desire to do. So I'm going to So today my topic is the power of money management. But before I go into giving you all that, I want to just talk about who I am, my journey, and so forth. And, you know, I was coming here and I kind of had a plan. But as I got here, I felt led to kind of share my journey when I was your age, when I was about 13, 14, 15. You guys are around that age. And I remembered when I was at school and, you know, I had loads of fun. I was into sports. I kind of felt untouchable. And one thing I didn't do when I was at school was study. I enjoyed myself very much. I had a good time with friends and so forth. So when it came to my GCSEs and I got my results, I found out that I got 2 GCSEs, right? And I couldn't believe it because I thought I was untouchable. I thought I knew everything. But then I realized I didn't put in the work. Say, put in the work. Louder, say, I put in the work. That's right. And that's what all you ladies are going to do. And I was so embarrassed. I was like, me? Leave with 2 GCSEs? And so what did that mean? That failure, that experience. And I want you to say failure. Failure. Failure is a good thing, can be a very good thing because you learn. You learn from it. And I know you guys are not going to leave with 2 GCSEs. I know you won't leave with that. But that experience that I had led me to then be like, I need to do better for myself. I need to work harder. I need to get the best. So what did I do? I went and redid my GCSEs. And I've only got like 25 minutes. I can't tell you all the story. But what that then led me onto is graduating with a first-class degree. Give it up for me. Come on, celebrate me. It then led me on to work up the corporate ladder. By the time I was 25, I was working as a finance manager, which is very young for someone to be working in such a position. And then I decided that I wanted to work in the film and TV industry. So you probably know that familiar name, Netflix. So I used to work there. I used to work on film sets and so forth. And why am I sharing this story with you? Because throughout life, things may happen. You may, some of you, and I'm not trying to put anything on you, but you may not get the results that you want. You may not get the job that you want, but you keep on going. You keep reinventing yourself, and you have the power. Some of you may be naughty at school. Some of you may be doing things you shouldn't be doing. I see some faces turning, but you can always reinvent yourself, okay? Say, I can reinvent myself. Louder, ladies. I can reinvent myself at any point. So if you're not happy with your current results, you can change that. Okay, but you have to do something, okay? You have to do something. For me, it was I had to revise, I had to focus, I had to stop spending hours speaking to my friends on the phone, okay? So then after I decided to leave the film and TV industry, I decided that I was going to set up a business in personal finance. So what I found was that many of my friends and co-workers, they didn't understand how to really manage money. And so that led me to the birth of Money Heave. So what is Money Heave? Money Heave is a financial coaching service. And what do? We help professionals and entrepreneurs to make, manage, and multiply their money, okay? So that's why I'm going to give you some tips today. And these tips are going to help set you up, okay? So that you won't have to pay me lots of money a bit later. Okay, and we work around the world. We work in countries like Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, Indonesia, plus all the UK, and we also work with corporations as well. These are just some of my highlights of what I've achieved today in terms of my business. And I also want to say this to you, is that one thing I find with a lot of professionals is they may be in a very good job, they've worked so hard for their career, and then they want to change. Say change. Say change is good. And ladies, I want to tell you something. Don't stay in a situation or in a place that you're not happy with. You can always reinvent yourself and you can change, okay? You can make a change. And so if I stayed in the film and TV industry, I don't know if I would have achieved all of these things. So does anyone know the Forbes newspaper? Or magazine, should I say? Does anyone know the Daily Mail? No? Okay. You know, Daily Mail, okay. So I've been featured in things like that. I've been mentored by Levi Roots. What else have I done? I get mentored by Google and by NatWest Bank. We put on conferences and we work work all around. So whatever your goals or dreams, you can do it. And I'm here to tell you that you can do it. I've worked in the corporate in the corporate world. I've worked in the film and TV industry, and I've also set up my own business. So you can do all these things. And I'd love to hear from a couple of you. I'd like a volunteer who would like to tell me what they desire to do when they leave university or whatever. What do you desire? What are you going to create?
I desire to work in NASA as an astronaut.
Wow, an astronaut. That's amazing. I love that. Anyone else would like to share? Yes. I'm coming to you, but we're going to go.
A criminal lawyer.
Ooh, okay, I like that. Okay, my friend's here today, and I'll connect her with you. You want to go?
A social worker.
Oh, they need lots of social workers, so you're in a good field. And then last two ladies.
Police officer.
A vet.
A vet. Oh, bless you. One more.
A physiologist.
Oh, some amazing things, ladies. And you can do all those things, okay? You can do all those things. But it is going to take work from you. It is going to take focus. And it is going to take consistency. Say consistency. Because you may not get it. That's right. You may not get it the first time, but we just have to keep going. Keep going. All right, so I set my intention. So what I want to do now is I want to just show you some tips on how you can manage your money. Do some of you get pocket money? And what do you do with your pocket money? You spend it, right? What do you spend it on? Books, okay. Eating, stuff you don't need. All right, do you spend all your money? No? What do you do with your money? Yeah, both of you. You spend it on your Xbox. You want to save it. So we've got a saver. What do you do? You like a takeaway. Okay, I love that. All right. I love your honesty. All right. So I want to share with you a key, which I think some of you may be very new to it, but I feel like we're old enough to kind of understand and understand this sort of stuff. Now, the first principle I want to talk to you about is money mindset. Now, I want to just break this down. What is money? Can someone quickly answer? What is money? You got to say that loud.
Stuff that doesn't grow on trees.
Stuff that doesn't grow on trees. Someone who hasn't spoken. What is money?
Something that you spend on.
Something that you spend on. Okay, amazing. So if you were to Google what money is a medium of exchange. Money is currency. Money is a tool. Okay, so it's something that we use to exchange for something else. Has anyone heard of the term mindset before? Okay. Good. Okay, good. So there is a way that each and every one of us manage money or think about money, okay? And our mindset, the way we've maybe seen our parents, maybe seen other people manage money, it has an impact on us. And we all have a relationship with money. So some of you are spenders, some of you are savers, some of you probably don't care. We're all different with money. But I just wanted to share that we should become aware of how each and every one of us behave with money. So say it to yourself, how do I behave with money? That's right. Yeah, so you're just becoming aware. Awareness is the first stage. And if you don't like the way you manage your money or the relationship you have with money, you then have the power to change it. So, I want to ask you some of these things. Have you ever said, I cannot afford it? Yes. Yeah? So, when we talk about mindset, we can have a poor mindset or we can have a growth mindset. And I want to always encourage you guys to have a growth mindset. So, someone who says they cannot afford it, that is what we would call a poor mindset. So, you would say, instead of saying, I can't afford it, you would say, how can I afford it? All right? How can I afford it? Someone else with a poor mindset may say, I have to work for money. Now, I know I might be getting a little bit technical here, but I just want to expose you all to it. You don't have to get everything, and I'm just going to do a couple more. But if someone who has a growth mindset, they would say, money works for me, okay? So I'm going to move on. But these are just, all I want you to do is just be mindful of how you behave around money and just become aware, okay? I want to talk about money management, and I want to share with you ways that you can, when you get your pocket money, maybe some of you have part-time jobs, how you can maybe potentially save your money or what you should do with your money. So this is a chart, okay, and I know some of you don't have necessities, some of you live for free, but typically speaking, when you guys get into the working world, this is how you want to manage your money, okay? So you want half of your salary to go onto your necessities if possible. If you can do less, fantastic, all right? We never want to ever stop learning. When I finished university, that was it. I said, I'm done. I'm never ever going to study again, okay? Literally. Even up till today, I still study. And I want to share that with you all, ladies. Never, ever, ever stop learning. The more you learn, the more you earn. We always want to be upskilling and up-leveling, all right? So we always want to put money into our education. Don't be afraid to pay for education, to learn for things. Also, we want to invest, okay? We want our money to make more money. Now, this may be a new concept to you all, okay? And I'm not going to get too technical, but we want to invest and we want to save. So we don't just want to save all our money. We want to save some because it's good to have cash reserves and things like that. But we also want to give, okay? Does anyone give? Yeah? Feels good, right, when you give? Yeah? But we also want to have fun as well. We also want to have fun. So some of us probably at the moment probably spend all our money on fun. Am I right? You know? But it would be good if you could start from now to start putting away money for your education. Anytime. Let's say you get £10, all right? You start putting it in little jars and you say, okay, I'm going to save this part. I'm going to enjoy this part. I'm going to invest, and maybe I can't invest today, but I'm going to invest for later, okay? So we don't just want to spend all our money at once, okay? And money movement, all right? Now, you may not think, what is all of that about? And I want to just share with you the fact that you all are here today. This is a network, and there's a saying that your network equals your net worth, okay? Who you know is very, very important. And the fact that you all have come here today is amazing. You're going to build great relationships, okay? So it's very important that you connect with each other. You exchange details. You stay in contact. That lady that you saw earlier, Morella, because I went to one of her events, and then I met Paul, and then now I'm here today because of my network, right? So it's so important that we make connections with each other, all right? So I quickly want to just do a little exercise with you all, and I want you to go and speak to someone you haven't spoken to before, okay? And I just want you to say, how are you? That's it. Nothing, I just want you to quickly do that. Quick. Let's get up, let's move our bodies, because we want to network. Someone you haven't spoken to, I want you to know their name. I'm going to ask you, who did you meet? All right? So I want you to, ladies, you listen in, I want you to go and speak to someone you never have spoken to, and I want you to learn something new as well. Quick. Have you found your person? Okay, good. Yeah, that's nice. I'm well. And I also want you to find out their something that they like. Something that they like, something interesting about them. You're building your network. Come on, ladies. Come on. Speak to someone you've never spoken to. You did? Have you? All right. All right, ladies. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So someone who has not spoken, I want you to put your hand up. You've spoken. You're very bold, you've spoken. Someone who hasn't spoken, you haven't spoken. So who did you meet?
I met that girl over there.
Did you get her name? No. You didn't. Did you learn anything about her? Okay, this is good. All right, so when we meet people, let's get their name. I know I said to you to say, how are you? That was good. I did say that. But we want to get their name and we want to learn something about them, okay? Did anyone connect with someone and they got their name? Did you meet anyone new? You got someone?
Yeah.
Who did you meet?
Poppy.
Poppy.
My name's Poppy as well.
Oh, wow, look at that. Yeah. Who did you meet?
I met Poppy.
Amazing. Does anyone else want to share quickly? Would you like to? Oh, bless you.
I met Jaslyn.
Jaslyn. Oh, amazing. This is it, ladies. This is how we connect and we communicate with others and we meet new people. And when you guys go to university and you want to build your network, you want to meet new people, okay? Because you never know what opportunities they may have. And then they can make introductions for you. And then, you might get paid for the work. My friends have brought me in on things and introduced me to clients and so forth. So we want to start from early, building our network. I speak to some people from school, and now they're still friends, and now we do business and so forth. So it's really, really important that we're constantly building our network. And these are just some of the communities I've been a part of. You saw Morella earlier. Again, building my network. All right, ladies. Well, this has been good. I mean, I don't know how long I've got, but I think I'm done. But ladies, it's been absolutely amazing. Have you learnt something new today? You have? I want someone to put their hand up and tell me something they've learnt. You ladies are just on fire, but I want someone else who hasn't. You haven't spoke, have you? Or maybe you did. But what have you learnt?
That failure, if you fail, you can still change. You can still reinvent yourself.
Come on, amazing. Would you like to share something? No? Would you? No? Okay, all right. I won't put you on the spot. All right, we'll quickly go to you ladies. I love your energy. This is good. This is good. You guys are getting me walking. All right, the last one. What did you learn?
If you want something, you don't just get it given to you. You have to work for it.
Amazing. That's right. And I know all you ladies are going to work for it. I know you all ladies are going to reinvent yourself. You're going to do amazing in your exams and so forth, and in your life, in your career. And then there's just one more thing that I just want to share with you all before I leave, and that is gratitude. And this is something that maybe sometimes you're not feeling good, or maybe you didn't get the result that you wanted. But I always want you to find gratitude. I want you to be grateful. All right, so every day, I wake up and I say at least 5 things that I'm grateful for, okay? And this is a fantastic daily practice that you can all implement in your life, okay? So be grateful. Have an amazing day. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you all for inviting me. Bye.
Thank you so much. Before you go, so come on then, what are the 5 things when you woke up this morning that you were grateful for? Tell the room.
I was grateful that I got here safely. I traveled 6.5 hours to be with you ladies.
Woo!
Yeah.
Round of applause for that, everybody. Come on.
I was grateful that I'm able to speak. I'm grateful for my health and my family. And grateful for the journey, the process. So and grateful for Paul for inviting me as well. So
and now you're grateful for your chocolates.
And I'm grateful for my chocolates. And I'm grateful for you all. I feel the love. You guys are amazing. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, that's a great question.
You just learned. These are actually quite comfortable, actually.
Ronesh, you've been fantastic. A round of applause for Ronesh Meyer. It's been amazing, everybody. Thank you so much.
Well, time for a quick break, and please be back in your seats in 10 minutes.
We'll see you back in 10 minutes, everybody. Quick break. We'll see you shortly.
Hello, welcome to our Reach Next Generation podcast. I'm Grace Jeffries and I'm thinking about my future. To help me with this, I'm speaking with successful women to get an understanding of the challenges they have faced throughout their careers, how they overcame them, and what tips they have for girls of my age. Today my guest is Sharika Patel, who is the lead tailor of Lot 1 made to order at Levi Strauss & Co. Thanks for joining me today, Sharika. Can we start by you telling us all how your career took you to Levi's?
Hi, Grace. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. Well, I've been with Levi's now for 8 years, so that's a pretty long time. And I actually studied bespoke tailoring, which is a lot to do with suiting and the craft of handcraft suiting in the UK, in England. So I actually started my journey with tailoring there, and it's a long story, but I went into a lot of jobs before I got to Levi's and the job role here, doing loads of internships and small roles like that. And I actually met a lot of people on the way who then led me to when this job role came into a position as a recommendation. So through the small jobs of working in costume, in tailoring, this was a new position that came up because it was a fairly new part of Levi's. So once it was 1 year old, I was invited for an interview for this new lead tailor role. And I've been in that role for the 8 years. And I've actually been able to grow with the actual program. So this program starting 9 years ago, I've been able to grow with it and actually stay in the same role, but grow as the business grew.
Well, your career seems like it could have been quite interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
It must have been quite nice to have your colleagues recommend you for that job.
Yeah, it was a really uplifting for my skills. So yeah, that was a really good thing for me to be able to go forward with that.
When you were at school, did you know that you wanted to be a tailor, or did you want to be something else?
I didn't know. I think it took me a long time to really decide what I wanted to do. I actually thought I wanted to be an architect. I think there was even a point I thought I wanted to be a doctor. But I actually didn't start off studying this path until quite a lot later. When I went and did my A-levels, I actually studied psychology, law and sociology. So it wasn't in the path of this. And I realised that it wasn't what I wanted to do. So I took 2 years out and then went on to figure out, or by doing some small courses, that I wanted to do more in making clothes. So that's how it started.
Well, what interested you about clothing? What really started the fire that made you want to be a tailor?
So I have had a bit of, my mum used to be a seamstress, or she used to dabble in seamstressing. So it was always around me, but it was never an idea that I would go into that. And what really started that flame was I did a small course to make a dress that was, I think it was in North London, and it was only like a 6-week course, and I did it every evening for maybe 6 weeks, and it gave me a little bit of skill, and it just started a passion in me to start making stuff, and then it just led me to then studying more.
Yeah. Well, I know you went to the University of the Arts, but how important do you actually think it is to go to university?
I think it's very dependent on what you want to do. I think I could have gone in many directions with tailoring. I could have done an apprenticeship. I could have studied. But what university gave to me as a personal individual is it gave me growth in myself.
Yes.
Whereas some people actually know what they want to do and have a clear direction. I think I needed more hand-holding, so university was perfect for me. I know many people who didn't go to university and did an apprenticeship in my industry, and I think completely depends on what you're looking to do and, you know, where your skills lie at that time, because it's so different for every individual.
Well, have you had any mentors, or have there been anyone that you particularly admired?
I have a lot of strong women in my life, which is really good. Growing up, my mum, for one, was very, very hardworking. So her working ethic was like what I took on. And then my sister and also my colleague Lizzie, or Elizabeth Radcliffe, who's the master tailor of our team. They are both really strong women to me, who actually are my mentors as well, because of how they approach work, but also how they approach personal life as well, and the balance of that, especially as a woman. So they're my two mentors. I learn everything from them every day. I'm learning new things.
That must make your job quite exciting, I guess.
Yeah, it definitely does. Just all the like having that relationship with other people in the industry, and especially like Elizabeth, really like pushes you to do more and to keep going.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of talk about pay equality generally. How well do you think women are catching up with men's salaries and getting those top jobs in especially the fashion industry?
I think, you know, the fashion industry and the creative world it's quite, there are a lot of women in those higher positions, but I still think there's a long way to go.
Yeah.
Because we're not quite geared, or like our society is not quite geared to really like make sure that, you know, everyone has the right to work and the right to like move up in those positions. I think there's definitely a long way to go, but you know, with the companies really in the fashion industry, they're working towards changing those things, but it all has to happen internally. So there's a lot more work, but I can see that even within Levi's itself, they are working with the staff to really talk about what they can do and what they can do differently to really bring women up more.
Yeah. Well, I have to say we do have a little bit way to go, but hopefully we carry on to move forward.
Yeah.
Now, of course, during COVID, we were all at home, but how were you able to still tailor clothes, and what were the challenges that came with that?
So, unfortunately, when COVID hit, we initially were going to start working from home, but it makes it quite difficult in the industry with all the machinery and stuff. So we were actually furloughed, which was a shame. I was very lucky enough to have a bit of equipment at home, so I did spend a lot of time making stuff, and I even got the chance to sew some scrubs when a lot of people in the sewing industry were turning their skills to helping out the NHS and like sewing some scrubs there. That was really good. I didn't actually get to do that much actual work and with being on furlough, so I had to turn to doing other activities instead.
Well, even when you were on furlough, were there any hobbies other than sewing the scrubs that kept you occupied during that really long period of time?
Yeah, it was really long, wasn't it? I actually did a lot of DIY. So I renovated my kitchen, which was fun, but actually quite a big task. But with all that time on my hands, I think it was a good choice to do that. Yeah. So that was really fun. So that was the main thing I did. Yeah.
So Levi's has always been very vocal about creating a diverse and inclusive world. Do you think society has made any progress, especially after the Black Lives Matter campaign started?
I think there is progress, but it is small. I think in the workplace there is a lot we have to learn. one big thing that I'm actually part of with Levi's is the diversity, equity, inclusion, program where they have it's open to all staff, but something that they do is that they have talks every month between people who represent, and I'm one of the representees, and we call ourselves Jedis. But we go and we talk to other people within our employment in Levi's, and talk about what we can do to change these things. And that is a really important thing to have within companies, to really start those changes with all diversity, whether it's the colour of your skin to your disabilities, or being a woman. It has to start within companies to start affecting how we are able to then go into society.
Well, after being at Levi's for 8 years, quite a long time, what tips would you give girls when they start to think about their careers and their future, or if they wanted to be a tailor or work in the fashion industry?
I think tips I have are, do not rush yourself into a career unless you really solidly do know what you want to do. I think if you're going into tailoring and you're unsure of what part, or fashion, and you're unsure of what part of fashion you want to be in, then I think take some small courses. There are so many out there that can give you, like I did, that can give you an idea of if you are interested or not, or if it's something you like. So definitely do a lot of little either courses, or even if you can get small, say, part-time jobs or internships. Obviously if you're quite young, maybe it's not available to you, but if you can get some work experience, you get a good idea of what it's like out there. So I think do that as much as possible, but also take your time. There's like 40 years of our career that we're going to be doing, so you can change and chop and change and stuff, and you've got a lot of time to do different things.
So the world is changing so much and super quickly. What do you think what women might look like in 10 years' time, and what do you hope it might be?
So I think in 10 years' time, I guess I can only more so hope that there will be some changes to how we live. And I think in society there needs to be a shift in the way we think. Because if you imagine, 40, 50 years back from now, when the main job for a woman was being a housewife, that is a full-time job in itself. And in the future, I want to see working life and the balance between home and working life being easier for everyone to be part of, so that when women are in the workplace, they're not disadvantaged if they wanted to have a family, or if they wanted anything else outside of that. And I think that can put a lot of women back, like say when they go on maternity and stuff. It would be really lovely to see, and I think everyone can benefit from having a better working balance, working and personal life balance. So it would be good to see that, but ultimately it would be great to see more women in leadership, at the top, running a few more things. It would be great to see.
Well, let's hope that does happen. It would be really nice.
Yeah, it would be.
So obviously we have all been hit by COVID, with things just beginning to feel normal again, and thank God it is. But how have you had to deal with the COVID-19 issues, both personally and professionally?
I think personally with COVID-19, I'm very lucky to have not been affected any personal, by any personal loss. But it meant that obviously for many people, you couldn't see your family very much through that time. So the opening up has been very interesting. I think mentally it has really pushed me to really discover a lot more things about myself, which, ultimately, and now at the end, now that I'm coming towards the opening, you learn more about yourself and your mental health. And coming out, I think it is quite scary for a lot of people. But it's a good balance now between that. I think working-wise, the furlough was the biggest thing, and now we're back on track because we can be in the office and we can be working. We're actually doing really well in work.
Well, that's good. So, is there one part of your job that interests you day to day when you come in to work?
One part of my job that interests me. I think I'm very lucky to have a very wholesome job and a really, really, really great team. I love making jeans, and that's what I get to do every day. We get to meet some really, really lovely clients as well. So the kind of prospect of that, the characters we get in every day is a really nice thing.
Yeah. Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you today, Sharika. Thank you so much. And I'm sure everyone listening will now be thinking about some of the choices they're about to make in their careers.
Thank you so much.
Keep listening to the Reach Next Generation podcasts as I talk to many more brilliant women. For more information about us, visit reachnextgeneration.com. And thank you to Levi Strauss, Ideal Standard, Sage PLC and Haynes Watts for their fantastic support.
Girls, welcome back. Hope you've had a nice little break. It is time for our next inspirational speaker.
So, time to talk about business. Please welcome the Regional Manager for Young Enterprise, Jill Tinsley. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning. My name is Jill Tinsley and I work for Young Enterprise. I'm the Regional Manager. Has anybody heard about Young Enterprise or taken part? Oh, fantastic, you have. What have you heard?
The events one day and did a session with you guys.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So we tend to work in schools and we give young people the chance to set up a business in school or learn business or enterprise skills. But that's not why I'm here today. I'm here to talk about an enterprising mindset. Now, when I was your age, so let me guess, if we've got 14 years, 15, 16 years, okay. When I was your age, if somebody had said to me, Jill, you'll be stood here, you'll be talking to all these fantastic people, I would have said, get lost. Not a chance will I be stood here doing this morning. Anybody relate to that? A little bit, maybe? Yeah? Okay. If somebody had said to me when I was 20, 21, Jill, by the time you are 30, You will have your own home. You'll be paying your own mortgage. You'll have a company car. You will be travelling around England. You'll be working in Edinburgh. You'll be working in Glasgow. You'll be working in Swansea. This is at 20. Somebody had said that to me at 20. I would have looked behind me and thought, they're speaking to somebody else. No chance. No way. Am I ever going to be doing that? Not a hope. Okay? I'm here to talk about enterprising mindset, and the mere fact that every single one of you is sat here now shows and proves that you have an enterprising mindset. You've got it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sat here now, and you wouldn't have made the decision to come. You wouldn't have dared. And I know maybe, think about it this morning, were some of you a little bit nervous? Thinking, oh, I don't know whether I can come. Yeah, give yourself a round of applause for coming. Seriously. And you might have thought, I've got to set the alarm and get up. Some of you will be thinking, great, yeah, you can relate to that as well? Absolutely brilliant. And again, round of applause for doing it. Yeah. Because that's enterprising. You've made a choice. You've made a choice to be here, to listen, to engage. Some of you will have been, brilliant, I really want to be here. I can't wait. There's lots to learn. It's a fantastic opportunity. Again, that's an enterprising mindset. If I cast my mind back to when I was your age, I was, believe it or not, very much seen and not heard. I had absolutely no confidence at all. And I was brought up not to believe in myself and not to think that I could be successful. But when I did what you did back in the day. I went out, I got a job, I worked 9 to 5. I thought, yeah, you get married, you have kids. I didn't want children. So the mere thought that I might have to have children, fair enough. Do you know what? It's your choice. So I didn't want children. And it scared me, the fact that I might have to have them, because I didn't think I'd got choice. And I didn't think that I could be empowered to make those decisions. Okay. But then, when I was about 24, 25, so it was later in life, a number of opportunities presented themselves to me. Quite big opportunities. Opportunity number one, and I'm calling it an opportunity, because I think you might be a bit shocked, but opportunity number one, my dad died. Absolutely dropped dead. My parents had divorced, my dad died, I was absolutely gutted. Opportunity number two, and this happened the following month, so it all happened really quickly. Opportunity two, I was engaged. I was living with my fiancé, so we're going down the route of getting married and having children. Anyway, my fiancé left me. I know. So he was seeing somebody else. Yeah, exactly. He just upped and left. So I'm in a house, paying a mortgage. My dad died the previous month. Do you want to know what happened the next month? No, not as bad as that. No, I was working for a bank. The bank said to me, if you want to keep your job, Jill, you've got to reapply. So you've got to put an application in, you've got to have an interview. And I'm thinking, you're seriously joking now. This is all absolutely true. But they, for me, were 3 opportunities, because I did apply for another job in the bank. I got a completely different job within the bank. And then the rest is history for what I went on to do in terms of travelling around the country, having a career, and being where I am now. But it was those 3 opportunities, that I call them, that triggered my mindset and made me aware of how powerful and how important your mindset is, because it's really, really empowering. And as I've said before, because you're sat here, you've got it. And you've got a fantastic opportunity today to bring your mindset to your consciousness and to really start to use it and think about how it can help you. Okay, so you're going to need a pen and paper. And I'm going to need you all to stand up, please. Oh, stand up. Okay. Today is the 14th of May. However, we'll sing to her at the end. It's the mum's birthday. However, it is 2032. So it is 10 years down the line. You are 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Okay? You are living your bestest life ever. You are doing whatever you want to do. So, question number 1, write it down. What is your job? What is your career? I know we've got an astronaut in the room. What's your career? It's your best life. Question number 2. Write it down first. I will be getting you to share it later. Okay, question number 2. What is your home or your house like? So what's your house like? What do you live in? Is it an apartment? Is it a house? Is it a mansion? Is it a tent? Are you in a caravan touring around Europe as part of a band? I can see some smiles on people's faces. It's lovely. Oh, yours is going to be exciting. I can't wait to hear yours. It's really... Do you know what, though? It's your life, so it is exciting. Of course you can. It's your life. All right, number 3. Have you got any pets? If you have got a pet, we're going from bad to worse here. Right, if you've got a pet, what's your pet? And finally, what car are you driving? I want make, I want colour. I want any sporty extras it's got on it. How many exhaust pipes has it got? 4. I'd settle for 2. It might not be a car, it might be a bike. Anybody getting a motorbike? You having a motorbike? Your bike got... All right. Any more time? All right, we'll go back to the first question then. What career have you got? Okay, come to the centre. Share your career.
A psychologist.
Psychologist. And whereabouts is that? Whereabouts are you going to be practicing psychology?
James Court.
In where?
I don't know. Like
you don't know? Okay, in a hospital. Well done, brilliant. Thank you very much. Who else? Lady with the champion sweatshirt on.
I want to take all homeless dogs off the streets.
Oh, brilliant. That's kind. So you're doing dog rescue? Yeah. Still local or maybe further away? Yeah. Fabulous. Okay, come on, as you're volunteering, Chloe.
Social worker.
Social worker, very commendable. Thank you very much. Yes, Chloe, I can read upside down. Was it not? Isabel, I apologise. Who's Chloe? No, I don't know. I'm going to come round here. Yes, come to the centre.
Zoologist.
Say that again.
Zoologist.
A zoologist. Fantastic. What's inspired you to do that?
I like animals. You like animals? Yeah.
Yeah. So whereabouts will you be working?
All over. Like, just move around.
So you're going to be travelling. What, travelling around the world? Maybe. Oh, fantastic. What an opportunity. Thank you very much. And I'm just going to go this way. I'll come back to you.
Pediatrics.
Pediatrics. Fantastic. Is that going to be here or away somewhere? No? Okay, I'm going to move on to our next question. And we'll talk about your house or your home and what your home's going to be like. I'm going to come here because you've been volunteering. So, Ruby first.
An apartment.
An apartment. Oh, very nice. What floor will it be on?
Top floor.
The top floor. Very nice. So, what will the views be like?
It's going to be in London, so...
City views with a balcony maybe that wraps round? Yeah, I'm coming round for coffee to see you.
Large house or a penthouse?
A large house or a penthouse. Very nice. Okay, what about pets? Oh.
Baby squirrel.
A baby squirrel? Where are you going to keep your baby squirrel? And don't say in a tree.
No, because basically once I saved a baby squirrel, yeah, and then 3 days later it died.
Oh, but at least you tried.
I know name was Dusty.
Dusty the baby squirrel.
Because it was grey.
Oh, you tried. Very quickly, all four of you.
Multiple pugs.
Multiple pugs?
A snake.
A snake?
Baby snake.
My brother's got a snake.
The beautiful, the beautiful.
They don't feel like you think they'll feel, do they? No. Have you ever felt one? Yeah. 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 Okay.
A Labrador.
A Labrador.
I want a cat.
I've got a cat. A little black cat called Sprout. Okay. And we're going to move round to car now. Finally.
A black Range Rover with tinted windows and a baby blue leather inside.
Oh, I love it. Baby blue leather. Nice. What are the wheels like? Big black wheels, yes. Okay, nice. Car?
A dark blue Jaguar.
Dark blue Jaguar, very nice.
Red Mini.
Red Mini, lovely.
I'd either like a Tesla that's pastel blue with Netflix installed, or a motorbike with pastel pink accessories.
Motorbike with pastel pink accessories, fantastic. Okay, pop your hands down, thank you so much. So, sit back down. You've all got some brilliant, brilliant aspirations. So what we need to think about today is how are you going to get there? Let's go. So what do you think you need to do? How are you going to do it? Shout me some ideas out. You're going to work? Okay, so we might think about behaviour. We might revise. What else? A-levels. Might be higher education. You might write letters. You might network. Try your best. Do you know what? It's all of that. So it's thinking about the skills that you've talked about. Listening, communication, confidence. Yes, it might be thinking about behaviour in some cases. And how you do behave in school. It's your knowledge, quite right. People were saying, oh, I've got to get my GCSEs, I've got to go to university. So in some cases, it's applying yourself for your knowledge. It's support. Talked about writing letters. So it's your network. Who are you talking with? Who are you mixing with? Who's your role model? Yeah, have you got somebody who can really help you and really support you? And if you haven't, can you find somebody? Opportunities will present themselves like today. Talent, network, which we've talked about. The most important one, which will make the biggest difference, is your mindset. So what do I mean about mindset? What is mindset? What do you think? How you think about things? What's in your head? Yeah? Voice in your head? How you plan stuff out, how you approach stuff. Say that a bit louder. Your opinion, absolutely, big one. Yes, your tenacity for sticking to something. So it's all about, it's made up of our beliefs, our ideas, our attitudes, so everything that you've said. And it's thinking about our mindset and what our mindset is when we face a really challenging situation or a really uncertain situation. Like I did when I was 25 and I'd got my 3 opportunities that you all went to. So, what do you see? Look at the screen, what do you see? Oh! Oh! Who's seeing the big purple monster? Yeah. Who's seen the big spider? Who's hiding? Yeah, okay. Okay, but let's think for a minute. Let's step back. Who saw the pathway? Who saw the path? Hands up if you saw the path. Brilliant. That's your mindset. That is, okay, there's a path. There is a way through this. I can get through this. I can deal with it. I can make things happen. And it was somebody said, oh, look, that monster's really cute. That's another way of reframing it and thinking differently about something that's hard and challenging. Okay, next one. What have we got there? What do you see? The gap in the wall? Who sees the gap in the wall? Ah, we're learning fast. We're picking up quickly. There you go. Again, obstacle, way through. What do you see here? The bridge. Again, the scary, scary monsters, the alligators, the crocodiles are going to get you. But there's a bridge. And somebody's just said, actually, it's not that scary. And again, that is your mindset. And that is you choosing to think, right, how can I deal with this? How can I get around it? So in terms of introducing a positive an enterprising mindset, it's absolutely thinking positive. It's thinking, right, it's big and scary out there, but where can I focus? How can I get around? How can I succeed? So it's looking for opportunities amongst challenges. I had a massively challenging situation, but what I'd got to do is look for opportunities. Because even my mother said to me, you're not moving back in. I was like, okay, thanks, Mum. It's being curious. It's asking questions about the situation that you are in. It's opening your mind to learning. And it's constantly learning and thinking about, well, what did I learn last time? So actually, in a different situation, I've got some skills, I've got some knowledge that I can apply to a new situation. It's about keeping going when things go really, really wrong and really hard. It's using failure as feedback. So things will go wrong. Mistakes will be made. But you know what? It really doesn't matter. Let's just think about, right, what can I learn from it? What can I take from it? What am I going to do differently next time? And all of this will help you to build your confidence because you're always learning. Okay. So again, quickly, in terms of how you can use an enterprising mindset, it will help you to solve problems. It will help you when you enter new situations. It will help you make choices and grab opportunities, develop new skills, improve the brilliant existing skills that you've got. Get help when you need it. Never be afraid of asking for help. Everybody needs help. Again, using failure as feedback. Building your confidence. And keep going when it gets really, really tough. It's your future. It's your mindset. You've got the consciousness and the awareness of it now to start to applying it. And as I said before, you've already applied it and started and used your mindset because you are here now. You made that choice. Now, throughout the day, you might hear things and you might think, I'm not sure about that. Oh, I don't know whether I dare. Oh, no, that's a bit scary. Do you know what? That is absolutely fine as well, because there's still that little bit of magic in there with another 3 letters. And the other 3 letters are yet. So at times today, if you think, I'm not sure, it's yet. The time will come. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for interacting. Have you got any questions? Anybody got any questions? Thank you, I am. And I hope you have a good life too. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Jill, thank you. I'll give the mic to, and can we just give you some chocolates to say thank you very much indeed. Another round of applause for Jill, everybody. That was fantastic. We love that. Have we had some amazing speakers? How inspired are we all feeling right now? Yeah? Brilliant, aren't they? Absolutely fantastic. And it is time for our next. Who's up next, Grace?
Well, to keep on in the inspiration, now we are going to talk about fashion and body confidence. Please welcome Sonia Summon.
Woo! I'll click it for you. Is that all right?
Hello? Oh. Right, hi everyone, it's so lovely to be here. So yes, by way of introduction, my name is Sonia, and I have spent my whole life loving the fashion industry, but separately also working in the fashion industry. I'm going to talk to you about my journey, and separately how it's affected me, and also how social media has affected just me, and also body positivity. So I want to talk to you about my story. I am the daughter and granddaughter of immigrants. My family came from India over 70 years ago, after the Second World War. We literally came with nothing. My parents and my grandparents had to work really, really hard. And one thing I remember growing up is I fought between 2 cultures. I had this Indian culture, which was really, really vibrant, loads of Bollywood movies growing up. And I remember also watching loads and loads of Hollywood movies. And I always wanted to dress up like those girls in those Hollywood movies and in those Bollywood movies. I had 2 really, really great positive role models in my life. One was my mum, and she loved dressing up. She had me when she was quite young. She was 18 years old. And I always remember she was really, really glamorous. And I used to put on her high heels, and I used to put on her outfits and take her handbag and go walking. And I was only like 4 or 5 years old, and there's loads of pictures of me. And a lot of my inspiration came from my mum. The second was my grandma. So my grandma still is to this day. She's over 90 years old, has never had a hair out of place, has always dressed absolutely immaculately, and she was a seamstress. I was surrounded by sewing machines when I was growing up. She used to make my clothes, my sister's clothes, and she bought me a sewing machine when I was 5 years old, and I used to sew with this little hand sewing machine clothes for my dolls. And that is where my inspiration for working in the fashion industry came from. My grandma always said to me, be positively you. When she came to this country, she had nothing. She couldn't even speak any English. And what she said was she really had to work quite hard to get to where she was. But she said, if you want to do anything, just keep going at it. So growing up in an Indian household was actually quite fun. But separately, when you are Indian, when you get to a certain age, your parents want you to do one of three things. In an Indian household, you either grow up to become a doctor, an accountant, or a lawyer. So when I was going to university, I was really only allowed to do 3 subjects. And also, I was going to be one of the first in my family to go to university. So I'm going to ask you a question. How many of you think I went off to university to do a law degree? Okay. How many of you think I went to university to do an accountancy degree? Okay. And how many of you think I did something in finance? Well, I actually, I went off to university and did a combination degree. I went off to university and did a part finance degree and a law degree, nothing in fashion. And that is because my parents had told me that's what I needed to do. Guess how long I lasted at university? Yes, absolutely, a couple of months. And I came back, I packed my bags, came back home, and I remember my parents looking at me really, really disappointed. It was as though I had basically destroyed their hopes, their dreams, that I was going to become, I don't know, the family doctor or the family lawyer or whatever. It was just their dreams were shattered. But I went back to my grandma and I said to her, I don't know what to do. And I wish I'd had that talk with her many years before. And she says, you have to be positively you. She said, you have to follow your dreams. And I didn't know at that time what I wanted to do. I was 18 years old. I'd done all these subjects at school. And the only thing I could think about was dressing up. That's all I wanted to do. So I basically spent 9 months working. I was told, go off, do what you need to do, but you have to go back to university next year. So what did I do? I went and worked in the local hospital, in the local law offices. I went to work in loads of different places, in a bank. And do you know the one place that made me the happiest? I went to work at River Island. Yeah, I went to work at River Island. I wasn't on the shop floor. I was packing the boxes at the back. I had never been so happy. Unpacking those clothes ready to put out on the shop floor. I knew in my heart I wanted to work in fashion. I knew it. So that's what I did. I went back to university that following year. I did a fashion degree, but I combined it with a business degree because I couldn't even draw. I didn't even know how to, I knew how to sew, but I couldn't design anything. I spent those 3 years learning everything I could about the fashion industry. And do you know what? I was one of the only girls on my course of colour. Can you believe that? And I'm talking 25 to 30 years ago. When I finished my degree, that's when things really changed. I'm going to just circle back a little bit. When I was growing up, if I wanted any information, I would have to go to the local library. And if I wanted to read a magazine, I'd have to wait maybe a week or a month. But again, I'd have to go to the library to get that because, you know, when you're young, you don't really have a lot of money and you don't really want to spend it on magazines. So when I graduated, something amazing happened, and that was the internet, social media. And it changed a lot of things. When I was growing up, looking at Fashion Week was something that I had to wait for to be published in a magazine or in newspapers. And you'd see these amazing models all walking down the catwalk. But you had to wait to see that published on paper. Now, my story working in the fashion industry, because I'm sure that's what you're all waiting to hear about. So, I left university and I went to work for the likes of Giorgio Armani, Versace, Dolce & Gabbana, Roberto Cavalli. And then I also worked on the other end as well. I used to work for brands like Topshop, Topman, Dorothy Perkins, Misguided. And I've worked for a lot more in between, but they're not around today. And you're way too young to even remember them. But some of the brands that you do know today. I've had an absolutely amazing career. But one thing has been really, really clear to me has been that when I was working in the industry, and I worked across the whole spectrum, I worked in design, I worked in marketing, I worked in sales, but I was always behind the scenes because it was really normal for me to be behind the scenes, and I took that as normal. What was really at the forefront were girls that were over 6 foot, white, tall, skinny. They weren't like me. Black, ethnic. I was actually called exotic by some people. I was just an Indian girl. I was a daughter of immigrants. I didn't describe myself as exotic at all. But it was very normal, and I thought that was normal. About 10 years into my career, I actually was made redundant. So those of you that don't know what redundancy is, it means that you lose your job, basically. Cuts have to be made by businesses, and I lost my job. I was working for a big retailer at the time, and I'd been laid off, and I had some time to really think. And what I did was went to work actually did work experience, and I wanted to do some mentoring, so I went to work with the local social services, and I worked with girls like you, between the ages of 12 to 14, because I wanted to empower girls in my area through social services. And I met a girl called Amy, and she honestly changed my life because she made me see things really, really differently. What happened was, it was about 10 years into my career, so this is when Instagram had really taken off. Amy really taught me about how to look at things very differently. I'd seen this norm of, it's normal for me to look at models that are 6 foot, skinny, and have their photos edited. That for me was really quite normal, and I'd accepted that because that was a part of my norm. What she showed me was this world of Instagram where she was following people with scars that were under 5 foot, size 18, black. But from all of these different backgrounds and from all of these, they were all very, very different people than what I'd been used to seeing, and they had thousands of followers. And she said, that's what inspires me. This is what makes me buy things. This is what I really love. And that's when it clicked for me that I need to start making changes in my industry. So when I went back into work, I was a director for a company. I was a director for a marketing company. And this was about 10, 12 years ago. My God, was it hard for me to make those changes. I really, really tried my best to really get them to photograph models that were like me. 5'3", 5'4", hard. Of colour, again, very difficult. And then I told them the story about Amy and how she was being influenced by these people, and she would rather buy clothes from them. And it started making them think. Over the last few years, that's really, really changed. I'm trying to get this to work, but I can't get it to move. Okay, so I want you to look at this screen. We live in a world today where Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube is all about vanity metrics. It's how many likes you can get. And if you don't get a like by a friend, how does it make you feel when you don't get likes? If you're on Instagram, or if you don't get comments, how does it make you feel? Is that how you feel? But why does it make you feel like that?
Because basically, I've had like a really bad life, so I just thought, well, I'll just get attention from the internet instead of my parents and stuff like that. So I went on the internet and I posted this video. It took me ages because I was like, oh, it's not good enough, it's not good enough. And then my sister was like, oh, just post it, it's fine. And I posted it and I got like, 7 views, and I just started crying. And I was like, why does like everyone hate me and stuff like that? And then I just realised, well, you have to like, it's not all about like likes and followers and stuff.
It's about you. It's about you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We live in a world today where social media has made us feel this way, that it's about body image, and there are so many things now that affect us mentally, and it's not right. You have to be apologetically you. It doesn't matter that you're not 6 foot, because I tell you what, there's more people interested in you if you've got bushy hair, if you're not the norm and you're over size 16, or you've got braids in your hair. That's what people love, because that is what is normal. You're a normal human being. And let me tell you, there's people that give you the likes, they really are your friends. The ones that give you all of these likes when you've got hundreds of thousands of followers, it's fake. Honestly, it is fake. Be unapologetically you. Amy taught me one thing in my career, and that is that you really need to stand up for who you are. I'd spent a whole career working in something that I thought was really normal. I hid behind the scenes. I really wanted to just fit in, and fitting in for me was being in the background. So I just want to say to you, don't use filters. Let it be about you. If you've got ginger hair, embrace it. If you've got scars, embrace them. If you've got coloured skin, embrace it even more, because it's who you are and who you were born with. I always remember what my grandma said to me, be about you. She came here with nothing, and she had to work really, really hard. And I always remember she was always herself. My grandma, still to this day, and I'm telling you now, she's over 90 years old, is the most glamorous woman I know. She hasn't followed the trends. She hasn't cared about what anyone else has said about her. She is just her, and this is what you need to be. It needs to be about you. This next slide, oh, have I turned it off? Oh. This next slide is really important, and I want you to look at it because it's about filtering, because it's not who these people are. One side is the normal person, and the other side is heavily filtered. There are more and more marketing agencies now that are saying that they're not going to be using influencers that use filtering in any of their campaigns. They will not use these influencers because they are fake. So the more that you post about yourself and who you are, the better it is, because you are the next generation. Be unapologetically you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
How are you so confident?
I am confident because I'm the oldest of 5. I think that helps me be very bossy. I was very bossy when I was growing up, so that was quite helpful. But also, I'm confident because I am me, and I always go back to my grandma. She was my greatest influence in my life. She still is. And she's always taught me to be me. I told you, like, from a very, very young age, I loved fashion. It's something that I just embraced. I embraced my culture. I tried to merge the two together. And I never really cared much about what anyone else thought. And this is where my confidence comes from, in that I don't really care. I don't tend to, obviously I listen to what people say around me, and obviously my parents, family, etc. have had a big influence on me. But confidence comes from within, and you have to build that yourself. Any other questions? No? I'm so disappointed. No? None at all? None about the fashion industry?
What have your like brothers become? Are they doctors? Have they followed in your footsteps? Of taking like?
Right, okay, so I'm the oldest of 5, so there's 4 girls and my brother. My brother works in the music industry. He works as a producer in the music industry. And my sisters, none of whom are an accountant, a doctor, or anything in finance, I can tell you. They work in HR. One of my sisters has her own business. She's an entrepreneur. And another one of my sisters, she lives in Dubai, and she's also living her dream, actually. She's working in the fashion industry as well. And apparently I was her biggest influence. So, yeah. Any other questions?
Do you think that if you hadn't went into fashion, would you be happy as you are now?
No, absolutely not. I've been asked this question many, many times before. I would have made a really bad lawyer. I'm a really bad liar. Definitely not good at medicine. I look at blood and I faint. And yeah, I could just about manage my own finances, so absolutely not. None of those professions would have fitted me at all. I knew from a very, very young age, it's here. It's in your blood. It's where it sits the most, and that's what I always say to people. I have a niece who's 9 years old, and she's already saying to me, I don't know what I want to do in life. And I say to her, go and embrace everything. Go and do everything. Go and get work experience with me. Come to work with me. Go to work with mummy. Go to work with, you know, your uncle. Go in the garden with granddad. And she's actually found a passion for gardening. So it really is in you. So I definitely would not have been a very, very happy person today. Oh, who was first? I don't know. Okay.
If your grandma hadn't given you that sewing machine, would you still have this dream?
Yes, I think I would have. I grew up just surrounded by clothing. And like I say, I grew up in a household where I was trying to embrace 2 cultures. You know, we were surrounded by Bollywood culture. We watched a lot of Bollywood movies growing up. Actually, my parents ran a Bollywood cinema when we were growing up. Can you believe that? So we were surrounded by Bollywood movies, which were always just so bright and amazing. And then we had this other side of just, obviously, my grandma. She was a machinist, so she was always bringing clothes home anyway. So regardless of whether she'd built me that machine or not, I think I would have pursued. Yeah.
If you had to pick out of the jobs that your parents picked for you, which one would you think you'd pick?
Honestly, none of them. I think if I'd really been forced to finish university, I probably would have finished something in business related, but not in accounting or anything like that. The degree I started was a finance stroke law degree. And if you kind of had to weigh up between the two, I think kind of finance was probably where I would have been the strongest, but not particularly great at it either. I wasn't particularly amazing. I only came out with a C at GCSE, so I wasn't really that great. It wasn't something that I had the passion in. I did design at GCSE, and that was the only thing I got an A in, but I wasn't really allowed to pursue it, so I wouldn't have been very good anyway. Any other questions? Wow. Oh, God. Do you mind if I start here first?
So like, you know how modelling these days have got like more variety of like women and stuff. Like, what's your opinions on it? Like,
I think it's something that you, the next generation, have to push. You know, you are the next generation, and basically you have to push what the norm is. You know, it is not normal for people to be 6'4". That's just not the normal. The average height in this country is 5'4". The average weight in this country of women over the age of 18 is actually 11 stone 4. The size of clothing is size 12 to 14. This is what you need to encourage as the next generation, because it's not normal what you see on the catwalk.
what if like everyone around you is just there like, oh, do this subject, and you actually have no idea what you want to do, so you're just going along with it?
My advice is, and this is the advice I'm giving to my 9-year-old niece at the moment, is go and try and get as much experience as you can. She's got lots of aunts and uncles, so she comes to work with us sometimes. There's things that she absolutely hates. I thought actually, like a lot of children, she'd want to get into the fashion industry. It's really not where her heart is lying. So my advice is go and ask people, go and talk to as many people as you can. Talk to your parents, talk to your parents' friends, talk to your teachers. Ask to go and get experience. I cannot stress enough that you've got to go and get experience. It could be a day, it could be an hour, but go and look at things that may interest you, because you will eventually find something. And it's not going to take a day, but there's something that may spark. You may speak to someone and say, you know what, that's really quite interesting. So that's where it really comes from. And at your age, when I was even 18, going off to university, I didn't even know what I wanted to do. But I think the more people that you speak to, the better it is. Any other questions? Somebody just raised their hand and I can't see where they've gone. No more? No more questions about the fashion industry? Wow. I am shocked. Oh.
Do you know when you were talking about body positivity? Have you ever worked with someone who has not wanted to, so by looking at other girls, like models and stuff, and wanting to end the life because of it? I don't know.
Have I worked with somebody that's because of the influences around them? I have met a number of girls that have been seriously affected by what they see. And I can tell you one thing, actually. I have been bitterly disappointed meeting quite a lot of models because they don't look anything like what they do, because they've been so heavily edited that even when I've met them, I'm like, oh, it has been that reaction. And you have to remember that editing plays a big part in social media, and it's not real. But when you're talking about meeting people, absolutely, I have met women and girls, actually, that have been really affected by what they see around them. And it's really about educating them to the best of your ability, that it's not the norm. And this is what I'm saying. Catwalks are not the norm. 6-foot women striding down in heels, at 10-inch heels. It's just not normal. You and I are normal, and that's what you need to embrace. Any other questions?
What are your opinions about like sizing in the fashion industry? Because like I know that a lot of people struggle. They may believe they're size 12, but go to one shop and they're a size 14, but go to another shop and they're a size 8, and it can be quite hard. So what do you think?
Yeah, sizing is one of the biggest problems in the fashion industry. Every brand is different, and it's rather unfortunate because there is no one standard sizing across the world, and there needs to be. And there's been a lot of talk in the industry about trying to get standardized sizing. And even when you do get a size, let's just say it's a size 12, sometimes it's too tight or it's too big. There is no standard sizing. So this is a problem throughout the industry. It's not just with one brand. And it's an issue that has to be addressed. But my advice is find a brand that you like, that you know that fits. It can get boring, but at least you know it's going to fit you, because and this is one of the biggest problems about returns in the industry as well. That's why so many clothes are returned, because they don't get the sizing right. And it's not us, it's actually the brands that do that. So it's nothing to do with our bodies, I promise you. Anything else?
So a lot of clothes probably aren't like eco-friendly. So when do you think that's gonna like change so that all clothes can be good for the environment?
Oh my goodness, this is my favourite subject. Okay, when we're talking about sustainability, the future is that we need to be as sustainable as possible. And what I mean by that is we need to start consuming less clothing. And separately, what we need to be doing is buying clothes that you know are going to be part of a circular economy. So the clothes that you're buying from brands that you know are going to be able to take them back, and maybe you get credit for them, but knowing those brands are going to be doing something good with it, whether it's regenerating that clothing or recycling it, or breaking those fabrics down, making it into something else. But it's really important for the future of this planet that we are shopping with brands that are eco-friendly. We are thinking about planet rather than kind of going off and buying something for, I don't know, let's say you're going out on a Saturday night and then putting it on eBay the next day. That's not what fashion should be about in the future. It is really about longevity of clothing and really, really trying to shop with brands that are really thinking about that. So not thinking about those brands where something costs £5 for a dress because you know it's going to only last for one wash, then it's ready for probably cleaning with it, rather than, you can't even take it to the local charity shop because it's that bad a quality. So yeah, it is really about the planet for the future. Yep. Any other questions?
So I don't ever see myself without a hoodie on. So how do you feel how would you promote people to not just wear I'll never see myself in a dress. So I don't know how I could get myself not feeling so insecure, I think, yeah. And I don't know how to because my dad's got a wedding next year and he's making me wear a dress. And I just don't want to go. So I don't know how to get myself in a dress.
Come and talk to me. I'll get you in a dress. Do you know what? I do understand how you feel. If you are somebody that's never really grown up wearing dresses, it's a break from your norm, and I completely understand that. But sometimes you have to fit yourself to the occasion. So please come and talk to me. I'll be quite happy to take you on a shopping trip or just help you. It's not a problem. But yeah, dressing out of your comfort zone, it's not easy to do, but you have to embrace it. The weather's getting better. Maybe get yourself into a long skirt. If you live in tracksuits, which is what a lot of kids your age are doing, you're all in trainers, tracksuits. I get it. It's normal. It's normal for what you like, what you're doing on an everyday basis. So getting out of your comfort zone and going to an occasion, which is what your dad's wedding is going to be quite uncomfortable for you. And it's getting comfortable with being uncomfortable. But I can help you with that, don't worry. Anything else? No more questions?
Sorry, I feel like I've spoken a lot now. But do you believe that on to the sustainability, that the price of you're paying for the price and the quality, or is there still parts where I feel like with some brands you're not paying for quality, you're just paying for the name in some of the brands?
Yeah, I think what you're touching on here is something called greenwashing. Lots of brands at the moment, especially on the lower end of the market, are using greenwashing as a way of saying that they are sustainable. I think it's really up to you as consumers to do your research, really understand a bit more about the products that you're buying, looking at the fabrics, where they're made, where they come from, and even question it. Write to them, ask them about the carbon footprint. Where was it made? Who made my clothes? I think that's really important for you to ask questions like that. Now, in answer to your question about the lower end of the market, there are loads of brands right now that are thinking about the planet, and that is really, really important. It is the most important topic in the fashion industry at the moment. And what you have to do and what you have to remember is it's up to you as consumers to question these brands. Nothing changes otherwise. Nothing will change. So you really have to make those changes yourself. Now, Primark, as an example, is something, because of the cost you're paying, obviously low cost, it's up to you to buy it. But if it doesn't last more than 3 washes, how is that even sustainable? Write to them, ask them those questions. You know, my advice to you is, you don't always have to buy new. I haven't bought any new clothes now for almost 18 months. I've not bought a single thing, apart from 2 pairs of knickers. I haven't needed to buy any clothes. But one of the big things that I am planning on doing is buying secondhand. There's loads of things that I want, loads of brands that I want to buy, and actually I don't want to be spending loads of money on them. And if it's sat in someone else's wardrobe, then why don't I have it? So it's one of the things that you could do from a longevity point of view. So renting, recycling, selling your clothes. I mean, Vinted is one of the fastest growing companies on the planet at the moment, and one of the fastest growing markets in terms of age range is actually your age range. You know, peer to peer, you know, 14-year-olds selling to other 14-year-olds at the other end of the country. It's really, really normal. So this is what I would really embrace, rather than going to these brands that are greenwashing and saying that they're doing something, and actually the reality is that they're not. Any other questions?
I think, Sonia, I'm going to give the opportunity a big round of applause. That was absolutely fantastic. Sonia Summer, thank you very much indeed. And I've got some nice chockies for you. And can I just say, I love that question. It was the girl over here. What was your name? Remind me? Gracie. Honestly, will you chat to Sonia afterwards as well? Because that was really lovely.
Please do.
And she will really help you. So no, that was fantastic. Sonia,
Thank
brilliant.
you so
I know
much.
you've inspired all the girls here today, so we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Well, time to welcome our next amazing speaker. We're talking social media with Ellie Reeves from Collab Media here in the Northeast. Welcome, Ellie.
Hello everyone, it's fantastic to be back at Teesside Uni. So I'm here to present a little bit about what I do, who I am, where I'm from. You'll probably hear in my accent that I am very Teesside. I'm from Stockton, 2 minutes up the road. So I'm going to go into my presentation and just kind of talk to you a little bit about my journey and how I've kind of got to where I am. So let's get into it. A little bit about me. So I'm 27. I'm getting married next year, which is one of the biggest highlights so far. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I went to school around here. I went to college. I didn't go to university around here. So a little bit about my background. So I went to Ian Ramsey, which is a school over in Fairfield. I wasn't great at school, I'm not going to lie. I'm dyslexic, really dyslexic. So I'm not very good at reading, writing, telling the time, things like that. It's my downfall. So I really struggled at school. But I really enjoyed it. I like seeing my friends. You guys will be in the same position. You like parts of school, but there's some parts that you maybe don't. So I wasn't disruptive, but I wasn't enjoying it. So I went to college, not really sure what I wanted to do. So I was in art at school, I was really creative, and that was kind of my strengths. I have ADHD, that's another kind of part of my personality, so I'm on the go constantly, and my brain's always going. I'm quite energetic, and I used to see them as downfalls, the dyslexia, the ADHD, in my personality, and actually now as an adult, they're my strengths, they're what set me aside from everyone else in the room, because that's what makes me me, and that's where I thrive in other areas. So yeah, I might not be the most academic in the room, but actually I've got other strengths that people in the room don't have, and that's kind of where I've kind of grown as a person, to see that dyslexia isn't a negative, my ADHD isn't a negative, and I've turned them kind of perceptions that people think maybe of them things into a positive. So from there, at college, I kind of found myself a little bit. So I did a course, it was business studies, and you had to create a business plan, and my favourite programmes were Dragon's Den and The Apprentice. I loved it, I loved Lord Sugar, I loved kind of that kind of programme. I loved creating a business plan. And that's kind of where my passion for business maybe started. I went to university. I didn't get in straight away. It was a no, sorry, you've not got the grades, because I failed my English and I failed my maths. So I spent the whole of college resitting it, but it didn't mean that it was the end of kind of my journey in education, because I kept trying. I knew that I really wanted to go to university. There was a course called Fashion Brand Management. It was over in Preston, which is kind of 2.5 hours away from here. And I really wanted to go there. That was my goal. So I resit my maths, I think it was 7 times. So if you do fail your GCSE maths and you're getting a bit nervous about it, I should be kind of a good case study to show it's not the end of the world. Try your hardest, but I was trying and trying. And it was just my downfall. Obviously, it just wasn't one of my strengths. I persevered. On the 7th time, and a lot of kind of hard work later, I passed, and luckily I did get into university with a portfolio I had. I went through kind of clearance, it's called, where if you don't get into university, then there's the next step, and you do have another option. So that's when I got into fashion brand management. So fashion brand management as a course was basically working with brands like Misguided, Gola Shoes, Shoe, and loads of different kind of high street retailers working on their campaigns. And that's where my love for social media kind of really started. So I started an Instagram, I started a blog, and my passion kind of really took off from there. And I don't know if you've heard the term social influencer. I'm assuming most of you in the room have. But that's kind of where my career path led initially. So I'd worked in Toys R Us throughout college, so it wasn't exactly my ideal career. It wasn't where I wanted to stay. So I set this blog up, and that's kind of where my career path kind of led. I'll talk to you in a little bit more detail about the next 2, but I set up my first business, then my second business, and actually my third kind of business is working here at Teesside Uni. So I'm technically a lecturer here at Teesside. I teach students kind of 18 to 25 on digital marketing, brand identity. So kind of alongside my other 2 businesses, that's kind of another passion, is getting into rooms with people like yourselves and talking about what I love and kind of pushing my skill set onto you guys so you can then maybe go out into the world and utilise them. So, digital footprint. Put your hand up in the room if you've heard of the terminology digital footprint. Fantastic. You guys are a generation where you're growing up with social media. Social media is happening every single day around you, where with myself, when I was at school, Instagram wasn't a thing, Twitter wasn't a thing, Snapchat wasn't a thing. When I got to college, it was MySpace, a little bit of Facebook. There was a website called Pixel. You probably may have, hands up if you've heard of any of them. MySpace, Pixel, yeah. So they were the old school social media. And that's where my kind of, I'd say obsession maybe started. I love it. I'm absolutely obsessed with social media. And I've created a career off the back of it. So, a little bit about what a digital footprint entails. So, it has kind of 3 elements. And a lot of people in the world have a digital footprint because it's essentially anything you put out online into the internet, that's your personal digital footprint. So, everyone's digital footprint is completely different. So, broke it down. So, first up, it's your online behaviour. So, what you post, how often you post it, and how you post it. So, that might be what platforms. Is it Snapchat? Is it Instagram? All these kind of different elements combine a behaviour. Your online voice. So when you post, for example, what time? Is it in the morning? Is it in the afternoon? What you say when you post? What's your caption? What's the text that you're putting on there? And the conversations. So comment sections, when you're replying to people, that's all your online voice. So it's what you're saying online rather than in person. And then the other part of online digital footprint is your content. So it's basically the brand you're putting out on social. So fonts, what colour fonts are you using? What style fonts are you using? What images are you posting? Have you filtered them? Have you not filtered them? The colours, what text are you putting the colours in? Are you putting backgrounds on there? All this combines to your digital footprint and the online content you're putting out there. So that's essentially what makes up elements of your personal digital footprint. So I don't think a lot of you will be on social. Hands up if you got accounts with parents or things like that, joint accounts. So you'll be going into the digital world kind of relatively soon. And I'm here to kind of teach you the importance of it, how to stay safe, and how to overcome kind of some obstacles that you might face online, that I've faced online, that I'd love to just share my kind of personal experience, because if I was at school and someone told me these advice, it would be very valuable for the kind of situations that came about when I was online. So, my digital footprint. So, this is a little bit about my social media platforms. So, left is my Facebook. So, it's got my jobs on there, it's got my profile picture, it's got my cover picture, and that's my Facebook digital self. In the middle, we've got Twitter. So, that's all the tweets I'm putting out. Tweets are kind of 140 characters. So the short form, it's called a microblog Twitter. So that's kind of what Twitter's all about. And then Instagram. So I'm assuming a lot of you have heard what Instagram's about. So my Instagram, it's a bit of everything. I love shopping. I love retail. I love eating out. I love kind of showcasing my business and what I'm about. So all my pictures are a little bit of everything. So what I'm wearing that day, what I've ate that day, what shop I've been to and what I've bought. So I do different reel content, so I do hauls, clothing hauls. So they get kind of hundreds of thousands of views because everyone wants to see, everyone's a little bit nosy like me, what you've bought. So if I went to River Island, or what did you buy, and I show that on social media. So that's kind of a few of my platforms. I'm pretty much on all of them with my job, but they're the ones that I'd kind of show you just to show how consistent my branding is. So the profile pictures, the text, the tone of voice, it's all consistent with my digital brand identity because I understand how important it is on the content that I'm putting out. So, how to create a successful online presence. So, I've had numerous Instagram accounts and blogs over kind of the last 10 years of being on social. And I've built up a large following on kind of numerous platforms. I think at one point I had 100k Instagram followers. I don't have that account now, and I'll tell you why in a little bit. But I always get asked, what's kind of your advice? How do you build a following? How do you create a successful, positive online identity that you're going to be proud of? People are going to want to follow you, and that are going to make you into a social influencer or promote your business on there, or however you want to kind of use social. So let's go through some tips that I've kind of came up with and kind of used just to share on in presentations like this, essentially. So, keep it active. Online presence has to be consistent. So, consistency is key. Constantly posting and updating your audience with a kind of theme of content is so important because your audience want to see what you're doing, and that's kind of where stories on Instagram come in for myself. I share every single day. So, today, this will be on Instagram. I'll be sharing with my followers that I'm here. I'm talking to you guys and how kind of great this event is and what we're kind of doing. So that's stuff that I'll be putting on social. But you also need to recognise when to take time offline. So burnout is a thing. Has anyone heard of what a burnout is? Anyone heard that terminology? I get that from time to time, and that just means I need a little bit of time off social media because it's intense. It's 24 hours a day. It doesn't switch off. Instagram doesn't close at 10 p.m. for you to go to sleep. It's a constant distraction. And if you're a little bit addicted like me, you need to recognise when to take the time off. So, for example, last week I went on holiday with my partner and I didn't use my phone. I post everything 24 hours later. So today I'll be posting it tomorrow. And I'll tell you a little bit why later. But I'm quite aware that I want to be present. So when things are happening, like today, imagine if I got out now and just tweeted what I was doing. In the middle of this presentation, you'd all be like, what is she doing? This is very rude. I don't want to be doing that at meals when I'm with my family or when I'm out. I want to be present, so I post everything 24 hours later just so I can enjoy the moment. And I think that's what some people need to kind of see in day-to-day life because it is so kind of addictive. So, creating your own community. I've made friends across the world from social media that are interested in the same things that I am, that are friends for life, that I have known for 10 years it's been on Instagram, because I've created a community of like-minded individuals that are interested in the same thing. And that's kind of a really positive force of social media and the power of it. You can literally speak to so many people with so much kind of knowledge. The best advice I've ever had is from the business community on social media that I've connected with. Creating value with your content, so not just posting for the sake of posting, having a reason for posting. And don't follow in the crowd, be unique, have a niche. I used to, when I started social media, really copy what other influencers were doing and the kind of the mainstream media and what they were doing. So at the time it was like Jake Paul and Logan Paul and what they were doing. And I didn't want to be a Jake Paul, I'm not going to lie. It wasn't my niche, and it wasn't someone that kind of I aspired to be, even though I recognised what he was doing was on a big scale. So be unique, be yourself, and engage with your audience. Reply to comments when you get the chance to be on social media. And these are things to be aware of when you do get the chance to have your own social media platform, how to use it in a successful way. And then creating your personal brand. So like what we've just talked about, creating that digital footprint. So, social influencing. You've all heard of it. Do you recognise any of these faces? Right, okay, let's have a think. The left one. Who's the left one? Top left, the girl with the long hair. Zoe Sugg, that's the one. Bottom left. PewDiePie, that's the one. Top right, who we thinking? It is, indeed. What about bottom right? Nailed it. And what about the girl with the blonde hair just next to PewDiePie? Molly May. And to the right of her? And above her? 10 out of 10? It is indeed. So you've nailed it. These are social influencers that you may follow, that I follow. I follow all these influencers. I'm 27. You guys aren't 27. I follow these influencers and you follow these influencers. These have creating content daily to kind of inspire you and put out content and entertain you or even educate you. So there's so many influencers out there. And when I started my career, I was kind of classed as a social influencer. So I had 100,000 followers on my Instagram. I was posting what I was wearing. I was meeting Salisha Dixon there. We were meeting celebrities, interviewing people from my blog, constantly getting out into the world and being in the paper and kind of really advertising what I was up to. And that's kind of where my love for the digital space really kicked off, because I was actually making money out of it. So affiliate marketing, has anyone heard of affiliate links? So, a few of you. So, an affiliate link is, say for example, I put on Instagram, I've got a top that I've bought. I've got the top online, it's from River Island, for example. I put the link on my Instagram and then I get a cut of the money every time someone clicks on it. So, say for example, I get 10p every click. So say a number of people click on that link, I get that revenue, and that's where my kind of business started. It's that revenue from people buying stuff that I was interested in, and then brands were sending me clothes. I was getting PR parcels, I was getting makeup, I was getting clothes to advertise. And I thought, well, this is fantastic, I'm getting free clothes, love it. And then it was like, oh, you can charge. So I was charging £50 for an Instagram story, I was charging £100 for a Facebook picture. And it just built up, and that's kind of where I fell into business, really. I fell into it because I was passionate about talking about what I was up to and what I was doing and showcasing specifically Teesside. I'm really passionate and an advocate for Teesside, Stockton, Middlesbrough. I love the area, and I think there's so many opportunities and amazing businesses. And I wanted to use my blog to promote that because it had quite a negative conception in the mainstream media that Middlesbrough wasn't that great place to grow up in. An article came out that Middlesbrough was the worst place to grow up as a girl. I went away, I moved away, I've lived in New York, I've lived in Preston, I've lived in Manchester. And I came back here because, for me, it's where I wanted to be and because there was more opportunities personally to what I wanted to do. And that's kind of why I kind of came back from lots of different opportunities in different places, because I think Middlesbrough is one of the best places to grow up as a girl, and I kind of wanted to rewrite that title. So, next up. Although social has its positives, I've had quite a lot of negatives that I've had to kind of deal with through being on social media, and I thought it wouldn't be right for me to stand here and shout about how amazing social media is when I've had quite a few lows off the back of social. So online bullying, trolling, it's something I've experienced on quite a large scale, which is, I talk about this account with a lot of followers. I no longer have it. For my mental health, it was best for me to delete it because I wanted to be safe online. I wanted it to be a positive space, and at the time, for me, it wasn't. So I took the step to step away from that account and do right for kind of myself. So a few tips that I've learned from online bullying that I've personally found that have really helped me. because I have struggled. My first kind of online bullying experience was at 17. I was kind of dabbling in the space. I didn't have a business. None of my friends were really on social. It was quite new at the time. Bearing in mind, Instagram had only been around for kind of 2 years, really, 2 or 3 years. So it wasn't like everyone was on it these days. And I didn't have that network of people to be like, this is happening to me, and it's not making me very happy, and I'm quite upset by it. So my first trolling experience, looking back now, I can laugh because it's quite funny, really. When I tell the story, I get a few laughs, especially from my friends that think it's hilarious. But at the time, it was the worst thing in the world. And I think that perspective of looking back and seeing that moment at the time was probably the worst time in my life, I can look back on it now, and I think that's one thing to recognise. Sometimes in the moment it can feel like the worst time in the world, but the fact that I can look back on the worst time in the world when I was 17 and have quite a lot of laughs about it. So I used to put selfies online, as you do, and share kind of what I was wearing, like I still do now. And I had questionable eyebrows, I'm going to say. My eyebrows weren't like they are now. They weren't a big thing. HD eyebrows and getting your eyebrows threaded and getting them done wasn't a thing. So I'm not going to lie, I should have probably put a picture on because I think it might have got a few laughs. But I think I've removed most evidence of the eyebrow trend that I went through. But it wasn't rare at the time. All my friends had similar eyebrows. And I basically just got, an account got made, and it was called Bad Brows. And it had 200,000 followers. And they just repost loads of pictures of me taking the mick out of my eyebrows, really. So at the time, that's not very nice. But looking back, actually, it's quite amusing that was actually an account. So basically, it was just loads of pictures saying how bad my brows were, which, in hindsight, they were pretty bad. But I didn't leave the house for 3 weeks. I didn't dare look at anyone. I thought the account was set up by a private account, so I thought it was my next-door neighbours. I thought it was people at college. I became quite paranoid. I became really self-conscious. I then started looking at different parts of my appearance and questioning them, where I never had that question before. I was quite a confident person. I used to have quite no kind of self-worries or anything like that, and then my anxiety started. I started not socialising anymore, and I just became a bit more insular than I ever was. And these are some things that I kind of did and I've learned from, and I still kind of need to look back at this list and remember, because it still happens now. I still get quite a lot of online bullying now, but for me, it's part of my job, and I need to accept it because the online space isn't great at times, and I think to be aware of that. So be open about it. Talk to people. Tell your friends, tell your family. Block them, report them. Don't get in a conversation with a bully. You're never going to win. They're never there to have a conversation with you that's going to end well. So that's the best advice I can give you, is just report and block them. Don't respond, don't retaliate, and don't lower to their level. They're the lowest of the low. They're wasting their time and their life being nasty to other people. I'm all about empowering other people and being kind of a positive influence online. So just almost look down on them. They're obviously going through something, and you don't want to interact with someone that's probably not in the best space. So personally, don't respond, but also save and print the comments. That's one thing I wish I did do back in the day. I've unfortunately had to go to the police for some different comments that I've had online, and I had proof of that. So as long as you print and save the messages, I think that's fantastic to show your family and friends. They'll be able to relate a little bit more and have an open dialogue, because they'll be able to see what's happening. Delete the messages, delete the posts once they've been documented. You don't need that negativity in your life. You don't need to keep looking back at the horrible messages. Delete as long as you've documented it, put it in a folder. Don't look at it again. Untag or flag any comments. There's quite a good reporting system on Instagram that you can report comments, especially on Facebook, and they are getting better than they used to be when I was kind of your age. Change your privacy settings. You don't have to have a public profile. You can show people what you want to show. So your closest friends that you're comfortable sharing the pictures. You don't have to be all public and showing all these pictures to people that you don't want to see. And limit your screen time, a little bit like what I mentioned earlier. Taking time off social media and recognise when you need to be kind of off social media when it's not good for your mental health. So, a negative turned into quite a big positive. I love promoting myself online, but I just deleted my biggest Instagram platform. I didn't have a massive following on kind of Facebook or Twitter at the time, So overnight, I'd gone from having 100,000 followers to about 50, which was my neighbours, my friends, and my mum and dad. So I had a small audience, and I had to start from scratch. But I realised my skill set lied in promoting businesses, working with businesses and promoting different companies. So instead of promoting myself, I set up Collab Media. Collab stands for collaboration because I'm working with different businesses, I'm working with the local community, and media is the stand for the social side of it, so social media. And it's a social media consultancy based in Teesside. So these are some of the platforms we cover. So does anyone know top left logo? I thought you'd know that one. What about bottom left? Other side? Snapchat, underneath? And the middle, bottom, and above. You know them all. And I can't imagine any of you are on LinkedIn. You're not connecting with businesses, are you? So LinkedIn is a business platform for business professionals. So the fact that you know all them is fantastic, but also shows how your generation is growing up on social media, and that these, if I showed, no offence to my mum, a lot of these logos to my mum, she wouldn't have a clue. She absolutely wouldn't have a clue. She's a successful businesswoman in her own right, but she definitely doesn't know what the ghost logo is. She'll just be telling me, oh, it's a little bird, it's in a little ghost. That's as far as she'd know, because you guys are growing up with it. You're already so in the know before kind of anyone else. So it's fantastic that you kind of know these platforms, and these are some that we manage as a business. So a little bit about my business. So it was first set up in 2016. It was actually its 6th birthday on Thursday, so we had a little celebration in the office, bit of birthday cake, a bit of singing. It was fantastic to celebrate kind of that milestone. So I set Collab Media up in my mum and dad's bedroom, my mum and dad's spare bedroom, in their house with kind of, just graduated, I didn't have a clue what I was doing. But I had this kind of skill set on social media that meant I was really successful at connecting people, building a following and engaging an audience. And that's kind of where Collab Media was formed. So it's not just me at Collab Media. We manage 55 social media accounts from across the world. So we have clients in Turkey, we have clients in America, some in Spain. Kind of we worked with kind of, I think we've hit 20% of the world country-wise in client base. But we also work in Teesside. We work with so many fantastic businesses that are on our doorstep that we work to promote on social. So it's not just me. We put out, we worked out yesterday, it was 250 pieces of content every single day. So that's TikToks, Reels, Instagram Stories, Instagram posts, tweets, LinkedIn posts, Facebook posts. The whole lot, we do that kind of every single day. So at the moment, as I'm standing here, around 30 pieces of content, as I'm stood in this room, will have posted on social media through our kind of platforms that we use, on different businesses' account, promoting breakfast, promoting different clothes, promoting different offers, because we work with all businesses, so there's no business we haven't worked with in any sector, so we kind of cover the whole board. So Sarah, she's our communications manager, so she picks up all our clients' messages, she does our content plans, she's fantastic and a key part of our team. We've got Jess. Jess is my first employee, so she is our content creator, and I call her the TikTok queen. She is fantastic at transitions on TikTok, and she's like amazing. A lot of her videos have gone viral for clients, so she's fantastic at her job, and that's kind of us in our office. We've also got Polly. So Polly is our marketing manager. So she keeps us all happy, gives us cuddles. A little bit of a distraction, but quite a positive distraction. We quite like having Polly in the office. But we've also got Nev and Nigel, projects manager. Nev, big man, big boss. You've got to be careful when Nev's about. It's a bit drooly. And we've got Nigel, head of happiness. He's the little baby of the office. He's only 1 year old. And he is absolutely adorable. And he's been with us since we moved into Collab's office. So I only moved in just around COVID time, so we weren't in the office very long. And then obviously Nev came along and Nigel. So we've got the full team, but we also work with photographers, videographers, content writers. So we collaborate with other businesses across Teesside. So our photographer, Jamie, he's amazing. He takes all our pictures. He's took these pictures that you see on the screen and kind of different ones that we've got of our office. So we do, as much as we're a small team, we also work with lots of other businesses to create content, because we can't do all that content on our own. So how to stay safe online. So one of my friends, when was it? I think it was Friday, it was yesterday. So she has an account called The Northernist. She promotes things in the Northeast. And she promotes kind of things that are going on in Teesside. And her account got hacked, which is horrendous because that's her lifeline, that's her business. So these are just some tips on how to stay safe online. So think about who you're sharing with and what you're sharing. Protect your personal details. Use secure passwords, not your name 123, or like my dad likes to put, like the most simplest. I can hack into any of my dad's accounts because he has the worst passwords. So I don't know how he hasn't kind of had his account deleted, because it's bad. So make sure you've just got secure passwords, and you're kind of changing them every 6 months. We change all of our clients' accounts passwords every 6 months. If you're feeling low, if you're feeling stressed, avoid any sites on your feed that you know are going to be triggering. Don't go out and look for content that's probably going to upset you. And when you're feeling vulnerable, stay offline. If you're not feeling well, you might be a little bit more vulnerable to kind of offensive content that you see online. Not everything you see online you're going to like or agree to. So if you're feeling kind of under the weather or upset, you might not want to go on social media that day. And I have moments of that where I'm just like, you know what, I need a little bit of positivity, so I stay off social media. Or I go into my favourite influencers account that are going to share empowering, motivational content that's going to lift me up. Don't go out and look for content that's going to upset you. So if you see something, close the window, scroll. You might even want to turn your computer off for a break. If I see something in the office that annoys me, or I'm just a bit like, oh, that wasn't the positive vibes I want, I just go outside for a little walk. We're based on the river in Stockton. It's a fantastic location, love working there. It's fantastic for me when I want to go out and get a little bit of a breather off social media. And be respectful of other people's views and opinions online. Not everyone's going to agree with you. Not everyone's going to have the same view. But it doesn't mean that you get into an argument, you kind of cause real conflict or stress yourself out. And that's something that I've massively learned over kind of the last 10 years of being on social. So my final business, that's called Women in Collaboration. It's a networking event for women in business. I'm all about women empowerment, and I think that's why I'm here today, is because I'm passionate about women supporting women and being a community of women that are going to uplift people. And that's why I set up Women in Collaboration. So it's a networking event on a night. I feel like I'm planning a little bit of a party every time I do it. We've got a donut wall, we've got a drinks wall, we've got a picnic table, and we just have a good night. There's kind of 85 of us that attend from different businesses across Teesside, but it also shows you 85 women in a room all have their own business, all have kind of their own thing that is amazing and kind of shows, like, this is in Stockton, this is in Teesside, this is in Middlesbrough. 85 women, that's 85 businesses in the room. And they've all created it themselves and gone away and created their own business. And we're an event that supports that and kind of empowers that. And that's kind of what Women in Collaboration is about. This is essentially a Women in Collaboration. This is us getting together and kind of sharing ideas and sharing tips on how we can motivate and inspire each other. Final business, Teesside Uni. So I lecture here. This was a big hurdle for me. I'm not actually a very good public speaker. So this was the first room I walked into on the left on my first day, and I had 64 students come. I have never been so scared and nervous for anything in my life. I was nervous about coming here today. I think I'd rather speak to a room full of adults than you guys. I'm nervous. You just make me nervous, but in a good way, because I want to impress you, I want to motivate you, and I want to inspire you. And I understand the importance of that, and I think that's why I was nervous going to uni, because I wanted to inspire a younger audience, and I didn't want to do the digital industry and disjustice. I didn't want to do the business women community disjustice. I really want to showcase what Teesside has to offer and how you can be inspired. So lots of different roles there. Thank you so much for listening. I'm not sure if we've got time for questions, because it's lunchtime and I don't want to keep you away from your lunch. But thank you so much for today, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Ellie, that was superb. And I love the office dog names. What was it? Nigel and Nev. We love Nigel and Nev, don't we? So come on, another round of applause. That was, I hope you... So social media is such an important part of everyday lives, and to hear someone who really knows their stuff, a real expert in Ellie, was fantastic. So good stuff, Ellie. Thank you. What's up next, LJ?
Well, it is lunchtime, so please make your way to the downstairs serving area, but just stay seated for Just a couple of minutes and we'll tell you when you can go down. Please let the catering staff know if you want the vegetarian option or the halal option so you get the correct meal. We would also like some of you to tell us how you think the day is going as you have your lunch, and Pat and the camera crew here will invite you to say a few words to our camera.
Absolutely, yeah. Go on.
So come to the media board when you're ready and let's get talking.
Now, we've also got, I've spoken to a few of you, haven't I, on the podcast. So hands up if you've had a chat to me for the podcast. I know I've spoken to you guys over there, a few of you over there, spoke to you. Yeah, so we've got, as Grace said, we've got the media board. So we kind of want you to be on TV. So we're going to interview you for our little videos from today. Yeah, you're up for that, aren't you? And our podcast. So we're going to be sticking a TV camera and a microphone in front of you, and we'd like you all to be as chatty as you have been through the course of this morning. Does that sound all right? So can I have hands up if you're ready to volunteer for us for our, hands up for our podcast and for our videos? Right, I want to see everybody's hand up in the air. So come on, everybody's hand up in the air. Everybody's going to volunteer for us. Oh, we can get a few more than that. Anyway, so you've been chatty all day. You'll speak to us, won't you? Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Right, so Paul's going to let you know when it's lunchtime, and we'll see you back here in about 45 minutes.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, girls. We're just going to take 2 minutes to let the crew go and grab some lunch because they've had a tough morning like everybody. Can I help? So she and crew, if you could go and make your way downstairs and just grab your lunch quickly, and then what we'll do is we'll just go in batches because otherwise we're all going to run downstairs. So we just
Hello,
go that route.
welcome to our Reaching Next Generation podcast. I'm Grace Jeffries and I'm thinking about my future. To help me with this, I'm speaking with successful women to get an understanding of the challenges they've faced throughout their careers, how they overcame them, and what tips they've for girls of my age. Today my guest is Victoria Rowland, who is the Early Careers Talent Specialist and founding member and UK lead for Pride at Sage, one of the world's leading accountancy software companies, and I'm delighted to say one of our Reach Next Generation sponsors. Thanks for joining me today, Victoria. Can we start by you telling us all how your career took you to the role you have today?
Absolutely. So I didn't have a traditional path into my career. I think it's a common question, isn't it? When you're at school, what do you want to be when you're older? Well, Grace, I have to tell you, I still don't know what I want to be when I'm older, and I'm already halfway through it. But I actually wanted to be a killer whale trainer. And I very quickly learned that was not very friendly. You know, when you used to see SeaWorld videos, it looked very appealing, but after learning about the abuse that those poor animals go through, I quickly changed my mind, you'll be pleased to learn. I kind of knew that I always wanted to work with people. I love people, I love being around them. I'm in early careers now, so of course I'm getting to work with some amazing young people like yourself. But I didn't actually know that at the time, and it was through many years of experimenting with roles, I guess. I went through actually roles as executive assistant and chief of staff roles for senior leaders in the business. So I was really lucky to gain exposure to multiple functions and lots of different trades. But it was at the end of my career as an EA in 2020 that I quickly established that I almost had a calling for early careers. And there's something about getting young people into roles and really breaking down barriers for people to really thrive in the workplace. It appeals to me on so many different levels. So here I am, 3 years into role. This is my 3rd year of recruiting talent. We're immersed in the recruitment season at the moment, and it's every bit as exciting as I thought it would be. Yes, I've definitely found my calling now.
Yeah. Well, I know that you did your degree at the Open University. Can you tell us a little bit more about how that works for those who may not have heard of the Open University?
Absolutely, I'd be delighted to. And there's a little bit of a backstory which I want to share with you, because I do talk about breaking down barriers, and I've kind of done that for myself along my journey. So I went off to university at the age you do, and it was very much a red brick university. I was off to study English. And lo and behold, about 3 weeks later, something wasn't right. And I thought, I feel a bit odd. And I actually found out that I was pregnant at the age of just 19. Very, I guess, uncommon in my family. We've all been down the route of getting married and then having children. But I was in a long-term relationship. And unfortunately, much to mine and my family's dismay and disappointment, I had to leave university and decided to have my daughter, Jade, who's now 22, nearly 23. And at the same time, I felt like my life was over. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I was very academic. I really enjoyed learning. And now I was presented with, I felt, two choices of have a baby and become a mother at a very young age, or learn. What I quickly realised was, with the support of my amazing family, was that I could do both. So when Jade was 6 months, I was working part-time. I obviously had a daughter, but again, a very supportive family. And I discovered the Open University. And they were doing the English literature degree that I wanted to do. I was very passionate about English. You know, I think when we're going back to what I would have wanted to be, I might have wanted to be a journalist because I'm very much into the written and sort of oral side of the English language. But when she was old enough, I was working, studying and being a mum all at the same time, completely exhausted, as you can imagine, right? And I think that out of all of that, I've learned that you can do anything you set your mind to. If you really have the resilience and the determination to do it. And Open University for me was very much that, I guess, stepping stone between me having the academic gift and actually being able to put it into practice and then finally secure the roles that I wanted.
Yeah. So obviously we have all been hit by COVID, with things just beginning to feel normal again. But how have you had to deal with the COVID-19 issues both personally and professionally?
So I'm going to be quite honest. As I said, my daughter's grown up, so I didn't have the challenges that some people have with having to work from home, perhaps in a small claustrophobic environment with young children running around, as some of my colleagues have. So I actually found it, in a way, quite refreshing that I was able to work longer hours without having outside demands like going to get the shopping or going out with friends, which makes me sound very unsociable, and I'm not. So I was a bit more advantaged, I think, than some. And particularly as we were in the bulk of the assessment period, for me, my primary concern was making sure that the young people who were coming for the roles at Sage as apprentices, grads and interns were doing well, you know, and in safe spaces and were feeling nurtured and able to attend these assessment centres from home. Sage basically took all of our roles and we continued them for grads and apprentices, and we turned all of our assessment centres into virtual, which enabled everybody to communicate like we are now through Teams and continue. And we onboarded nearly 100 apprentices and grads in October 2020. So for me, there were real benefits. I didn't feel the negative effects and impact as perhaps some might have, but I certainly know people that were seriously affected by it, particularly those who were living on their own.
Of course. I guess it's been a bit more challenging and easier for different people.
Absolutely. Everybody has their own spin on it. I hear some people saying that they were almost dreading things opening back up because they had so much time to do things and self-study and learn. And now, of course, you have to go out back into the big, wide, open world. But I personally am delighted, particularly for the youth of today, that everything is opening back up and everybody is back to some sort of normality.
Of course. So, doing what you do and doing all of the many different things that you do, it must be quite stressful at times. But do you have any hobbies that really help you to relax outside of work?
That's a really good question, and this is where I sound like a little bit of a geek, I guess. I actually discovered video gaming in lockdown. So we were very privileged to be able to secure a PlayStation 5. And I must say that when I want to immerse myself in complete virtual reality, that's where I go. People say to me, oh, what games do you play? I'm not cool enough to play the sort of Call of Duty that everybody is online with. I tend to stick to Lego. I absolutely love Lego games. Lego Harry Potter was my favourite.
Yeah.
And I'm currently playing Lego Star Wars. And yes, I absolutely love it. So that's my guilty pleasure. Also, I'm a massive foodie. So anything food related, whether it's street food or Michelin stars, you'll find me there. I like to go to openings of new restaurants. I like to try new recipes. So I'm a bit obsessed with food. And then, of course, my love for my family. We're very close. We spend a lot of time with each other. And my love for dogs as well. I am dog mad. Absolutely love my four-legged friends. I don't have my own, unfortunately, because we live in an apartment. But I do look after some on an app called Borrow My Doggy. And I have one called Baxter and one called Nelson. So it's an absolute delight. And I find that walking the dogs through the forest is a really good way of unwinding after a day at work or learning.
Well, I will admit I'm very jealous that you have a PlayStation 5.
It's yes, it was one of those things where people were saying to me, "Oh my goodness, how on earth did you get one?" Because they were so sought after, weren't they?
Yeah.
But my partner is very good with sort of online waiting queues and was very, very patient. And when he got it, we were absolutely delighted because we were very much still locked down. So we challenged ourselves to Sonic racing a lot during COVID. I don't know how good that is for the brain cells, but it certainly worked for me.
Well, it definitely sounds like a very fun pastime.
Indeed.
Yeah. So there is a lot of talk about pay equality generally, but how well do you think women are catching up with men's salaries and getting those top jobs, especially maybe in software?
Such a good question. Obviously, progress is still slow for women at the top, but it's definitely happening. And if we compare now to 5 years ago, I think the progress is absolutely fantastic. At Sage, we're really proud that our gender pay gap is less than half of the average in tech. So Sage really is a great place to work for women in tech. I say this to all of the girls that come through the assessment centres, that if it's a career in tech you want, you're certainly going to be very well looked after at Sage, particularly because of the culture. I mean, even to the point that we care so much about personal issues. We had a menopause awareness event a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about everybody was there, you know, not just people that are going through the menopause, but male allies, non-binary allies, and so forth. And we were just talking about the impact it has on people's lives. So when you get events like this that are, I think, momentous in the tech industry, it's all a sign of good progression. I personally, and obviously I can say this from a talent acquisition perspective, but I would really encourage girls to look at a career in tech, no matter what their interest. I'm not techie. My tech knowledge goes as far as Microsoft Teams and that PlayStation 5, trust me. But STEM jobs do pay at least 20% more than non-tech jobs on average and are hugely on the increase, with, of course, a lack of people ready to do them. So I think that there's so much more to tech roles than coding. Don't let that put you off. And I would just say keep tech in mind as a possible career, because it doesn't matter if you've not done coding. There really is a lot of amazing tech jobs that don't require those skills.
Of course. So throughout your career, have you had any mentors, or have there been anyone that you particularly admire?
I've been fortunate enough to work for some very senior, very lovely people throughout my career. Obviously, working as an exec assistant, you're literally the right-hand person to CEOs, CFOs and so forth. And I can honestly say, I am not just saying this because they're listening, I can honestly say that I've not worked for anybody that I haven't enjoyed spending time with. In particular, my last boss at Sage, a guy called Blair Crump, was the president. And he really helped me to see my value. And I think that because of my background, you know, coming from a place where I almost felt like a failure at university because I hadn't done that professional route as my friends were doing, he said to me, "But Vic," his exact words, a guy from Connecticut, and was very frank. He said, "But Vic, look at what you have done. And in comparison to some of the people around you, you've completely excelled." And he always said to me, always set your sights high. Never aim low, you know, shoot for the stars, basically. And it's honestly because of him that I am so ambitious in my career. And every day I think there's things around me that I think, okay, what would Blair do? And if I'm not messaging him to ask what he would do, then his voice is very much in my head.
Yeah. So I read that you also fundraise for cardiac risk in the young. Can you perhaps share the work that the charity does and how come you got involved?
Absolutely, and it's a very emotional point, but I've got to the point 20 years on that I can actually talk about it. So when I was 27, my best friend was 22, and she very sadly died unexpectedly, very suddenly. And we didn't know why. She'd gone off to a party with her boyfriend, and we were really confused what had happened to this really healthy girl. Well, it turns out, after extensive research done through screening facilities and research into her heart, that she had something called bland white garland syndrome. And it affects a very small number of people, but it's undetectable until they are hit around 21, 22. So, of course, what went through my mind afterwards was, okay, how can we stop this tragedy happening to other people? So we quickly established with Sarah's mum, Carol, and her dad, John, who are absolutely lovely people, you know, probably another inspiration of mine, that there was a need for screening units in schools and outside of that, like mobile screening. But we also established that each screening unit cost an absolute fortune to establish and support, and there was no government funding. Things have progressed on since then, I'm pleased to tell you. But I weighed up, what can I do as an individual? At the age of 27, I've got two big phobias I'm going to share with you now, and I'm sure that other people listening to this will share them. One of which is heights. One of which is spiders. Now, I can't even say the word spider without cringing. So if I look a bit funny now, only you, Grace, can see me. But I'm very arachnophobic. And I was thinking, what can I do for charity that really is completely selfless, not something I want to do? So people said, well, you could sit in a bath of spiders or hold a spider at London Zoo. I very quickly eliminated that one, let me tell you. So I went for the heights, and what I actually did was a skydive at 17,000 feet at a place in Kent, near where I live, and I jumped out of a plane, and I will honestly say to you that it was the most terrifying thing I've ever done. The free-falling aspect was okay because it was quick, but then I had to glide for 14 minutes at 10,000 feet, 9,000 feet, and all I could do was think about how quickly I could return to the ground in one piece. So I raised around £30,000 for the charity, which equated to 4 mobile screening units, which were set up in the southeast of London. And I'm confident that the work that Cardiac Risk in the Young has supported other families and made sure that nobody else goes through that tragedy so young.
Yeah. Wow, jumping a plane must have been really scary.
I don't recommend it, Grace. Please don't.
So, what tips would you give girls when they start to think about their own careers and maybe their own futures?
Really good question. I get asked this a lot, particularly because of my early careers background. The tips are normally the same, and it's almost touching upon what my mentor said to me, you know, believe in yourself and you will achieve anything. We talk at stage about breaking down barriers in youth employment. Well, we genuinely mean that. Anything that you see as a hindrance. We have people that come to us sort of with people with neurodiversity and so forth, and they say, we don't feel that we can excel in this environment. So I think that it's the employer's responsibility to help people achieve that, and Sage is very good at doing that. For girls particularly, as I say, you can do absolutely anything that you set your mind to. There is nothing that guys in tech can do that you can't, trust me. And as I said earlier, even if you're not strong in STEM subjects and coding, there really is a job in tech for everybody. And I think that if you dismiss that myth that you have to be very good at coding, developing, and so forth, you will excel. I can't stress enough that girls in tech or women in tech is really the way forward.
Yeah. So finally, as part of our Reach Next Generation Summits, we look at diversity and opportunity for young girls from the black and minority communities. But do you think that we are seeing a more inclusive society since the Black Lives Matter conversation started?
Do you know what I think's happened? And it's exactly the right thing, because we're seeing a very strong push for change since Black Lives Matter, and rightly so. I mean, the UK is a really diverse country, and we need our organisations to be reflective of our customer and community base. And again, it sounds like I'm really blowing the trumpet for Sage, but we do that really well. We actually have a network, so we have lots of colleague success networks, and you touched upon the point that I lead UKI Pride at Sage, which is LGBTQ+. But we also have Embrace, which is our race and ethnic minority network that we're very proud of, and a few other colleague success networks too. Sage have signed the Race at Work Charter for better workplace inclusion, which I think is really important that everybody gets on board with. And I think as a result of Black Lives Matter, maybe it's coincidental, but I don't think so, just seeing representation, you know, in the media more. even on TV, I don't know about you, Grace, but I've noticed more ethnically diverse people on TV adverts since the Black Lives Matter movement, and I think that's awesome. I was watching TV the other day, I don't normally watch the adverts, but there was a skincare regime, and it really focused on ethnic minorities, which I think is fantastic. I guess the awareness piece, because the agenda is not under the surface anymore. It's really been brought to the forefront, and the way it's evolving, it can only be a good thing, right?
Yeah.
I think as an ally to the LGBTQ plus community and to all of our colleague success networks, people quite often get really mixed up about language to use. And I think that the most important thing is the intention of what you ask and not what you say. You know, you can get things wrong, you can move on and you can apologise. But all the while that people are striving to learn and better themselves and better their knowledge of these issues, I think we're heading towards a really lovely space.
Of course. Well, I've really enjoyed chatting with you today, Victoria. Thank you so much, and I'm sure everyone listening will now be thinking about some of the choices they're about to make in their own careers. Well, keep listening to the Reach Next Generation podcasts as I talk to many more brilliant women. More information about us is at reachnextgeneration.com, and thank you to our sponsors, of course, Sage PLC, Haynes Watts, Ideal Standard, and Levi Strauss.
Reach Next Generation Summit in central London for young girls between the ages of 11 and 15. They heard from inspirational female leaders from business, sport, social media, nutrition and fashion. And we touched on a range of subjects all designed to help them fulfill their dreams and ambitions and build confidence. Good morning everybody and a very warm welcome to our first Reach Next Generation Summit. My name's Sarah Stirk and I'm the founder of Reach. And this is my brilliant co-host for the day.
I'm Grace Jeffries, but everyone calls me LJ. It's a long story.
Now, LJ, you're 11 years of age.
Yeah.
Why do you think today is important for girls of your age?
Well, I think this summer is a great idea because here we are about to listen to women talk about their amazing and inspirational careers, and they'll be sharing some of their experiences with us. This will help us to make good choices in our own careers, now that we are at the age that we're starting to think about that.
Exactly, well said, LJ. And I think now it's time, so enjoy the day, have fun, enjoy yourselves, hopefully meet some new friends. And if we can inspire you, motivate you through the course of the day, and you leave here with a few lessons learned, that would be absolutely amazing.
Hi, we're at Reach Next Gen.
I've worked in a very male-dominated environment, so sport, typically quite male-dominated, and TV as well is male-dominated. I kind of feel like I've broken down some barriers in my career. So I've always been really passionate about women's empowerment and women's leadership. I wanted to set up Reach really to meet like-minded women to kind of learn and network and help from each other, and then events like today inspire the next generation.
I'm 53 and I still don't know really what I want to do when I grow up, so it's okay not to know.
Today's about learning life lessons but also career lessons. How important is it to do that at such a young age?
Oh, it's imperative now. I think, again, the world has changed, and I think we're more, again, because of the internet, we can access much more positive material, but it's how we actually tailor that.
Young people, they are really frightened to get things wrong. So they don't want to put up their hand to talk in case somebody thinks they're silly or the comment isn't right. Really just trying to just get that out of them, because we know that inside there is an inner confidence.
I've learned a lot from these sessions, especially about mindset and about how confidence is key.
I really love today because I learned a lot about my confidence and how I'm going to do great in the future.
And it's taken me 45 years of my life to actually step into who I really am and to be who I really am.
My brand is called It Starts With You, and that was the title of my talk, and the importance of being yourself and how that increases your happiness. Ultimately, it helps you unlock your potential, it helps you find your passion and your purpose.
I really enjoyed today because I found out a lot about myself.
I really think I've gained confidence after the sessions. I really liked it.
So I think there's something that you might like doing. So he tried me with detached youth work. So detached youth work is street-based youth work. Street-based youth work where you work on the streets with gangs of young people who, for whatever reason, choose not to use youth clubs. And I loved it. I found something I was really, really good at.
didn't know what to expect, really. I wasn't quite sure. I hoped we'd have a conversation, which we did, which was lovely. And they were so inspired. They were really inspiring young people, young women.
This is Beyonce. She was at Jay-Z's concert and she walked freely through the concert. No one ever noticed her because with her clothes, she changed her story. Because when you expect to see Beyonce, you expect to see a superstar, you expect to see someone very, very glamorous. None of you indicated that she was a girl. She was there for the whole nearly 2 hours without being noticed, just by changing her clothes and hiding herself a bit.
My expectation is that if I can get them to be engaged, I can get them to ask questions. I remember being young and thinking, I'm not going to ask any questions, I'm just going to sit and listen. So the fact that I had some questions, I'm really happy about that.
We are the UK's only charity dedicated entirely to the prediction and prevention of breast cancer.
And I hope that amongst us here today, there are future leaders, politicians, surgeons, entertainers, celebrities, lawyers, fashion designers, who will really make their mark in society and in the world that we live in today.
3, 2, 1, cue.
Hello, my name is Celeste Benge. I'm 12 years old and I go to Lady Margaret School. I would like to be a TV presenter because you get to address political and social issues and your voice gets heard.
I am. Come on. Come on. I want to hear you shout. Shout the ceiling off the roof. Right. I am. I am. I can't hear you over there. I am. I am. I can't hear you.
There's a place for everyone. So what makes my ascension even more remarkable is the fact that I didn't go to Oxford University, but only because I didn't think that I would get into Oxford, so I didn't bother applying.
One of the things I talked about is how I got into the post, trailblazing, that you can be anything that you want to be. So the more they told me that I couldn't, was the more I was determined that I could.
I'm very inspired by all the speakers today. It can teach you to uplift yourself and to be more confident.
The level of energy in the room went up brilliantly. There was little bits of giggle and laughter, there was some conversation, things got better.
Behind the scenes it's been quite fun with the tic-tacs. Some people might have heard that.
But LJ, who have we got coming up next as our next guest speaker?
Well, next onto the floor is Michelle Peeney-Reid. Michelle is from Levi's, so we need a big welcome, please. Everyone give a round of applause for Michelle.
I was really shy. I didn't kind of put myself out there to kind of, ask questions or be part of a group in any way. But I think as you kind of get older, you kind of realise that, you don't have to worry about things like that, and you have this inner voice to be able to do what you want to do with your life.
Been like, what was I like at 11? Bloody nightmare, probably. If I would have done a talk to an older group of people, I would have had a presentation, I would have formulated it a lot more, and I just thought, who would I want to relate to at that age, and I just thought I'd just go up there and just be a bit real. This is called Salvage, so it's basically, when you see Salvage, it means it's the strongest denim out there, so it's a 14-ounce denim, and I've got an LVC shirt on, so this is Levi's vintage clothing.
She says I got a complex, but she's speaking out of context. I'm just living for the moment, cross my heart before she's so late.
What's the biggest thing that you've learned today, would you say?
I'd say kind of always believe in yourself and always try hard. Just because you failed, that doesn't mean that you can't do it.
Us talking and expressing ourselves, and just bringing our confidence up.
So my advice would be to not kind of follow trends, not following what other people are doing, not following what you think is going to make you successful, but what makes you happy, what brings you joy, and what are you kind of naturally good at.
Hi, my name is Katie Leeson and I'm Managing Director of Social Chain UK.
There's so much online about how social media is the bad guy, and there are very few people talking about the actual positives of social media, and that's what I'm here to do today.
important to learn things from different people's perspectives.
I think nowadays we do tend to think about a food in terms of how it makes us look. Are we going to get fat? Are we going to be thin? Are we going to look better for eating a certain food?
It's a group of very engaged young women.
She's worked with everybody from Little Mix to Emily Sandé to Gabrielle and coached on shows like The X Factor. So a big round of applause for Priscilla.
Sing it out loud, sing it out loud. On the trail run out. This is me.
Hey, yo.
Thanks to DLD for hosting and Haynes Watts and Levi Strauss for their invaluable support.
This is lion in a burning.
Just a few days ago, we hosted our first Reach Next Generation Summit in central London for young girls between the ages of 11 and 15. They heard from inspirational female leaders from business, sport, social media, nutrition and fashion. And we touched on a range of subjects, all designed to help them fulfill their dreams and ambitions and build confidence. Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to our first Reach Next Generation Summit. My name's Sarah Stirk and I'm the founder of Reach, and this is my brilliant co-host for the day.
I'm Grace Jeffries, but everyone calls me LJ. It's a long story.
Now LJ, you're 11 years of age.
Yep.
Why do you think today is important for girls of your age?
Well, I think this summer is a great idea because here we are about to listen to women talk about their amazing and inspirational careers, and they'll be sharing some of their experiences with us. This will help us to make good choices in our own careers, now that we are at the age that we're starting to think about that.
Exactly, well said LJ. And I think now it's time, so enjoy the day, have fun, enjoy yourselves, hopefully meet some new friends. And if we can inspire you, motivate you through the course of the day, and you leave here with a few lessons learned, that would be absolutely amazing.
Hi, we're at Reach Next Gen.
I've worked in a very male-dominated environment, so sport, typically quite male-dominated, and TV as well is male-dominated. I kind of feel like I've broken down some barriers in my career, so I've always been really passionate about women's empowerment and women's leadership. I wanted to set up Reach, really, to meet like-minded women to kind of learn and network and help from each other, and then events like today inspire the next generation.
I'm 53 and I still don't know really what I want to do when I grow up, so it's okay not to know.
Today's about learning life lessons, but also career lessons. How important is it to do that at such a young age?
Oh, it's imperative now. I think, again, the world has changed, and I think we're more, again, because of the internet, we can access much more positive material, but it's how we actually tailor that.
Young people, they are really frightened to get things wrong. So they don't want to put up their hand to talk in case somebody thinks they're silly or the comment isn't right. Really just trying to just get that out of them, because we know that inside there is an inner confidence.
I've learned a lot from these sessions, especially about mindset and about how confidence is key.
I really love today because I learned a lot about my confidence and how I'm going to do great in the future.
It's taken me 45 years of my life to actually step into who I really am and to be who I really am.
My brand is called It Starts With You, and that was the title of my talk, and the importance of being yourself and how that increases your happiness. Ultimately, it helps you unlock your potential, it helps you find your passion and your purpose.
I really enjoyed today because I found out a lot about myself.
I really think I've gained confidence after this session, so I really liked it.
So I think there's something that you might like doing. So he tried me with detached youth work. So detached youth work is street-based youth work. Street-based youth work where you work on the streets with gangs of young people who, for whatever reason, choose not to use youth clubs. And I loved it. I found something I was really, really good at.
I didn't know what to expect, really. I wasn't quite sure. I hoped we'd have a conversation, which we did, which was lovely. And they were so inspired. They were really inspiring young people, young women.
This is Beyonce. She was at Jay-Z's concert and she walked freely through the concert. No one ever noticed her Because with her clothes, she changed her story. Because when you expect to see Beyonce, you expect to see a superstar, you expect to see someone very, very glamorous. None of you indicated that she was a girl. She was there for the whole nearly 2 hours without being noticed, just by changing her clothes and hiding herself a bit.
My expectation is that if I can get them to be engaged, I can get them to ask questions. So I remember being young and thinking, I'm not going to ask any questions, I'm just going to sit and listen. So the fact that I had some questions, I'm really happy about that.
We are the UK's only charity dedicated entirely to the prediction and prevention of breast cancer.
And I hope that amongst us here today, there are future leaders, politicians, surgeons, entertainers, celebrities, lawyers, fashion designers, who will really make their mark in society and in the world that we live in today.
3, 2, 1, cue.
Hello, my name is Celeste Benge. I'm 12 years old and I go to Lady Margaret School. I would like to be a TV presenter because you get to address political and social issues and your voice gets heard.
I am. Come on. Come on. I want to hear you shout. Shout the ceiling off the roof. Right. I am. I am. I can't hear you over there. I am. I am. I can't hear you. There's a place for everyone. So what makes my ascension even more remarkable is the fact that I didn't go to Oxford University, but only because I didn't think that I would get into Oxford, so I didn't bother applying.
One of the things I talked about is how I got into the post, trailblazing, that you can be anything that you want to be. So the more they told me that I couldn't, was the more I was determined that I could.
I'm very inspired by all the speakers today. It can teach you to uplift yourself and to be more confident.
The level of energy in the room went up brilliantly. There was little bits of giggle and laughter. There was some conversation. Things got better.
Behind the scenes, it's been quite fun with the tic-tacs. Some people might have heard that.
But LJ, who have we got coming up next as our next guest speaker?
Well, next onto the floor is Michelle Peeney-Reid. Michelle is from Levi's, so we need a big welcome, please. Everyone give a round of applause for Michelle.
I was really shy. I didn't kind of put myself out there to kind of, ask questions or be part of a group in any way. But I think as you kind of get older, you kind of realise that, you don't have to worry about things like that, and you have this inner voice to be able to do what you want to do with your life.
Been like, what was I like at 11? Bloody nightmare, probably. If I would have done a talk to an older group of people, I would have had a presentation, I would have formulated it a lot more, and I just thought, who would I want to relate to at that age, and I just thought I'd just go up there and just be a bit real. This is called selvage, so it's basically, when you see selvage, it means it's the strongest denim out there, so it's a 14-ounce denim, and I've got an LVC shirt on, so this is Levi's vintage clothing.
She says I got a complex, but she's speaking out of context. I'm just living for the moment, cross my heart before she's stolen.
What's the biggest thing that you've learnt today, would you say?
I'd say kind of always believe in yourself and always try hard. Just because you failed, that doesn't mean that you can't do it.
Us talking and expressing ourselves, just bringing our confidence up.
My advice would be to not kind of follow trends, not following what other people are doing, not following what you think is going to make you successful, but what makes you happy, what brings you joy, and what are you kind of naturally good at.
Hi, my name is Katie Leeson and I'm Managing Director of Social Chain UK. There's so much online about how social media is the bad guy, and there are very few people talking about the actual positives of social media, and that's what I'm here to do today.
It's important to learn things from different people's perspectives.
I think nowadays we do tend to think about food in terms of how it makes us look. Are we going to get fat? Are we going to be thin? Are we going to look better for eating a certain food?
It's a group of very engaged young women.
She's worked with everybody from Little Mix to Emily Sandé to Gabrielle, and coached on shows like The X Factor. So a big round of applause for Priscilla.
Sing it out loud, sing it out loud. On the trail of
to DLD for hosting, and Haynes Watts and Levi Strauss for their invaluable support.
This is Lion with a burning.
Just a few days ago, we hosted our first Reach Next Generation Summit in central London for young girls between the ages of 11 and 15. They heard from inspirational female leaders from business, sport, social media, nutrition and fashion. And we touched on a range of subjects, all designed to help them fulfill their dreams and ambitions and build confidence.
Funky music.
Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to our first Reach Next Generation Summit. My name's Sarah Stirk, and I'm the founder of Reach, and this is my brilliant co-host for the day.
I'm Grace Jeffries, but everyone calls me LJ. It's a long story.
Now, LJ, you're 11 years of age.
Yeah.
Why do you think today is important for girls of your age?
Well, I think this summer is a great idea because here we are about to listen to women talk about their amazing and inspirational careers, and they'll be sharing some of their experiences with us. This will help us to make good choices in our own careers, now that we are at the age that we're starting to think about that.
Exactly, well said, LJ. And I think now it's time, so enjoy the day, have fun, enjoy yourselves, hopefully meet some new friends. And if we can inspire you, motivate you through the course of the day, and you leave here with a few lessons learned, that would be absolutely amazing.
Hi, we're at Reach Next Gen.
I've worked in a very male-dominated environment, so sport, typically quite male-dominated, and TV as well is male-dominated. I kind of feel like I've broken down some barriers in my career, so I've always been really passionate about women's empowerment and women's leadership. I wanted to set up Reach, really, to meet like-minded women to kind of learn and network and help from each other, and then events like today inspire the next generation.
I'm 53 and I still don't know really what I want to do when I grow up, so it's okay not to know.
Today's about learning life lessons, but also career lessons. How important is it to do that at such a young age?
Oh, it's imperative now. I think, again, the world has changed, and I think we're more, again, because of the internet, we can access much more positive material, but it's how we actually tailor that.
Young people, they are really frightened to get things wrong. So they don't want to put up their hand to talk in case somebody thinks they're silly or the comment isn't right. Really just trying to just get that out of them, because we know that inside there is an inner confidence.
I've learned a lot from these sessions, especially about mindset and about how confidence is key.
I really love today because I learned a lot about my confidence and how I'm going to do great in the future.
And it's taken me 45 years of my life to actually step into who I really am and to be who I really am.
My brand is called It Starts With You, and that was the title of my talk, and the importance of being yourself and how that increases your happiness. Ultimately, it helps you unlock your potential, it helps you find your passion and your purpose.
I really enjoyed today because I found out a lot about myself. I really think I've gained confidence after the sessions. I really liked it.
So I think there's something that you might like doing. So he tried me with detached youth work. So detached youth work is street-based youth work. Street-based youth work where you work on the streets with gangs of young people who, for whatever reason, choose not to use youth clubs. And I loved it. I found something I was really, really good at.
I didn't know what to expect, really. I wasn't quite sure. I hoped we'd have a conversation, which we did, which was lovely. And they were so inspired. They were really inspiring young people, young women.
This is Beyonce. She was at Jay-Z's concert and she walked freely through the concert. No one ever noticed her because with her clothes, she changed her story. Because when you expect to see Beyonce, you expect to see a superstar, you expect to see someone very, very glamorous. None of you indicated that she was a girl. She was there for the whole nearly 2 hours without being noticed, just by changing her clothes and hiding herself a bit.
My expectation is that if I can get them to be engaged, I can get them to ask questions. So I remember being young and thinking, I'm not going to ask any questions, I'm just going to sit and listen. So the fact that I had some questions, I'm really happy about that.
We are the UK's only charity dedicated entirely to the prediction and prevention of breast cancer.
And I hope that amongst us here today, there are future leaders, politicians, surgeons, entertainers, celebrities, lawyers, fashion designers who will really make their mark in society and in the world that we live in today.
3, 2, 1, cue.
Hello, my name is Celeste Benge. I'm 12 years old and I go to Lady Margaret School. I would like to be a TV presenter because you get to address political and social issues and your voice gets heard.
I am! Come on! Come on! I want to hear you shout. Shout the ceiling off the roof. Right. I am! I am! I can't hear you over there. I am! I am! I can't hear you. There's a place for everyone. So what makes my ascension even more remarkable is the fact that I didn't go to Oxford University, but only because I didn't think that I would get into Oxford, so I didn't bother applying.
One of the things I talked about is how I got into the post, trailblazing, that you can be anything that you want to be. So the more they told me that I couldn't, was the more I was determined that I could.
I'm very inspired by all the speakers today. It can teach you to uplift yourself and to be more confident.
The level of energy in the room went up brilliantly. There was little bits of giggle and laughter, there was some conversation, things got better.
Behind the scenes it's been quite fun with the tic-tacs. Some people might have heard that.
But LJ, who have we got coming up next as our next guest speaker?
Well, next onto the floor is Michelle Peeney-Reid. Michelle is from Levi's, so we need a big welcome, please. Everyone give a round of applause for Michelle.
I was really shy. I didn't kind of put myself out there to kind of, ask questions or be part of a group in any way. But I think as you kind of get older, you kind of realise that, you don't have to worry about things like that, and you have this inner voice to be able to do what you want to do with your life. Been like, what was I like at 11? Bloody nightmare, probably. If I would have done a talk to an older group of people, I would have had a presentation, I would have formulated it a lot more, and I just thought, who would I want to relate to at that age, and I just thought I'd just go up there and just be a bit real. This is called Salvage, so it's basically, when you see Salvage, it means it's the strongest denim out there, so it's a 14-ounce denim, and I've got an LVC shirt on, so this is Levi's vintage clothing.
She says I got a complex, but she's speaking out of context. I'm just living for the moment, cross my heart before she stole it.
What's the biggest thing that you've learnt today, would you say?
I'd say kind of always believe in yourself and always try hard. Just because you failed, that doesn't mean that you can't do it.
Us talking and expressing ourselves, and just bringing our confidence up.
My advice would be to not kind of follow trends, not following what other people are doing, not following what you think is going to make you successful, but what makes you happy, what brings you joy, and what are you kind of naturally good at.
Hi, my name is Katie Leeson and I'm Managing Director of Social Chain UK.
There's so much online about how social media is the bad guy, and there are very few people talking about the actual positives of social media, and that's what I'm here to do today.
It's important to learn things from different people's perspectives.
I think nowadays we do tend to think about food in terms of how it makes us look. Are we going to get fat? Are we going to be...
Hello, welcome to our Reach Next Generation podcast. I'm Grace Jeffries and I'm thinking about my future. To help me with this, I'm speaking with successful women to get an understanding of the challenges they have faced throughout their careers, how they became them, and what tips they have for girls of my age. Today my guest is Sharika Patel, who is the lead tailor of Lot 1 made to order at Levi Strauss & Co. Thanks for joining me today, Sharika. Can we start by you telling us all how your career took you to Levi's?
Hi Grace, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. Well, I've been with Levi's now for 8 years, so that's a pretty long time. And I actually studied bespoke tailoring, which is a lot to do with suiting and the craft of handcraft suiting in the UK, in England. So I actually started my journey with tailoring there, and it's a long story, but I went into a lot of jobs before I got to Levi's and the job role here, doing loads of internships and small roles like that. And I actually met a lot of people on the way who then led me to when this job role came into a position as a recommendation. So through the small jobs of working in costume, in tailoring, this was a new position that came up because it was a fairly new part of Levi's. So once it was 1 year old, I was invited for an interview for this new lead tailor role. And I've been in that role for the 8 years. And I've actually been able to grow with the actual program. So this program starting 9 years ago, I've been able to grow with it and actually stay in the same role, but grow as the business grew.
Well, your career seems like it could have been quite interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
It must have been quite nice to have your colleagues recommend you for that job.
Yeah, it was a really uplifting for my skills. So yeah, that was a really good thing for me to be able to go forward with that.
When you were at school, did you know that you wanted to be a tailor, or did you want to be something else?
I didn't know. I think it took me a long time to really decide what I wanted to do. I actually thought I wanted to be an architect. I think there was even a point I thought I wanted to be a doctor. But I actually didn't start off studying this path until quite a lot later. When I went and did my A-levels, I actually studied psychology, law and sociology. So it wasn't in the path of this. And I realised that it wasn't what I wanted to do. So I took 2 years out and then went on to figure out, or by doing some small courses, that I wanted to do more in making clothes. So that's how it started.
Well, what interested you about clothing? What really started the fire that made you want to be a tailor?
So I have had a bit of, my mum used to be a seamstress, or she used to dabble in seamstressing. So it was always around me, but it was never an idea that I would go into that. And what really started that flame was I did a small course to make a dress that was, I think it was in North London, and it was only like a 6-week course, and I did it every evening for maybe 6 weeks, and it gave me a little bit of skill, and it just started a passion in me to start making stuff, and then it just led me to then studying more.
Yeah. Well, I know you went to the University of the Arts, but how important do you actually think it is to go to university?
I think it's very dependent on what you want to do. I think I could have gone in many directions with tailoring. I could have done an apprenticeship. I could have studied. But what university gave to me as a personal individual is it gave me growth in myself.
Yes.
Whereas some people actually know what they want to do and have a clear direction. I think I needed more hand-holding, so university was perfect for me. I know many people who didn't go to university and did an apprenticeship in my industry, and I think it completely depends on what you're looking to do and, where your skills.
Welcome back everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and are ready for the afternoon sessions.
Absolutely, and just to say well done to all of you who have spoken, as Paul said,
to us about the day in front of the TV camera. We've got a few budding TV presenters, I think, in the room as well. I know you're one over there. You like the camera, don't you? You as well? Yeah, you did a fantastic job. So as Paul said, we'll get a few more of you talking on camera in a little bit. But we're going to go straight into our next session, and we're delighted to welcome Sharika Patel, the lead tailor at Levi Strauss, one of our sponsors. Come on, Sharika. One of our sponsors here at the Next Generation Summit. She's going to talk a little bit about her job, her career, her life to date, and it may be a career that you guys are interested in as well going forward. So Sharika, thank you very much for your support, and take it away. Looking forward to the next 30 minutes or so. Thank you.
Good. Hi, everybody. I am Sharika, just as I've been introduced, and I'm the lead tailor of a program called Lot Number 1 at Levi's. Now, we make bespoke jeans. So bespoke is making a unique item for a client. So we make individual jeans for clientele. Now, they come in and they choose their denim, they choose their buttons and rivets, and they get to design exactly what they want to make. So these are some examples of what I've made to date. We also do customizations, and I'll show you through some really, really cool customizations. So I've been with Levi's for 8 years, and on a day-to-day basis, what we do is we have clienteles, customer liaisons, design the jeans, decide what they want for a fitting, and choose absolutely everything. I then go away, make patterns, and make the full garment. So I'm sewing and cutting all through the day. Clothes are really, really important. We all need to wear clothes. We express ourselves, it protects us. So to be able to make individual items for people is really, really amazing, and I really enjoy it. Here's an example of a denim that is from the 1970s. So my friend from work, he has got this from his mum, so she kept it all that time, and my colleagues have reutilized it, saved it from being thrown away, and being really sustainable and making a really, really amazing design. So you can see that we have done this pink, beautiful repair, which would have been a big gaping hole if it wasn't and wouldn't have been wearable. We also make jeans from jeans that can't be worn anymore. We utilize the 2 pieces of jeans. So this is actually 2 jeans put together in one. And it makes a really cool design. And this is something that you could do. Lots of people think of fashion, and when you think of fashion design, you go into the industry and you think you're going to be a fashion designer. Now, fashion designing is not the only thing you can do. There's so many different things involved in fashion design. You have to make the garments, you have to do the production, you have to talk to marketing and get everything together. So it's a big world. I'm going to talk you through how I came to be a tailor. Now, when I was around your age, I had no idea what I wanted to do. I didn't even know there was a job of tailoring. I wanted to be quite typically a vet, I think, probably at the age of 11. A doctor going through, architect, and then I still didn't know when I finished my GCSEs what I wanted to be, and I still was nowhere close to being a tailor. Now, this is why today is so important, because what I was lacking was guidance. There were so many things that I enjoyed. I enjoyed maths, science, art, but I hadn't pinpointed what really, really made me happy, gave me, joy, and what I really wanted to learn more about. So in secondary school, I still hadn't found any luck, and I didn't have any guidance, so I studied law, psychology, and sociology. Just followed my friends. You know, I wanted to be part of my friends' group, wanted to do the same classes as them. And so I didn't pursue something that I particularly wanted to do. I did pretty well. I did all right. I got through it. I got good grades. And then I came to a point where I just didn't enjoy what I was doing. I didn't want to carry it further. I was missing something. I was missing a bit of creativity, as you can see in the video here. I wanted to use my hands. And I just wasn't going to be happy with doing law, psychology, or sociology. So I took some time out because still, again, I didn't have like a solid knowledge of what was available to me. And I did some work. I worked as a cleaner, worked in retail, I did some admin. And the thing that really brought me to finding what I wanted to do was doing some short courses. And so I decided to do a sewing course, and I made a dress. I didn't even finish it, I'm sorry. But it made me buzz, and I got really excited, and I wanted to make more. I wanted to make everything I'm wearing today. So I decided to look into what was available for me. In the universities, there is a wide range of courses you can do. And I was really scared to apply for them because I didn't have a portfolio. I didn't do any more sewing than apart from what I did in that course. And so I was still scared at that point. But I found one course, I decided to do a little bit more, and it led me to really wanting to do even more. So I did a diploma in handcraft tailoring, which then focused me into that world of tailoring and gave me access to doing a university degree. Now, university is not the only way that you have to go if you were interested in fashion, interested in making, tailoring, textiles. There's so many other pathways you can go. University was good for me personally because I was a very shy person. I didn't really have a pathway that I could follow without having a structure, which university gave me. So I studied there and got a BA in bespoke tailoring and found myself still at the end of it finding things that I needed, not knowing what I wanted to specifically do, because even though I'm now a jeans tailor in Levi's, there's still many jobs I did before. I worked in costume, working with the show Shrek and in the Royal Opera House, but they only gave me little snippets of like jobs that had potential or gave me what I wanted. It took me a long time to find my place, and meeting people and connecting with people is how I found it. It was really important for me to do all those small jobs that I did before I landed at Levi's, because it gave me a lot more confidence and in myself as a whole, but also in my skills. And it was a pivotal point of my journey. So now I'm in Levi's 8 years, and this is the first time I've talked to a group, so sorry if I'm a bit nervous. But I can say that working there for 8 years, I can really be proud that I am in the position I am and making clothes from scratch. If I was to give any five pieces of advice that I have learnt over all of my experience, number one is never too late to start. It took me a long time to find what I wanted to do. And I think some of you girls will know what you want to do and you'll be really passionate with it. But you won't necessarily, and it's okay. It's okay not to know. It's okay to do some courses and do some little activities to find what you really want to do. Number 2, be humble. You may know something really, really well. You may know a subject really well, but someone's always going to know something that you don't know. Learning from others is really important. It's where it's brought me today. By being humble, I know it's given me growth. Number 3, remember it's okay to not be the best at something. I was never the best in any of my classes. I was the average person. You know, when I went to tailoring, I wasn't at the top of my class, but I loved it. I loved working with my hands, I loved sewing, and so I stuck at it. I stuck at it and I kept going. And I learned and learned and learned, and I found my place. You don't always have to be the best at something to be part of something and to be a part of an important part of that world. Number 4, choose a path that you enjoy. You have to be happy. It's okay to get stressed and anxious sometimes within your job. It's going to happen. You know, jobs are stressful. But ultimately, this is what you're going to be doing for most of your working life. Your life. You're going to be working a lot of your life. So make it something you enjoy. And most importantly, look after yourself. Now, we all strive to have these big careers, but what I've learned, especially through pandemic and all of everything that's happened, is that looking after your mind and your body is most important to then being successful in turn. So that's my 5 pieces of advice. Any questions? So,
how long does it usually take you to make a pair of jeans?
Takes me about, I would say, 8 hours. So in the process of making jeans, we have a very long process, and it takes about 8 hours to make the jeans.
Do you know how you started making jeans? How did you find your way into a business that you were really comfortable with?
When I started, it was the only job available of making jeans, but the team that I was with was the most important. You know, you have to get along. Sometimes things are going to be stressful, but I found my place by finding the people that I worked with. I knew people pre-hand. I connected with people from other jobs, and that's how I found it. Connections is really important.
Except from making jeans, what else do you make?
I make this jacket. I make, on the side, I make trousers, and I can make any clothing. I've made bags before. Over lockdowns, I made masks, like a lot of people did. I also made scrubs for some of the NHS workers when in lockdowns. So my skills are very, they can go forward, and, you can use them for a lot of different things, which is really important. It's not something that just sticks to one thing.
Have you ever, been in the middle of making a piece of clothing and be like, this is really hard, I'm not going to finish that?
Yes, I must admit, I have a pile in my room of all half-made garments, and specifically for myself. If I'm making it for someone else, it's very easy to finish, but when it's for myself, it's easy to put it down. And I'm always, it's on my list. It's on my list to make.
Where did you find your passion for making things?
I had my family was in sewing. They weren't as jobs, but it was more for the hobbies, and they made clothes for themselves. So my mum made clothes, all of her occasion clothes, and I've got them still. So it's something that's also been passed down to me, but I think it was ultimately doing a lot of courses and stuff in my spare time, or learning on the internet, and still stuff that I learned today, like some of the embroidery, is things I've learned later in life. It's not early. They're things I've learned later and more recent things.
If you were to make jeans like that are all embroidered, how long does it take you to make them?
Oh, it depends. If they were all embroidered, like the hand embroidery that I've got up, which I actually haven't properly shown you guys, it would take a long time, because just one small thing can take an hour if you're doing it by hand. But there are such things as embroidery machines and what they have today, so it's just fun doing it by hand. But I wouldn't embroider a whole jean. Takes too long.
Do you make most of your own clothes?
Yes, I do, but because it is my job, I find that I don't have time to do as much as I would like to. But most of my clothes, my jeans I wear now, are made by me. I try my best to. It's the most sustainable thing to do, is to make your own clothes if you can, or to repair them, renew them. So that's what I try to do.
What's the most exciting pair of jeans that you've ever made, and you finished it and you've just kind of gone yeah, that was a good pair of jeans?
Most people's jeans are quite boring, actually, the people I make for. But there was one person who got me to do a oversized jean look, and it wasn't what I would wear, but it was really fun to make. And he had huge pockets, huge tab, huge label on the back. Everything was supposed to be extra big, and it was a design that Levi's had done as a bit many years ago, and so I had to recreate it, and that was really, really fun.
How many pairs of jeans do you make a day?
So in a week, we make probably about 5 pairs each. So I'm a team of 5, and we all do cutting, sewing, and the fitting. So about 5 a week. I'm the fastest. I can make the jeans the fastest. Yes. Oh.
Have you ever had any negative comment about your jeans that put you down?
Yes, definitely. When you're working with people, you're always going to get someone who's unhappy. You know, I've had lots of clients who have put me down because they don't see me as professional enough. They see me as looking very young. They don't trust me because of the way I look. I'm a woman. But the only way you can overcome this in this harsh world is to make sure you know what you're talking about and be confident in it. And that's what I've really learned from working with a lot of clients, is that when I'm talking about what I do, I'm confident and I know, and they then come around and are very willing to work with me.
Did anyone inspire you to be a tailor?
My mum, probably. I didn't know it, but she was a dressmaker, so I think it ultimately came from that.
How did you feel when you got into tailoring for Levi's?
I was very, I was amazed. I was very lucky. I felt very pleased that I could learn something new, because it wasn't something that everyone was teaching or learning and making. And I think I took it for granted at some points as well, but now that I've been there 8 years, I can really look back and see how much I've grown just within that company as well.
Would you say that your first, design or, jeans, whatever you made first, was, a success or a fail?
My first jeans is over here. So this is my first pair of jeans that I ever made. And it used to look like this. But denim is an amazing thing, and that's why we've had it for such a long, that's why it's such an important part of our fashion history, is that it is an evolving thing. It started so dark, and I've made it my own. So I wore it for maybe 5 years, lots of wearing. You can see that I do fittings in them. So I do fittings in them, so I kneel down and I've got wear lines here. So yeah, this is my first pair of jeans. So I think I could say it's a success. It took me a long time to get to that point though. I didn't just make a jean out of nowhere.
What is your favourite part of the process when you're making jeans?
I think my favourite part is, very specifically, is probably making the back pockets. I really enjoy that bit. But I think I'm much more of a maker. Now in our team, we all do everything, but some people are better at pattern cutting the jeans, some people are better at sewing. And I like to compete, and I like to be very fast at sewing.
What's the trickiest part of the jean to make?
Probably the fly. So where you have your buttons or your zip, it's really, really annoying. But putting that in is probably the most annoying part.
What's your favourite types of jeans to make?
At the moment, we're making a lot of flares, and it's really, really nice. Getting that shape and people going for really exaggerated flared jeans is probably my favourite.
What's the most often requested type of jeans at the minute?
The most often requested is really, really boring. It's mid-rise, straight, slim leg. So it's not very fun. But what they do is when they have that kind of style, they'll go for multiple colours on their jean or different highlights. So the stitching on the back might be pink or orange, which is really fun.
I know earlier how you said about the the man asked for the big, make everything a bigger size. Apart from that, what's the most craziest jeans someone's asked you to make?
There's actually a lot of jeans that we've been asked to make and we've not been able to make. I think there's actually one guy we've actually made who's done multiple coloured panels. So he's made a jacket and a jean, and every single difference, every single panel is a different colour of denim. So probably that was the most fun and most vibrant piece of clothing.
Is it hard to make ripped jeans?
Yes, it's not hard. It's probably, you can do it quite easily, but I'm quite, I like my jeans to be one piece. I think I know it's a trend to have rips and repairs all over your jeans, but because I make them from scratch, I don't like to rip them.
What would you say to your younger self who started tailoring?
I would say, be more confident and try and do a lot more than I had done. So I feel like I could have got more out of what I'm doing now, got here quicker if I concentrated and were more confident and stuck to it a bit more.
What's the most popular type of jeans, straight leg, high rise, or skinny? Any?
It's probably a straight leg at the moment, wide straight leg.
What do your prices range from?
So, in my service, we're quite expensive. So, we start at £550, and we go up to £725.
When you were younger, did you ever think you would be working at Levi's?
I had no idea. I think when I started at Levi's, I didn't own a pair of jeans. Shouldn't probably really say that. But I didn't own a pair of jeans. My dress sense was completely different. And so I had no idea. And, getting into it, now I absolutely love the history and I know so much and I'm so glad I am here.
How did you feel when you made your first ever pair of jeans?
It was really weird because you look at jeans all the time and you see them and you've tried so many on. So to be able to make your own pair of jeans for yourself that fit as you want them, it was amazing. I was really, really happy.
Before like you started making, you didn't have any pairs. How many pairs do you own now?
I probably own about 10, 12 pairs that are my own made. And then I've probably got maybe another 10 more that are, stylized jeans from Levi's.
Like, what year did you start making jeans? Sorry? What year did you start making jeans?
Yeah, so it was around 8 years ago. So 2014 was my first year.
So if you were to like have a normal pair of jeans that you bought, say, from a different shop, and you wanted to get them done up by Levi's, how much would that cost?
Unfortunately, we don't do work for other jeans, which is such a shame. But if you had some Levi's jeans, it depends on what you wanted to do. But there's so many options, and actually altering jeans, there's a lot that you can do under a lot less budget than my bespoke tailored jeans would be.
What's your least popular pair of jeans? Like, what does nobody buy?
Skinny. So we don't really do skinny jeans anymore, and I think it's mainly because we mainly do 100% cotton jeans because they last longer. You know, the synthetic fibers in denim can sometimes make it not last as long and stretch out and wash a lot more.
When you first made your design, what was your most favourite one out of everyone's design?
Everyone's design of jeans? It depends. I like quite understated jeans. So most of my jeans are wide leg, really simple colours. These ones were actually a little bit too small for me. I made them like 6 years ago, and now they're my favourite at the moment. But I put a strip down the side to make them more comfortable. So these are my favourite at the moment, but my favourite design from a client was probably a design where they did multiple colours through the jeans. So they did teal, pink, lilac, and each part had like a different colour.
What's been the most vibrant colour pair of jeans, like any colour?
Most vibrant is probably, as I said before, the one that is multiple colours of denim all the way through. So he had blue, white, different colours all the way. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you for the questions.
That was brilliant, Sharika. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Sharika, everybody. Yep, and for your fantastic questions. Love that. That was brilliant. So our next speaker, everybody, is Nikki Clark, Head of Marketing at Punch Pubs, one of the biggest hospitality companies in the UK. So a nice, warm round of applause for Nikki Clark.
Thank you, Sarah. Hello. I already met some of you in the toilet, so hello, where are you? Let's see. Hello, ladies. Hi. Let's put my lipstick on. Thank you for having me. I'm Nikki. I am formerly the head of marketing at Punch Pubs. I just got a new job, which is marketing director, something I've been working 15 years to. And I'm here to tell you about It's Not Personal, Girls, but it is a bit because we're women. So I'm here to talk to you about my journey and some of the things I've experienced and some of the things I feel you may be and how we can help each other to overcome them. So, first of all, I'm just going to talk a bit about the state of the nation, so where we are today with things, and I'll talk through this so you don't need to read the slides. So currently, the UK gender pay gap, women are paid 90p for £1 earned by men. Simply not fair. This is improving, but it's still not good enough, so it's something that we need to work on. In UK boardrooms, of which I'm now a member of the boardroom, 40% are made up of women, but that's 40%, that's not 100. So again, I think on my board right now, there's about 3 women and about 6 men, and that's something, again, we need to work on together. And in the Black, Asian and ethnic minorities, currently 17% is the representation in the workforce for hospitality. That's 5% above the UK average, but again, that's not good enough. So how do we work together to overcome some of these issues? And one of the things I want to talk to you about is it's nobody else's responsibility, it's ours. So together, I'm hoping we can come up with some ideas of how we can start to improve some of these stats. But before I get on to that, I'll just share a bit about how I started working for a massive pub chain. So I, like most people, didn't know what I wanted to do when I was 16, absolutely didn't have a clue. But I was always interested in creative things and definitely wanted to go to university. I was the first in my family to go to university, and sadly I actually didn't complete my degree, which is one of my biggest regrets of my life. But recently I've just been asked to do an MBA at Aston University, which is amazing. So again, I just want to share with you, there's lots of different options, but you don't have to go to university to get ahead and get a career, but it is an absolutely brilliant thing if that's what you want to do. So when I sort of left uni, I kind of fell into marketing and realised that I absolutely loved the job. I was the youngest person in my team, and Facebook was just coming up. So they said, right, great, you're sort of 21, you can do Facebook. And my first job was running the Facebook, the Twitter accounts. Instagram wasn't so big then. This was about 15 years ago. I'm quite old now, you'll have to bear with me. And everyone was like, you get to do Facebook for business? I was like, yeah, but it was hard work. I had to write guidelines, had to respond to people being negative. It was very different to running your own Facebook account. And had to really think about social presence online. Some people got sacked because of Facebook. They blamed Facebook. It wasn't. It was because they put their actions out on social media to share with the world, which they shouldn't have done. I think Ellie's spoken to you about that, the importance of your digital footprint and thinking about what you put out. So I ran the social media channels for a couple of years, and then I joined the co-op and I set up all their digital infrastructure. So I did email, we did websites, we did Facebook, and we linked it all together. And I had to go into rooms with a lot of 55-year-old white men, and they said, well, what's Twitter? Talk to me about Twitter. And I had to make it exciting, I had to make it fun, and I really had to sell it to them. And it was great. I had a brilliant time, won loads of awards. I also had to teach customer service teams how to write reply back in 140 letters. And they used to say, can't I just phone them or can't I just email them? I'd be like, no, they've asked you a question on social media. You need to reply via social media. We can't just pick up the phone. That's how customers want to be heard. So it was a massive journey, and that took me to about 7 years. And then my boss said to me, you really need to go and be a head of department. What are you doing? You need to go and do this. So I took a job right before lockdown in London for a company called Emma Bridgewater. And unfortunately, due to COVID, had to come back from London. I was like, that's it, I'm going to go and live in London. And then I was fortunate enough to find Punch Pubs, and I've worked there for the last couple of years and then taken my next step into directorship. So quite a sort of hybrid journey, but really enjoyed my early career teaching social media and how not to reply via phone and email if someone has sent you a tweet. But why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because really you're going to face lots of challenges as you come up in your life, and you're going to get lots of no's, you're going to get people telling you can't do it, but it's about your resilience and how you react to those things moving forward. So lots of people said to me, you'll probably never make a director. I don't think you can be a CEO. And I was like, well, I disagree. I'm going to work on my strengths, but I'm also going to work on my weaknesses. And that's kind of what's led me here today. I've got a great set of friends, but sometimes your friends don't tell you the truth. So I've got lots of mentors, I've got lots of life coaches, I've got some support networks from my old teachers and lots of people who help me think about how I approach things. And I definitely recommend that you think about how you can get a mentor. I mentor lots of kids your age and lots of people my age and some people older. There's things called reverse mentoring, so I recommend you have a look at that. That's where CEOs who are a little bit older get reverse mentored from people like you, because you tell them about the new things that are coming up that we just don't know about. So that's definitely something I'd recommend. But if we get back to the subject of the state of the nation, what are some of the things I'd like to know from you that you feel women are facing today? What are some of the challenges that either you are facing or your friends, and how can we help to fix them? So that's kind of my next question, is, what challenges do you think women are facing today? Thank you.
So being harassed and basically being told that they can't do something, and just people thinking that they can take advantage and stuff.
Yeah, that's definitely one.
I think women are facing not being treated fairly by others.
Thank you. Definitely agree.
Being used.
Equal rights, because women, I feel like they have a downside of payment, like are used to men, and they don't get the same privileges as men.
Yeah, and I think all we want is equality. Got some more hands around the room. Girls, try and go through.
People are always underestimating women and thinking that we can't do the same things as men.
Thank you. I'm just going to pop over there, but I am going to come back. I've got 3 more questions, so if I haven't got to you, I'm going to do a bit more around the room. We'll get back to you.
Constant sexualisation.
Agreed.
Lack of respect.
Thank you. Right, I am going to come back to you because I've got a couple more questions, so I'd love to be able to get back around to everyone. So I think all of those topics are some of the things women are facing, but the next question I want to ask is, how do we think we're going to overcome some of those things? So a couple of the things that I've done is to mentor people, is to educate my colleagues and friends, and sometimes these friends have been friends for a while, about the language that they use and the way they approach things. I've had to chat to my dad about a few things and say, do you know what, Dad? Constantly asking me if I'm going to get married and have children. I know you mean well, but not okay, actually. I'm quite happy with my career. I'm happy with my life. And I know you want those things for me, but actually, I don't want those things for me. And I'm really happy. So think about how we challenge some of those. And I guess that is my next question. I'm just going to skip over that one. Is sort of, what things do we think we can do? So I'm going to go to some of you that I didn't quite get a chance to. So what do you think we can do to overcome some of the issues?
Tell people that it's not okay to say things. Like if girls are playing football, then it's the same as boys. Girls can be better than boys.
Agreed, thank you. Hello, girls, thank you for waiting.
Prove them wrong. Say a girl's being stereotyped, saying they can't be as strong as a man. Prove them wrong.
Okay, thank you.
People getting taught at a young age not to sexually abuse just people, but usually it's women. So if they get taught at a young age not this is not okay, then maybe it would be less of an amount of women getting sexually assaulted or abused or anything.
Thank you. I think talking about it and getting the help that you need is really important.
I think people need to realise that women are just as capable as men. I guess.
Thank you. So I'm going to show you actually something that happened to me the other week. So this is a conference that I get asked to go to through work. So tell me, what's wrong with this picture here? Because I received this in my inbox. What do you think wrong with this picture?
They're all men.
Thank you. They're all men. They're all of the same ethnicity and they're all roughly the same age. So I actually popped this company a little email back and said, thank you for your invite to your conference. But I just want to give you some feedback about this invitation. It's really not very diverse at all. And if you'd like me to speak, by the way, I'd love to speak, but I'm just letting you know how it makes other people feel. So you are going to come across lots of these issues that we've talked about and shared today, but I think it's the way that you challenge them, you continue to educate, and also talk to each other about them. I guarantee that by sharing some of the things that you've come across, somebody else will have experienced that as well and can maybe offer some help and advice. So just to let you know, it kind of goes on. We'll come back to you. So in terms of what is done to support us, so we definitely need a new approach to equality. So all we want is to be equal, and we must continue to champion that. We need to collaborate, so finding the right people and groups that you can collaborate with. One of the main things that I've started to do is just to talk about my journey and some of the experiences. And actually I found out that 9 out of 10 of the women I speak to have probably experienced the same thing. And no matter what age you get to, no matter what level in your career, most of us have experienced imposter syndrome. So we've sat there and thought, we're not good enough. And I've heard that from some amazing CEOs. The CEO of Nike, John Lewis, all of them have shared, I felt like this. And I'm like, you felt like this? And they're like, yes. So it's really important to talk and keep collaborating and sharing our experiences. I'm part of a really great club called Global Women Club. You saw Morella this morning. I met Morella and she changed my life. If I told you what happened when I met her in that room, it was absolutely amazing, and she taught me how to speak, she taught me to be confident, she got me to share on social media. She rang me up one day and said, why don't you share? And I was like, well, I do it all day at work and I'm just exhausted when I get home. And she was like, darling, nobody knows who you are. So now I'm proud to post my dog, my silly sports car, my outfits, what I eat, my life, and I'm proud to post those things, but I needed a little bit of help to get there. So again, being part of a great club, you've all connected today, think about the new friendships that you can make and how you can support each other. But just, there's more that can be done. So, do you think this is enough? Where we are right now, are you happy with where we are? No, neither am I. But who's gonna change it? Exactly. So, question is, what are you going to do about it? So it'd be great if everybody wrote down, thought about one thing they could take away that they've learned today, not just from me, but from all the speakers that you've seen, and you've still got some great more speakers to come. One thing, and just to say, we're really quite nervous to come and see you guys. We're all sat in that room there looking, thinking, wow. I was nervously putting my lip gloss on in the toilets, thinking, so thank you for having us. But one thing, and then I'll just go around the room and find out from a couple of you, what's one thing you're going to do as a result of being here today? Just be anything. Who's ready to share? Anyone ready to share? Okay. What's the one thing you're going to do to help us to achieve equality?
Use our voice.
Excellent.
Do something about it like others have, like in history, like Catherine Johnson or any other people.
Great examples.
Speak out loud and make sure to get your way and be confident and just say if you don't feel good, then imagine how the rest of the women feel and do it for them, not just yourself.
Thank you. Like Morella says, we must empower each other. What's the one thing you're going to do?
Be the change that you wish to be.
Thank you.
Support others and let them know they're not going through anything alone.
It's a great one, because I thought I was going through it alone for years. Anybody else want to share?
Tell somebody how you feel.
Yep.
Supporting and uplifting other women instead of dragging other people down to make yourself feel better.
That's brilliant. That's exactly what we do at Global Women Club.
Use what I have already, so use I feel as though having an influence, being older, going on, talking to younger people that I know.
Thank you.
Not being afraid of what other people might think about the change that you want to make.
Yeah, that's a great one. And I had an example at work recently, actually, where I'd got some features in some magazine articles, and a couple of my colleagues had said, oh, who does she think she is? And I was a bit upset at first, to be honest. I was a bit like, that's not very nice. And then I realised, actually, I was going to go and talk to them about my journey. I took them all out for a coffee and was like, let me share the reason why I'm doing this, and turned it into a really positive conversation. So you're going to get people going to say things to you that you don't like, but it's just about how you channel that. It's your resilience and how you move it forward. So that is pretty much most of what I wanted to talk to you about today, guys. So have you got any questions? I know I've asked you a lot of questions already, but anybody got anything else they want to share? Oh, okay. You definitely had your lunch, haven't you, girls?
How did you start off like in the place that you are now?
I started off as a marketing assistant, and my job was to steam all the clothes for the photo shoots. So at the time, I worked for a company called Fruit of the Loom, and it was always the assistant's job to steam all of the rails of the clothes for the photo shoots. It wasn't very glamorous, but you learnt lots. I got to be part of the castings, I got to be part of the photo shoots, and then in a few years, I was running those photo shoots, but it was a great learning curve, and that's what I will say throughout your career. It might not seem glamorous and fun at the time, but you're always learning, and it puts you in a really good place for when you do get that job because you've got all the experience.
What made you want to do the job that you're at now?
It's a really good question. As a kid, I always had a drive and wanted to do more. Independence, I didn't want to rely on anyone really. I didn't particularly like people telling me what to do. So I guess it was always an independent drive. And I wanted to get to a point and say to other women, you can do it, I did it, and if I can do it, then so can you. Yeah.
Have you ever had someone who had said a comment that stuck with you and you can't get rid of it, like a mean comment?
Yeah, but can I give you a positive one and a mean one? So a positive one, my mentor is an ex-managing director, and I remember calling him after I'd had a dreadful call, actually, with our operations director, and he said, this isn't good enough, Nikki. I'm not happy. I'm going to go and build my website somewhere else. Absolutely the worst thing you want to be told. And I had this call afterwards with my mentor and said, oh, this project isn't going very well. I can't get his website right. He's not happy. And my mentor just said to me, be the better leader. Stop squabbling. Give him a call and sort it out. And the next day, that's what I did. I used a little bit of humour when I called him. I was like, so we're not going to outsource the website, and we're not going to fall out about sweet potato fries, because that's what we were arguing about. They weren't on the menu, I know. And that's we overcame it. But be the better leader is the constant comment I have in my mind that drives me. Anybody else has got some questions?
So I know you've made a lot of positive change throughout your life, but obviously that stuff doesn't always go according to plan. How do you cope when those changes that you want to make don't happen and don't go according to plan?
Really good question. Regroup, so go back to my core group of friends, family, support network. I call them trusted advisors, mentors, life coaches, and rediscuss how we're going to tackle that. So faced lots of rejection, but it's about how you take that rejection and how you channel it. So if someone said to me, you're not ready for directorship now, then I'll be like, okay, what do I need to do to get ready? So you have to listen, learn, regroup, reframe it, and go again, and keep trying. There's a point of, you can't be delusional about things, but you have to work at it and trust that. That's why it's really important to get that group of what I call trusted advisors who are going to support you and sometimes tell you what you don't always want to hear. So, yeah.
Like when you need help, if something didn't go your way, like what would you do?
So I like to get everything out of my head, so I write it all down, and I've got like a room in my house with like lots of paper on, and I scribble it all down. So I kind of write down the pros and cons, what went well, what didn't. And then a really powerful quote I read is that an Olympic athlete doesn't stand at the start line. So Usain Bolt doesn't get to the start line and think, do you know what? I'm not the best off the blocks. He thinks about his strength. He thinks, I've beaten everyone here and I'm going to win. So lead with your strengths. You need to develop your weaknesses, but I think for a large part of my career, I led with, I'm not good at this, I'm rubbish at finance. I'm never going to make a CEO if I can't understand how a company makes money. But then I realised all the things I was good at, being a leader, collaborating, creativity, and that's what I lead with. And I can get a really good finance person to help me understand it. So help and support and a bit of honesty. Anyone else got another question before we wrap up? Yeah. Nice trainers.
Thank you. And who inspires you?
Lots of people inspire me, but I think the one woman that changed my life was my boss, my old boss, a wonderful woman called Shahrazad. And she, I walked into this interview and I just came out thinking, I really, really need to work for you. And we've been friends ever since. We've been on some wonderful adventures, gotten in a few heated arguments, but she's always there to support me, so she changed my life. And then the new women I've met are global women as well. Morella, Sonia, Ranesh, all of those amazing women inspire me. Last one, I'm just going to see if there's anyone else who's not had a question. I'll come back.
When you were younger, did you ever think like you would be working in this industry, like where you are now?
Absolutely not. And I wasn't from a hospitality background, so when I got this job, I think I went against 10 people who all had hospitality experience, and I didn't. I had retail experience. I was at the Co-op for 7 years, and they couldn't believe it. They were like, "You've not worked in hospitality. Do you know how to change a pint?" No, I don't. Do you know anything about food and drink served? No, but I'll learn. And it was really important that I stood on why I'd applied for that job, and the strengths and weaknesses the strengths that I brought to the team. And actually there was 95% of that business that all had hospitality experience, but they didn't have the experience that I had. So no, absolutely fell into this industry. Don't want to leave, probably won't. Last one, are we okay for time? Last question, who hasn't answered a question that'd like to? Last one? Okay, thank you for having me, and it's been a pleasure, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, thank you so much, Nikki. That was brilliant, and thank you so much for supporting the summit.
It certainly was. Now, time for our next speakers. Delighted to say that we have Jenny and Heather from Prevent Breast Cancer, a subject us girls need to be very aware of. You're going to enjoy the next half an hour. So Jenny and Heather, a big round of applause, please. Another mic coming up. Sorry? Oh, right, okay.
Stand close.
We'll stand close.
Might sing for you later. No, we won't. Thank you so much. Thank you, to the people who have invited us, but thank you for your attention. Lovely. Which one do I click? The right one. Lovely, thank you. Yes, thank you for your attention, because I'm pretty aware that, hang on, there we go. I'm pretty aware that breast cancer isn't the most cheerful of subjects, and of course you're right. But don't worry, we aren't going to be scary in any way. That's not why we're here. We're here to talk to you about our charity, so don't worry about that. You might also be thinking, breast cancer, that's what old ladies get, isn't it? And you wouldn't be wrong. Yes, you're not the age group that gets it. So again, we're not going to say anything scary. But why it really is very relevant to you is because our charity has funded research that has come up with conclusive proof that there are things you can do, even at your age, that will set you up for life skills, life habits that will set you up for life and vastly reduce your chances, your risk of ever getting it. Because yes, it is about 50, it's about age group of 50 is when the risk is, and you're a long way from that. But as a breast cancer survivor myself, I really wish I'd heard some of the things we're going to say. So, what we're going to do, next Heather is going to talk to us about her experience and her life, put her on a different career path, and how she's made things happen from that. Then we're going to talk a little about breast cancer and the work of our charity. Then we're going to talk about what the charity sector can do for you and what you can do for it. Okay? So we don't want to talk at you. Do talk to us if you've got a question. We're on a very strict schedule here, but we do want to hear from you. So if we're not making sense, just shout out or put your hand up and we'll run there with the microphone. So next one is over to Heather.
And just to say that Grace has been round and give you all those leaflets, but there's also some raffle tickets, so hold on to those because you'll need them later. Okay, so I'm Heather, and I started out wanting to be a children's nurse all of my life, since I can remember really, and I did my GCSEs that they are now, didn't quite get enough to be a children's nurse, and went into adult nursing, which I loved, but I knew that I wanted to be a children's nurse. So having got some experience, I was able to then do my children's qualification because having done my general, then it meant that I was okay and good enough to do my children's. Loved my children's nursing career and worked in cancer care and intensive care and education. So it was really, really good. But then I thought I want to go and do something that's about keeping people well. So I went into research and moved into the community and practice nursing, which was my latest job. But then came along breast cancer twice. So now I've ended up as 51, an underwear model, as you'll all have seen in those little scarlet leaflets, with my own lingerie business, which was definitely not on my agenda because I'm a nurse, I'm not a businesswoman. But life deals you challenges, and I'm not going to take them lying down. And so I just sort of moved around my obstacles, found my sort of strengths. One of them is talking. So we designed our own lingerie because I had to have my boobs removed and couldn't have reconstruction, don't want a load more surgery, and don't like to fake it with fake boobs. So we developed the Scarlet, and I got a lot of support and purpose, really, from working with the charity Prevent Breast Cancer, in that, you know, I can't help patients because COVID came along after cancer, and so I've not actually been with a patient for ages, and I probably have to retrain. So I decided to help women in a different way, help you youngsters to protect your mums and your aunts and your futures, and help women that have been through this illness with us, and there's thousands of them that are just like me, so I can do something in a different way and won't just be pegged back by what's been dealt to me. There you go, Jenny.
So, we're going to have a little quiz. You can have a wriggle in your seats at the moment. So this is just a bit of fun. But, do you know what is the average bra size in the UK? Oh, go on, yeah.
Over with the microphone.
So, sorry. No.
A B or a C.
A B or a C.
Very good. Anybody think differently?
Any hands up? What was that one?
I didn't say. It was her. It was her.
Double D. You're getting closer.
Okay. Yourself? Double D, another double D. Was that nearly? No. Anybody? Yes.
We've got an F over here.
We've got another F over here. All right, let's have a look then. So 36 double D. And do you know what? When we when we do these talks, nearly always, so you must be the elite up here, because everyone says a 34B. What does smoking do to your boobs?
Makes them saggy.
Well done. Makes them saggy.
Breast cancer. Yeah. Anything else? Oh, that was something good there.
Damage your lungs. Damage your lungs. Damage your lungs.
Yeah. Right, well, it does. It makes them droopy.
One more.
It reduces the surface area in your lungs.
Perfect. It
Very
does.
good.
Well done. And it makes your boobs droopy.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that.
Okay. So, yeah, makes them droopy. And just, if you think about it, if you ever think smoking might be a good idea, just think about it. What happens? Smoke or anything else goes into your lungs, and what's on top of your lungs? Your boobs. Act perfect. So, yeah, and you've got young, vulnerable breast tissue just forming, especially when you're young or at any point. And where's that smoke going to go into your breast tissue? So it's, sorry, but there's nothing to be said for it.
So hands up if you've been and had your boobs measured. Anyone been and had your bra size done? Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's not the question, but well done. What percentage of women do you think wear the wrong bra size? Yeah, if you had to put it into a number, what would you say?
40%.
40?
54.5.
Wow, is that accurate?
90%.
90?
35%.
35?
72.
Okay.
85%.
Well done. Any down there, Jenny?
I was going to say 90.
90. 60.
20.
20.
Go around the whole room, hey?
95.
95?
63.
97.
Awful numbers, aren't they?
96.
Wow. Well, the correct number is over 80%. So loads of you were completely on the right lines there. Over 80% of people are wearing the wrong bra size. And that doesn't cause breast cancer, but it does cause breast pain and lots of other problems. So it's always best to just go and get bra sizing done at Marks and Spencer's, John Lewis, bra shops like that. Okay. Who might get breast cancer?
Anyone with boobs.
Great, yeah. And who does that include?
Could it be someone who smokes?
Yeah, can be someone who smokes.
Can't boys get it?
Can boys?
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Both women and men.
Yeah, we've got that at both ends of the room. So if you've got nipples, you can get breast cancer because you've got breast tissue. It's a lot less common in men, but there are still men that get breast cancer, rarely.
Because if you say to a man, you know, have you got breasts? They say, no. Well, you do, actually, you do.
Yeah.
So, 25 years ago, a man called Mr. Lester Barr was sitting in his office. He's a breast cancer consultant, and he's sitting in his office, and the queue to his office is getting longer and longer, metaphorically. And he's worked out that we're going about it the wrong way. We're putting sticking plasters on. We're curing women and treating women and men after they've got it. But surely we don't want people to have it in the first place. So he got off his bum, he picked up the phone, and he started making calls around the world to all his friends. 25 years later, little old Manchester, in the south of Manchester, in Wythenshawe Hospital, is the Nightingale Centre. And we are on a global scale, we lead the way in breast cancer research. That's pretty good, and as you can tell, I'm very, very proud of that. But that's what he did. He got up and he did something. It started with buy a brick to start the building up. And I say 25 years later, we're on the global stage. So he wanted to, in the middle one, we want to prevent it. This is our mission statement. We want to prevent people getting it in the first place, of whatever age, but certainly of generations to come. Your generation and the generation to come. And you know what? We can find a way of doing that. We know it's there. We know where they've got to go. They're just not there yet. And that's down to time, and it's down to money, and obviously the research that has to happen. But it's there. We know it's there. If we can prevent it, we need to predict who is going to get it, so we can head it off. And if we can predict it, then we can protect people, protect generations to come, but protect people now to limit that risk.
So one of the ways that Jenny touched on then is predicting who's going to get breast cancer. And they've learned that obviously there's genes. You might have heard of the BRCA1 and the BRCA2 genes that's associated with breast cancer. There will be many more. I've got a faulty gene. It isn't one of those genes, but it is a gene that could be, in time, discovered that that is a breast cancer gene. So I've got 2 daughters, and they'll be screened when they get to 30, just in case, and hopefully, God forbid, it won't affect them. But the prevalence of breast cancer at the moment in women is 1 in 8 women, which, to sort of put that into a more tangible figure, that would be the Riverside Stadium in Middlesbrough, filled with another 20,000 or so women each year in the UK that get breast cancer. So that's too many women. Men, the numbers are a lot lower, just 1 in 300 men, which is probably about 32 football teams, which is still too many men as well. So doing the gene research is what they need the money for, to start the big pharmaceutical companies getting interested in finding a way, finding a medication to stop that breast cancer from starting in those people. Early detection.
Right. So one of the ways we know is if we can get at any sort of existing breast cancer early, we've got the best chance of curing it, kicking it, and hopefully it won't even come back. So we have a process that's called a mammogram. This is the screening of it. Does anybody heard of a mammogram? Yeah. And you might have heard that they hurt, haven't you? Yes, they do. They pinch. What you do is you stand on this machine and you stick your boob onto this plate with the radiographer. It's an X-ray, basically. And along comes this panel.
Squashes it like a pancake.
Clamps it together. And do you know what it does? It pinches. It pinches for about 3 or 4 seconds. That's all. Wouldn't you rather... isn't that more of a life-saving technique? I hear far too many people saying, oh, I'm not going, it hurts. Well, yes, it does, but it's only 3 or 4 seconds. And come on, we're women, you know, we're made of tough stuff. So don't let that ever stop you or any of your relatives going for a mammogram.
So if you hear that your mums or your aunties or older sisters get called for their screening, then you need to push them out the door and tell them not to ignore it, because we can't always assume that it's not going to happen to us. I assumed that, and I was below screening age, but, you know, hopefully that will get brought down so that when you're in your 40s, you do get screening. Preventative drugs is the fundraising that we do, not just Jenny and I, lots of other people, for Prevent Breast Cancer, helps towards finding drugs that may stop breast cancer when it's been identified that you're at risk of it. So, for example, I'd got something called dense breast tissue, which they didn't do anything about, they knew about, but it really wasn't a big deal. But that actually was one of the reasons that I developed breast cancer. And there is now a drug that can prevent that, and in a year it can reduce that dense breast tissue, and therefore could have possibly prevented me from getting breast cancer and losing both my boobs, but then I wouldn't have a great business to run, so, you know, every cloud and all of that.
And one thing we can do, if we've got the funds as a charity, if we've got the funds, if one of our researchers in the lab says, oh, I've got a hunch, I think I know where a cure might be, we can fund them too. We say, sit down and start finding that cure. If we haven't got that money, then we can't kickstart it. Once they've said, yep, we're onto something here, that's when the big guys come in. That's when the big pharmaceutical companies start pouring in their millions. But, you know, it has to start with I've got this feeling. So that's where, you know, our charity and its fundraising comes in. Diet and lifestyle. Now, we'll talk a little bit more about this later, but we have proved inconclusively that your diet and your lifestyle is the most important thing you can possibly do for yourself. And that starts from now. Now, I'm sure you've heard about eating well today, and you all know it. It's the usual culprits. Good, fresh food as much as you can. Fruits and vegetables, good quality protein, I think. A healthy, balanced diet so that your weight is healthy for you. We don't need to be cranky about it. I love a pot noodle myself. They're not poisonous, nor is a McDonald's. But as long as when you have the choice, you make the best choices you can. You know, if you're at school, and I know at your age, you don't always have that choice, do you? Someone's perhaps preparing food for you. But when you have the choice, from now onwards, it's diet and lifestyle, and we proved it.
And on there, that's not about if you just eat healthily and never drink alcohol and all the rest of it, you won't get breast cancer. But there are certain people that will be more at risk of developing breast cancer. So therefore, to mitigate that risk, you can eat healthier and have a better lifestyle because, you know, it's important if you know the risk. And that's the whole point of the prediction and the prevention.
Moving on.
So there's a lot of messages you've probably taken away today from all the people that are talking to you. But Jenny and I would like you to take away to be safe. And that is to be aware of all these things that are on here. So to be body aware, it's really important that from the time you start your periods, you start getting to know your boobs. Every month, feel it on the first, just something that's going to pop it in your phone so it pings at you at the beginning of the month, and just have a little feel around your chest. And that goes all the way up to your collarbone, and it goes all the way down into your armpit, because you've got breast tissue in that whole big quadrant. It's not just your boob, and it doesn't matter how big or little they are or anything. So you need to Do it with the flats of your fingers and do it frequently so you know what feels normal. Having a look in the mirror, and we do have a video on the Prevent Breast Cancer website. There's a QR code at the end of this and you can just aim your phones at it. That shows you how to do it. And then you need to go to the doctors if you do notice anything different and say, this isn't right, and I know it's not right because. And it's about empowering yourself, advocating for yourself, and not being pushed away because you're too young to get breast cancer. It's just about getting checked out, because most of the time it's fine, but you need to actually go and be checked out, and you need to know what's right and what's not right.
Okay. And also educating your families too. I mean, part of our outreach is we'll talk to anyone who will listen to us, basically. But we need to get out to not just your mums and aunties, but you know, the men folk in your families. Try and start that conversation. You know, let's be modern women. Let's not be embarrassed and talking about these things. It's not all the same for, you know, every family. Some people, you know, a little bit more open than others and whatever. But even, you know, find a way to get that conversation going. You know, because, you know, ladies of our age, we're very good at sticking our heads in the sand. You know, we don't want to know about it. So, you know, make sure, you know, if you know you're a female in your family or your friend has had an invitation, make sure they do follow it up. We know that it can be incredibly low, the uptake of it, and yet we're so lucky in this country that we have where ladies of 50 onwards are sent an invitation to have these mammograms. It can save your life. Okay, am I doing smoking? Yeah, smoking, we've done that as well. You know, what can I say? No good comes of it. And that's proved inconclusive as well. Smoking, am I doing alcohol?
And alcohol.
Yeah.
Alcohol, nobody advocates you don't have a drop of alcohol. Some people don't, that's fine. But a sensible amount of alcohol, and again, on the Prevent Breast Cancer website, there's loads of information which we just don't have the time to talk about today. But if you were within the recommended safe limits of alcohol, then it isn't supposed to increase your risk. But again, if you have those increased risk factors and you know that information about yourself, that's where you might want to limit that a little bit further, because you're just sort of stoking the fire, if you like. If you know that you're potentially going to get breast cancer, the more alcohol you drink, the greater your risk.
Food choices we've already touched upon, but as I say, if as and when you can, make the best choice you can. And as I say, from this day onwards, you know, the wholesome food, we know there's some foods like sausages, you know, there's some evidence. I'm not saying you get breast cancer if you have a sausage or something like that. But, you know, it's high sulfates in your diet. Just, it's good just to have a balanced diet and keeping your weight what is right for you, as is exercise. It's all the old culprits, you've heard it all before, but again, we know conclusively exercise gets your lymphatic system moving, it gets your circulation moving, it lowers your risk. Everyone has a risk, we've all got risk of something.
But the little breast check cards you've all got in your the little pack that was handed out by Grace, you've got your little check your boob cards. There's some pictures of there. It's not just a lump. It might be a rash, it might be a dimple, it might be any of those things on that card, and that's tiny. It'll fit in your back pocket or your phone case, and it's just being aware of that and sharing that with your friends. So being safe and looking after you and your mums and your sisters. Okay, so this is our last slide, and then if anyone has questions after then, just pop your hands up. But getting involved with the charity sector, some of you have also got a little card in your packs that's called the POP card, Power of Prevent, and that is, you can do all sorts of things. Everybody can help in any little way, which will help you. So if you think about going to university, going for a job, going for a college course, whatever, and they want to know a little bit about you, they want to know what have you done besides your schoolwork, why should you get this place or whatever, how are you different, being involved with a charity will look great on your CV. And you don't need to be, you know, super fantastic at everything or anything. Jenny and I aren't fantastic cooks, for example, but we compiled More Than a Manchester Tart. That was just over lockdown, really, over the first lockdown, with one of our Prevent Breast Cancer ambassadors, Roma. And we just decided no one could go out and do, you know, wing walks or marathons. No one was allowed to get together. So we thought, how can we raise money and raise awareness for the charity that is so important for all of your futures? We'll compile a recipe book, get a few celebrity recipes in there, and just some real lovely stories from people about what their comfort recipe is. And there's some absolutely fabulous recipes in there. And shortly, Jenny will be drawing the winner. Whoever's got the raffle ticket will get the Manchester Tart cookery book to take home and give them on, maybe. So we raised about £5,000, I think, from selling those books. Everything went to charity. And then through the Scarlet lingerie, which you've also got your leaflets in your hands, we're hoping to, when we're a profitable business, pay an amount of money, a donation regularly to the charity. And for now, we just do fundraisers, whether that's running, whether that's swishing, which is swapping clothes and charging people for it. Any little way. You might be good at baking cakes. You could do a cake sale at school. A group of you could do an activity and be involved with the charity, which then provides you with transferable skills, something different from the normal, makes you feel good about yourself. You might think, I'm rubbish academically, I never get good marks, I can't do sport, whatever. But if you do something little for the charity that you think is little, it's actually big for them, and it makes you feel really good. It boosts your confidence, it boosts your self-esteem, and it makes it snowball into something bigger, and you want to do a bit more, and you get more people involved. And that's just exactly what's happened with us. And we're coining more and more people into our Prevent Breast Cancer.
Self-esteem is everything. You can't buy it, you can't read about it, you can't wear it. You have to build it. And it's these small things. Now, a lot of people, because I used to be a psychotherapist, a lot of my clients used to say, well, I'm quite bored with my social life, or I don't get anything from it. Or, and I know you've got very busy lives because you've got your school, you've got your home life, you've got social lives, you've got exams, you've got so much pressure on you. But sometimes people say, you know, the social life actually isn't very fulfilling. However, if you do something for charity, whether it be in a group or as an individual, obviously the charity gets the money, and we're very grateful for it because we certainly need it, and we'd give anybody ever give a hand. You've only got to phone up, or we might be in Manchester, but you've only got to phone us up, and we'll support you in any way, you know, with merchandise, etc. But it builds, these things build your self-esteem. Yes, it's something for your CVs. It's something to talk about when you go for an interview, if that be for further education, if it be for university, if it be for a Saturday job. You've got something and you're showing those people, showing that employer or whoever, you know, what you're about. I always think about The Apprentice. If any of you watch that, you know, there's some of the people on that, they're saying, oh yes, I'm very clever, I'm successful, you know, I make things happen. And then Lord Sugar says, well, how? Why? Show me. And that's what they're interested in. You know, you'll be able to say, well, I've got leadership skills, or I'm good at working in a group. You know, I've recruited. It's about I'm sure you've heard this time and again today, it's about looking for your own skills and what can you do. And these things, you can make friendships with it. And it can be a social life that you go home at the end of the day and you think, yeah, I feel really good about myself. I've done something really good today. So, you know, you can do something for charity, but charity can do something for you, even if it's a career as well. The charity sector, I used to work in an advertising agency. I used to run around being very important on photo shoots and booking actors and booking models and what have you. And it just left me cold inside. And that I can say the happiest I've been is when I'm being as an ambassador for Prevent Breast Cancer, because it comes right from the heart.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Got to shut her up, sorry. Because Jenny's got to now tell you all, one of you. Here you go, I've brought it over for you.
Okay.
So, go on.
Right. Thank you very much
Which
indeed.
strip?
I'm talking number 54.
Who's got 54 in their hands? You! Here we go. There you go. There's your own cookery book. And I can recommend the flatbread. Lockdown flatbread.
And my mum's katsu curry.
Oh, yeah, of course. And Sally Dinover's lemon cake.
Coronation Street.
Yeah, lots of lovely stuff, so enjoy it.
Right. Now, questions and answers. What would you like to know? Yes.
1 minute questions. Okay,
When you
quick.
When you said that you have breast cancer, was it like a very painful experience, and like how long did you have it?
Generally speaking, I can speak personally, generally speaking, it depends, how big it is. And that's why we always urge people to find things quickly. Be aware so you find things quickly. It varies. Sometimes people can just have the lumps taken away and then they don't need anything else. Sometimes you need chemotherapy. Sometimes you need radiotherapy. And sometimes you have, full operations. There's also reconstruction as well you can have. So if you were, if you were having an operation and chemotherapy and radiotherapy, that's probably about 6 months. And that's
One
what
last
happened to me
question.
5 years ago.
I don't want to sound rude here, but what was your reaction like, the difference from when you found out you had it to when you found out you didn't have it?
Well, when I found out I had it, I was devastated. Then I got back to work. I ran a half marathon. I hate running, but I was determined to. And then it came back, and I was far more devastated the second time. So I don't really believe in this whole you're cancer-free, because I was only cancer-free for about 8 months, and then it was back. So I just live every day with every opportunity that's given to me and make the very best of a really rubbish thing that's happened to me. Are we? One more.
How long does it take to cure breast cancer?
That is a very good question, and I'm sorry I've not got the answer for it, because nobody knows the answer to that one, sweetheart.
Do you know when you got your boobs removed? What was your reaction after?
First one, I was really, really upset, hated it. I lived with one off and one on for a year, and asymmetry did my head in. Second one, I couldn't wait to get rid of, because they said it could come back, so I was living in fear, and I hated asymmetry, so I actually was like not having a party, but almost having a party. So wasn't quite as bad at all. So thank you very much, everyone, for listening.
Thank
Brilliant.
you so much.
Thank you ever so much.
Oh,
Shockies for you. Train home. Andrew, I'll just give you that.
Well, thank you so much from the Prevent Breast Cancer team. That was absolutely brilliant.
It was. We're just going to do a little bit of musical chairs. I know a couple of you have just popped to the toilet. Yep. Go that way. That's it. Brilliant. Right, time for our next speaker. Now, I think I mentioned at the top when I welcomed you this morning, obviously some fantastic sponsors who've made today possible. I know you're all loving what we've put on today and taking a lot out of the day, and you can see obviously on our board there some amazing sponsors. One of our big sponsors, Ideal Standard. We wouldn't be here today without the support of companies such as Ideal Standard, and I'm delighted now to introduce Jo Edwards, Channel Director for Ideal Standard, who's going to talk about a bit about her life, her career, and hopefully potentially inspire a few of you to go into a similar career path. So Jo, welcome, and thank you for all your
Sarah.
support.
Thank you, Grace.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, young ladies. I'm not actually quite sure how I follow something quite as important as breast cancer, which is very important. But what I do know is that I am between you and an ice cream. So that's very important, I think. Let's have a little bit of an open. I can't see everybody, so if somebody asks a question or has their hand up, and I'm looking this way, can somebody tell me that someone down there has got their hand up, please? Just so everybody can have a say, okay? I'm also going to let you into a little secret, okay? I spend many, many weeks presenting to a couple of hundred people sometimes, standing up in a conference, standing up in a boardroom, in a predominantly male boardroom. But I tell you something, I'm not as nervous as I am stood here in front of you. And I had to ask myself, why am I nervous? And I'm nervous because I'm a northeastern girl. I've come home to be able to talk to all of you today. And I want to do that proud. I really want to be able to be motivational, inspirational, and more importantly, not boring. I worry about being boring. Although my 15-year-old and 22-year-old daughters regularly tell me that I'm not boring, but I'm fairly certain that I can be. So when I was asked, with great pleasure and great honor, to come and do this today, I thought, where do I start? Where do I start with a room of 11 to 15-year-olds when my job as a sales director, actually selling toilets, that's what I do as a living, selling toilets, occasionally selling a basin. So when you go to the toilet and you wash your hands in here, that's my basin that come into here. So that's really not that exciting. Okay, so I thought, well, how do I become exciting and not boring to all of you? So I went to my girls. As I said, my girls are 15 and 22. So, and said to them, I've got to address a room of girls and I'm really, really nervous. What do I tell them and what do you think they would want to know? And both of them said to me, Mum, just be yourself. Just do your best. That's all you can do. So I'm going to do my best. And they also reminded me of some things I told them when they were your age. My oldest one did, who's a little bit of a wild girl as well. She's now 22. My youngest one's 15, is a bit more sensible. But there was a few values that we lived to as a family. And they now have become my brand values. So how do I live my everyday life as Jo Edwards in a corporate world? The first thing is, and most importantly, is you must be kind. Always be kind, whether that's personally or when you get into your career. Please just be kind. You never know what's going on behind somebody. They could be having a really bad day, so just be nice. The other thing is everybody has a voice, so listen. This is what I told my girls, and they recited it back to me. So be kind, have a voice, listen. The other one is that apparently I used to say as well was manners cost nothing. They are free. So talk to people how you want to be spoken to. So they were the rules. The other one I did have with my oldest one, which I'm not going to recite very well, was be truthful. Always be truthful because you found out. And she would tell me at times that I would find out things without her even knowing, because I used to question her beyond belief if she didn't tell me, because I knew she was lying. And I use that in my everyday sales world of questioning. I question people to find out information. I used to say to her as well, and if you do tell me and it's illegal, I'll have to act. That's the other thing. So that is my brand. That is my brand as Jo Edwards, and that is really, really key. And I take that into my workplace every single day. That's how I live professionally. Because it's really important that we do treat each other. So that is a little bit about me. So hopefully I'm not quite as nervous as I was when I first stood up here. And as you can see, I've got one slide, okay? I have a number of roles. So Jo Edwards, sales director. Going back, I'm a bog flogger. That's what I do. That's what I sort of say, and occasionally a few basins and stuff. And I love what I do. I absolutely do. I have a team of people, and I love doing it. So, as it is what we call in the corporate world, the graveyard shift, which actually means you've been sat here for quite a long time. And I go back to I am between you and an ice cream, which is really quite important. I know I would like an ice cream. So we're going to have a bit of a get up and move moment. All right, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I want you to stand up. All right, if you are part of this. All right, and I'm going to sit down with you. So here we go. You ready? First question: who knows what they're doing tomorrow? Yeah, well done. Well done, okay. You know what you're doing tomorrow. Okay, sit down. Who knows what they're doing next Saturday? Hope it's interesting. All right, go back to seated. All right. Who knows what they're doing on the 14th of May, 2026? Oh. Do you? What are you doing? It's your mum's birthday. Oh, it's your mum's birthday today. Can we all say happy birthday to your mum? What's your mum's name? Emma. Happy birthday, Emma. That's what we want to say. Okay, so who knows what they want to do in their career or as a job? Whoa. Someone want to tell me? Let me tell.
Sports psychology.
Sports psychology, okay?
I want to be a human rights lawyer.
Human rights. So I've got one of those at home who wants to be a human rights lawyer as well, and she is very much into debating. And do you like debating?
Love it.
Brilliant. Anyone else?
Zoology.
Zoology. Wow.
Vet.
A vet. Oh, you two are very close together then. That's really good. Oh, I could be here a while.
Paramedic.
Paramedic.
Find my own laughter. A doctor.
A doctor. Wow.
I missed you, I'm sorry.
Criminal lawyer.
I want to take all the homeless dogs off the street.
Wow, that's a very good cause.
Social worker.
Social worker.
Marine biologist.
Marine biologist.
Childcare.
Childcare.
Vet.
A vet. Got 2 vets now.
Scientist.
Scientist.
Influencer.
Influencer. Whoa. Hashtag. You have to teach about hashtags, don't know.
Police officer.
Police officer.
Psychologist.
A psychologist as well as looking after your mum on her birthday.
A geography teacher.
Geography teacher. Who else?
Stay-at-home mum.
Stay-at-home mum. That's a nice one.
A doctor.
A doctor.
A doctor and a teacher.
A doctor and a teacher. Well, you do both. If you're a doctor, you do teach people as well, don't you?
A doctor.
A doctor.
Paediatrician.
Paediatrician.
Chemical engineer.
Chemical engineer.
Family law.
Family law.
Businesswomen.
Businesswomen. Whoa.
Marine biologist.
Marine biologist.
Social worker.
Social worker.
Patisserie chef. Patisserie chef.
A patisserie chef.
Oh, well, I want to... Well, no, but it's just long, so I want to do, like, acting, presenting. I want to inspire others, and I want to travel the world.
Wow, brilliant. Right, we're back to the start. So, stay standard, okay? The ones that knew what they wanted to do. Okay, stay standard. Standard? That's not very good English, is it? Remain standing if you want to be a bog flogger. You want to sell toilets. Who wants to sell toilets? Stay standing. Well, it's just as well I'm still standing, isn't it? So, that's what I do. And I love my job. I was just about to say I love my job.
Persuading people to sell your toilet.
I do. But it's not just about selling toilets. So if I stand here now and say to you that at 13, did I want to be a sales director? Did I want to sell toilets? Did I want to... I hadn't got a clue. I had not got a clue. But I was trying to work out my core values, which I went back to at the start of my brand. At the moment, brand is so important, isn't it? Everybody talks about brand. Who's got the right trainers on? Who's got this on? Who's got that on? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? Absolutely. But actually, the most important thing is your brand, is who you are and what you represent. And you take those values through the rest of your life. So that's a bit about brand and what you want to do. It is good to know what you want to do, but equally, it's okay to not know what you want to do and just go with it. Because I didn't know what I wanted to do, so I'm going to tell you my journey of about how I got to be where I am today. Okay, so you can see my little map up here for everybody, and the northeast is my true home. I'm a Geordie, and I think if I was in certain areas, I might get told off for being a Geordie if it was down to football and stuff like that. But I'm really proud of my roots. Without doubt, I'm proud of my roots. I went to Africa with my parents. I've been to Kent. I've been to Glasgow. I've been to Edinburgh. I've been all over, but I stay true to my brand, always. As I said, listen. Talk to people how they want to be spoken to. Manners cost nothing. So I have to take that into the workplace as a sales director. And what's a sales director? Well, a sales director, does anybody know what a sales director does? Direct sales. Great answer, because that's quite a sensible answer. Anybody else want to give me another answer?
Sell everything.
Sell everything. Okay. So as a sales director, I have a team of people that I lead to sell more products, and they deliver my vision. That's basically what I do. And I try to get the best out of them. Now, to do that, I sometimes have to go back to values. So I have my personal brand, but I also have values within the workplace that I try to do. And the main part about this is about consistency. So as long as you are consistent with your message, and what I mean by that is every day do the same thing of what your values are. Sometimes you don't feel like that, and that's okay. So mine are determination. My core value, you can see around my little tree, determination, happy, and resilient. So would anybody like to tell me what they think determination would do in a sales director's role?
Keep them going throughout the day.
Well done. Absolutely determined to keep them going throughout the day. So
I think determination means that if you have something that you want to do, you keep doing it until you get it.
absolutely. So if my mum was here, she would tell me or you that I was determined from a very little girl. She tells a story about when I used to go to my grandma's. I used to walk in, and the first thing I used to do was I would pick up the fish food and scatter it all over the floor. Then I would take all her ornaments and I would flush them down the toilet. And I would hide her teeth and her glasses. And I continued to do it every single time I went. Now, if it was my girls, I'd have probably stopped taking them. But I continued to do it because that was my determination. She would also tell you that one day we were sat at the dinner table and I was insistent on spitting at the table, which of course is that acceptable behavior? I don't care. I was determined. So I continued to spit. And they said to me, stop spitting. My older sister said, you're going to get into trouble, Joe, off Mum and Dad if you continue to spit. Which the answer was, I don't care. I'm going to continue to spit. So I spat, and they told me off. One more time and you go into your room. So I spat again. So of course I had to go to my room. To which my parents said to me, after half an hour, if you stop spitting, you can come down. So I did, and I spat again, because that was my determination. But what I do need to do is I need to keep that now into my workplace every single day, and I need to take the determination and make my team that work with me determined too. And that's really important, because in sales, sometimes you just can't give in. So you can't always take no for an answer. You have to find a different way to ask the same question, okay, to find an answer. So that was my determination. Happy. So if I said to you, my glass is always half full, would you know what I meant? Of Go on, somebody shout it out. Absolutely. Well done. Thank you ever so much. Oh, you've just drank half the glass, which is a very sensible answer as well. But my glass is always half full. Always. I have a really sunshine outlook on life. I don't look negatively. I love my job, as I've explained to you. I love being with people. I love listening to them. I love getting the best out of my team. I love empowering them. What does empowering mean? Anybody? Yeah?
Like helping people reach their full potential?
Absolutely. Giving somebody the opportunity to do something and not worry about it. None of my team are going to bankrupt our business. Have a go. Empower them. Give them a go. That makes them happy. It makes them valued. It makes them wanted in their workplace. So I am very happy in my job. I love what I do. I'm very fortunate. I work in a very lovely industry, which probably might go construction. Toilets in construction, we build hospitals, we do houses. It's not really that exciting, but we have some lovely people in our industry that I really enjoy working with. Also, I have always tried to find a solution over a problem. So some people will come into a boardroom and they'll have the problem. And that's really difficult because it's not very motivational. You always want to try and find a solution. So generally, I'm a happy person. I'm not happy all the time. My family would tell you I'm not happy all the time. I can be quite miserable at times. So just leave me alone and let me go to bed and get my 8 hours sleep, and I'm absolutely fine. Okay? So then comes on to resilience. Resilient. What do you think resilience means? Shout it out, because otherwise I'm doing my 10,000 steps today.
It's the ability to have something knock you back and you get back up again and continue.
Well done. Absolutely. That's what resilience is. Now, woman in our industry has to be resilient. And you heard earlier the lady who was the marketing director talk to you about some facts about ladies in business. So in our industry and in my business, 25% of us are women. We don't have many women. We're trying to get people in there. And actually what we have seen is a really big difference over the past 2 years, that it's the soft skills that are coming through. But as a sales director in manufacturing toilets, there isn't many women. I'm probably one of the only ones. So when I go into a boardroom, I am absolutely the only woman in that sales environment sometimes. And that's really difficult, because I have to find my voice, and they do sometimes overtalk me. They overtalk me, which, how do you act? What would you do if somebody was overtalking you and you didn't have your voice? What would you do?
Excuse me? Rude?
Good, well done. Absolutely. Everybody has a voice. We started that as a brand value, didn't we? Everybody has a voice. So what do? You'd
scream until you're the only person that they can hear.
Sort of. I have. So what I do is I will let them talk. And then when they've finished, I will say, I'm going to finish now because I'd started before you. Which is polite, but it gets your point. Or the other one is I just talk over the top of them and I don't stop, depending on what I want to say. So it is sometimes quite difficult, and you have to become resilient within that. I've had situations where people have commented about my weight. I've had people comment to me about when I've walked into a room and someone said to me, "You're going to put the kettle on?" And I go, "Well, no, you're much better at making tea than me. Why do you think I'm good at making tea?" Or, "Who's looking after your children?" So these are quite ordinary comments that happen within our world. But I have to say, over the last 5 years, it is so much better. It's absolutely now becoming more aligned with the females. So we have, in our commercial part in the office area, you'll find that we'll have about 45% women. So we're moving that. So that becomes my consistently determined, consistently happy, and consistently resilient in the workplace when I sell. So I went to the very start of this to say, did I know I wanted to be a sales director at the age of 13. Absolutely not. So how did I get there? Well, I went to university. I wanted to do pharmacy. When I ticked that box, have you all had careers? Do you still do careers advice where you come in and someone asks you what you want to do? I know we had the conversation to start. So I ticked the boxes, and apparently I was going to be a teacher. That's what they told me. And I actually wanted to be a pharmacist. And I went to university to do chemistry and chemical technology. Didn't want to do it, but I wanted to go away. I wanted to go away with my friends and see them and be with them. So I went to do it. And it was wrong, really. And I had to make that phone call to my parents after 8 weeks to say, Mum and Dad, I've made a mistake. Can you come and get me? To which point they said, well, you need to get a job. And I didn't know what I wanted to do. Didn't know what I wanted to do. So I went home and I got a job in a fish factory, packing fish. That's what I did. My parents said to me, I'll give you 2 weeks because you don't like the smell of fish and you don't like fish. And I said, no, I'm gonna stick at it. And I stuck at it, and I got a job. For 6 months I did it, and then I got a job at John Lewis. And I did management training for John Lewis. Still didn't know what I wanted to do. 18 months I was there. And then I fell in love, and I moved to Yorkshire. And when I moved to Yorkshire, I decided, what do I like doing? So important values, your brand, your core values, and then work out what you want to do, what you like doing. So I'd worked out that I liked talking to people. I liked listening. I liked being part of a team, and I liked the buzz of winning something. I was quite competitive. So I worked all that out, went to a recruitment agency, walked in and said, I need a job. I need to pay my rent. To which they said, well, we've got a job. Do you want to come work for us? So I started to work for them because I thought I'm in the best place to be able to find a job. Still didn't really know what I wanted to do, but knew I really wanted to go into sales. So I found myself a job, and then I went out into an office, and then I worked around into external sales, selling flowers. And then I was headhunted to go and do something else. And I worked out I wanted to do management, sales management. And why did I want to do that? I wanted to do that because I'd worked out I really enjoy coaching people, talking to people, listening to people, motivating people. So I went into sales leadership into the marketplace that I'm in now. I did my first £1 million deal. And how did I do my first £1 million deal? I used my network. I talk to people every single day. And sometimes I think social media doesn't always allow us to do that because it gives us the question before it gives us the answer. So I worked my way through, and then I got promoted and promoted and promoted until now I lead a team. And the most important thing for me is that I give my team a voice, and I coach my team, and I make them be better than they are. And you always need to think about 3 things. You need to think about listening, as we talked, and also the other side is that you develop the talent. So if you're really good at something, let's train you, let's motivate you, let's move you. The other side is always listen to people who've got experience because they've got a lot of experience. And then the last one is knowledge is really important too. So I'm very fortunate that I love my job. I have a fabulous team, and every day is different. But my key message to you is, I didn't know what I wanted to do, and I think that it's good that you do, but it's equally okay to not know what you want to do. I learn new skills every single day. I run. I've just taken up golf. I'm absolutely rubbish. But when I stand there, I think about what I'm doing. So learn something new. Push yourself out of your comfort zones. So if I had to say, again, back to my 15-year-old self, what would I have told myself? I'd have told myself, take a chance, take an opportunity, give it excitement, and just be strong. We are strong women. You are strong girls. Everybody has an opportunity. So, between me and the ice cream, does anybody have a question? You just want ice cream, don't you? No questions? No? Okay.
Joe, before you go, though, I am going to ask you a quick question because you've been fantastic and I know the girls have enjoyed it. I know they're very keen for their ice creams, but I just want to quickly ask you, look, as I said when I introduced you, great to have your support. How rewarding is it for you to stand here and how important was it for you to support an event such as this today?
We need more younger people in our industry. It's so important. More than anything, it's important to come home and be in this area, to be able to talk about opportunities, to remain in the area as well. I haven't travelled far, you can see from my map. So it's really, really important to be able to come back and say there is opportunities locally as well as globally. So every opportunity take.
Thank you so much. Massively appreciate it. Everybody give a big round of applause for
Thank
Joe.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take a quick break, and I know you're all excited because it is ice cream time. So we are going to go round with some trays, and do grab an ice cream or an ice lolly. Please do let us know if you have a dairy intolerance, though, and we'll just begin shortly.
So, girls, just to give everyone a break from this room, we are going to do the ice cream stand where we had lunch, so everyone can stretch their legs, eat an ice cream. We've got some dairy and some lollies. I know there's one girl here who's lactose intolerant, so whoever that girl is. Where's the lactose girl? Okay, so make sure you get a lolly, okay? So you might go first, so make sure we don't get either. So if you all head down in nice and gently, as you did, and then the girls who want to talk to Pat at the media board, who ready to go, 15 minutes.
Hello.
Nice and gently, girls.
Welcome
nice
to
and
our
gently.
Reach Next Generation podcast. I'm Grace Jeffries, and I'm thinking about my future. To help me with this, I'm speaking with successful women to get an understanding of the challenges they have faced throughout their careers, how they became them, and what tips they have for girls of my age. Today my guest is Sharika Patel, who is the lead tailor of Lot 1 made to order at Levi Strauss & Co. Thanks for joining me today, Sharika. Can we start by you telling us all how your career took you to Levi's?
Hi, Grace. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. Well, I've been with Levi's now for 8 years, so that's a pretty long time. And I actually studied bespoke tailoring, which is a lot to do with suiting and the craft of handcraft suiting in the UK, in England. So I actually started my journey with tailoring there, and it's a long story, but I went into a lot of jobs before I got to Levi's and the job role here, doing loads of internships and small roles like that. And I actually met a lot of people on the way who then led me to when this job role came into a position as a recommendation. So through the small jobs of working in costume, in tailoring, this was a new position that came up because it was a fairly new part of Levi's. So once it was 1 year old, I was invited for an interview for this new lead tailor role. And I've been in that role for the 8 years. And I've actually been able to grow with the actual program. So this program starting 9 years ago, I've been able to grow with it and actually stay in the same role, but grow as the business grew.
Well, your career seems like it could have been quite interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
It must have been quite nice to have your colleagues recommend you for that job.
Yeah, it was a really uplifting for my skills. So yeah, that was a really good thing for me to be able to go forward with that.
When you were at school, did you know that you wanted to be a tailor, or did you want to be something else?
I didn't know. I think it took me a long time to really decide what I wanted to do. I actually thought I wanted to be an architect. I think there was even a point I thought I wanted to be a doctor. But I actually didn't start off studying this path until quite a lot later. When I went and did my A-levels, I actually studied psychology, law and sociology. So it wasn't in the path of this. And I realised that it wasn't what I wanted to do. So I took 2 years out and then went on to figure out, or by doing some small courses, that I wanted to do more in making clothes. So that's how it started.
Well, what interested you about clothing? What really started the fire that made you want to be a tailor?
So I have had a bit of, my mum used to be a seamstress, or she used to dabble in seamstressing. So it was always around me, but it was never an idea that I would go into that. And what really started that flame was I did a small course to make a dress that was, I think it was in North London, and it was only like a 6-week course, and I did it every evening for maybe 6 weeks, and it gave me a little bit of skill, and it just started a passion in me to start making stuff, and then it just led me to then studying more.
Yeah. Well, I know you went to the University of the Arts, but how important do you actually think it is to go to university?
I think it's very dependent on what you want to do. I think I could have gone in many directions with tailoring. I could have done an apprenticeship. I could have studied. But what university gave to me as a personal individual is it gave me growth in myself.
Yes.
Whereas some people actually know what they want to do and have a clear direction. I think I needed more hand-holding, so university was perfect for me. I know many people who didn't go to university and did an apprenticeship in my industry, and I think it completely depends on what you're looking to do and, you know, where your skills lie at that time, because it's so different for every individual.
Well, have you had any mentors, or have there been anyone that you particularly admired?
I have a lot of strong women in my life, which is really good. Growing up, my mum, for one, was very, very hardworking. So her working ethic was like what I took on. And then my sister, and also my colleague Lizzie, or Elizabeth Radcliffe, who's the master tailor of our team. They are both really strong women to me, who actually are my mentors as well, because of how they approach work, but also how they approach personal life as well, and the balance of that, especially as a woman. So they're my two mentors. I learn everything from them every day. I'm learning new things.
That must make your job quite exciting, I guess.
Yeah, it definitely does. Just all the like having that relationship with other people in the industry, and especially like Elizabeth, really like pushes you to do more and to keep going.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of talk about pay equality generally. How well do you think women are catching up with men's salaries and getting those top jobs in especially the fashion industry?
I think, you know, the fashion industry and the creative world it's quite, there are a lot of women in those higher positions, but I still think there's a long way to go.
Yeah.
Because we're not quite geared, or like our society is not quite geared to really like make sure that, you know, everyone has the right to work and the right to like move up in those positions. I think there's definitely a long way to go, but, you know, with the companies really in the fashion industry, they're working towards changing those things, but it all has to happen internally. So there's a lot more work, but I can see that even within Levi's itself, they are working with the staff to really talk about what they can do and what they can do differently to really bring women up more.
Yeah. Well, I have to say we do have a little bit way to go, but hopefully we carry on to move forward.
Yeah.
Now, of course, during COVID, we were all at home, but how were you able to still tailor clothes, and what were the challenges that came with that?
So unfortunately, when COVID hit, we initially were going to start working from home, but it makes it quite difficult in the industry with all the machinery and stuff. So we were actually furloughed, which was a shame. I was very lucky enough to have a bit of equipment at home, so I did spend a lot of time making stuff, and I even got the chance to sew some scrubs when a lot of people in the sewing industry were turning their skills to helping out the NHS and like sewing some scrubs there. So that was really good. I didn't actually get to do that much actual work and with being on furlough, so I had to turn to doing other activities instead.
Well, even when you were on furlough, were there any hobbies other than sewing the scrubs that kept you occupied during that really long period of time?
Yeah, it was really long, wasn't it? I actually did a lot of DIY. So I renovated my kitchen, which was fun, but actually quite quite a big task. But with all that time on my hands, I think it was a good choice to do that. Yeah. So that was really fun. So that was the main thing I did. Yeah.
So Levi's has always been very vocal about creating a diverse and inclusive world. Do you think society has made any progress, especially after the Black Lives Matter campaign started?
I think there is progress, but it is small. I think in the workplace there is a lot we have to learn. One big thing that I'm actually part of with Levi's is the diversity, equity, inclusion, program where they have it's open to all staff, but something that they do is that they have talks every month between people who represent, and I'm one of the representees, and we call ourselves Jedis. But we go and we talk to other people within our employment in Levi's, and talk about what we can do to change these things. And that is a really important thing to have within companies, to really start those changes with all diversity, whether it's the colour of your skin to your disabilities or being a woman. It has to start within companies to start affecting how we are able to then go into society.
Well, after being at Levi's for 8 years, quite a long time, what tips would you give girls when they start to think about their careers and their future, or if they wanted to be a tailor or work in the fashion industry?
I think tips I have are, do not rush yourself into a career unless you really solidly do know what you want to do. I think if you're going into tailoring and you're unsure of what part or fashion, and you're unsure of what part of fashion you want to be in, then I think take some small courses. There are so many out there that can give you, like I did, that can give you an idea of if you are interested or not, or if it's something you like. So definitely do a lot of little either courses, or even if you can get small, say, part-time jobs or internships. Obviously if you're quite young, maybe it's not available to you, but if you can get some work experience, you get a good idea of what it's like out there. So I think do that as much as possible, but also take your time. There's like 40 years of our career that we're going to be doing, so you can change and chop and change and stuff, and you've got a lot of time to do different things.
So the world is changing so much and super quickly. What do you think work for women might look like in 10 years' time, and what do you hope it might be?
So I think in 10 years' time, I guess I can only more so hope that there will be some changes to how we live. And I think in society there needs to be a shift in the way we think. Because if you imagine, 40, 50 years back from now, when the main job for a woman was work being a housewife, that is a full-time job in itself. And in the future, I want to see working life and the balance between home and working life being easier for everyone to be part of, so that when women are in the workplace, they're not disadvantaged if they wanted to have a family, or if they wanted anything else outside of that. And I think that can put a lot of women back, like say when they go on maternity and stuff. It would be really lovely to see, and I think everyone can benefit from having a better working balance, working and personal life balance. So it would be good to see that, but ultimately it would be great to see more people, more women in leadership, at the top, running a few more things. It would be great to see.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that does happen. It would be really nice.
Yeah, it would be.
So obviously we have all been hit by COVID, with things just beginning to feel normal again, and thank God it is. But how have you had to deal with the COVID-19 issues, both personally and professionally?
I think personally with COVID-19, I'm very lucky to have not been affected any personal, like by any personal loss. But it meant that obviously for many people, you couldn't see your family very much through that time. So the opening up has been very interesting. I think mentally, it has really pushed me to really discover a lot more things about myself, which, you know, ultimately, and now at the end, now that I'm coming towards the opening, you learn more about yourself and your mental health. And coming out, I think it is quite scary for a lot of people, but it's a good balance now between that. I think working-wise, you know, the furlough was the biggest thing, and now we're back on track because we can be in the office and we can be working. We're actually doing really well in work.
Well, that's good. So, is there one part of your job that interests you day to day when you come in to work?
One part of my job that interests me. I think I'm very lucky to have a very wholesome job, and a really, really, really great team. I love making jeans, and that's what I get to do every day. You know, we get to meet some really, really lovely clients as well. So the kind of prospect of that, the characters we get in every day is a really nice thing.
Yeah. Well, I've really enjoyed chatting with you today, Sharika. Thank you so much. And I'm sure everyone listening will now be thinking about some of the choices they're about to make in their careers.
Thank you so much.
Keep listening to the Reach Next Generation podcasts as I talk to many more brilliant women. For more information about us, visit reachnextgeneration.com. And thank you to Levi Strauss, Ideal Standard, Sage PLC and Haynes Watts for their fantastic support.
Okay, everyone, it is time for our next speaker, and Grace is going to introduce them.
Okay, we are very pleased to have Celestia Barbie with us today. Celestia is the founder of the Role Model Academy, where she helps teenagers and adults evolve within the way they think, act, and look. Can we please get a huge round of applause for Celestia?
Hello, hello. It is an absolute pleasure to be here, and I feel very, very fortunate, blessed, and just enjoyable to be here. It's just so nice to meet you all. How are you all feeling? How are you feeling? Yeah, you feeling good? Brilliant. So it's Mental Health Awareness Week, so I decided to talk upon a topic of self-love, because we all need to feel self-love. We all need to love ourselves from the top of our head to the bottom of our shoes. So, 17 ways to love yourself. So who here knows what positive self-affirmations are? Yeah? Would you like to give us an affirmation that you might know? Yeah, do you want to explain then what it is, and I'll maybe ask someone else? Yeah, happiness. It's talking positive to yourself. If you've got a positive attitude and you positively are talking inner good thoughts, you're going to have a great day. Can anybody here give me a positive thought? Yeah? Brilliant. Love that. Yeah? You're beautiful. Could anybody here compliment somebody else in the room? Yeah? You love my hoodie? Yourself? Can you compliment somebody else in the room? Wicked. And yourself? Pardon? Slay. Love it. You've like slay. Wicked. So, you know, the brain is a massive digital computer, and we're all here to be kind to ourselves. So it's so important that we use positive self-affirmations on a daily basis. Even when you're lying in bed at night, just shut your eyes and say positive thoughts to help you go to sleep in the evening. So the second one is never compare yourself to others. Now, are you truly sitting in this room right now comparing yourself to each other? Who said yeah? Me. Okay. Who are you comparing yourself to? Everyone. And why?
Because let me put down my water.
Yes, stop it.
Right. So, the reason why I'm comparing myself to... Hey, stop laughing. I'm trying to speak. Anyways, because everyone is beautiful in here, and I feel a bit left out. God's clearly got his bloody favourites, innit?
So why do you not think you're beautiful? It's your mindset. The thing is, we're all born beautiful. Every single person in this room is born beautiful. I want you to shout at the top of your lungs right now, I am born beautiful. Go! Okay, that was a bit out of tune. Let's do it one more time. All together now. I am born beautiful. 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. Never compare yourself to others. We all grow at different speeds. We all grow at different speeds. So the third one for self-love is to always ask for help, never think you're weak. Is there anybody in this room right now that has a challenge and they would like to speak openly about it? Okay. I love her confidence, you see. It's very, very beautiful how she's, you know, no one put their hand up. So.
In it. Right. It's very much my arms. I just cover them up. Hate them. And I don't know why. I just do.
Yeah.
So when's the last time you went swimming? Okay. Well, mate. Okay. So I want to challenge you to go swimming. And then I just want you to look at everybody else around you and just be yourself in that swimming pool. We only get one opportunity to be in this life. And there's people out there with no arms. So imagine telling somebody with no arms that you don't like your arms. Do you hear what I just said? Your arms help you eat, help you bring the food up to your mouth when you eat. Your arms help you open a car door. Your arms help lift you out of the bed in the morning. Your arms are your arms, and they're very, very special. So, pardon? You just must love yourself for yourself. So who here loves nature? Put your hand up. Wicked. So I'm going to come over to yourself. What's your favourite animal?
Dogs.
A dog. And why do you love dogs?
Because I've got a dog.
Wicked. And what's your dog's name?
Harvey.
Harvey. Wicked. Who else?
I've got pets, if that's what you meant.
Yeah. What pets have you got?
I've got a dog and I've got a cat.
Brilliant. What's their names?
My dog is a lurcher called Red, and my cat is black and white, and his name's Solo.
Fabulous. I love that. As you can see in these pictures, I've got a monkey on my shoulder, and I'm holding a little pig, and I'm just standing in nature, you know, connected to nature. Who here thinks about the fact that the trees are helping us breathe? Quite a few of you. That's good. That's lovely. Nature is life, and life is nature. So never think we're just humans, because there's so many billions of species. We're not just humans. So sometimes we can get an ego, and that ego can be because we think we're the only people on this planet. But there's billions of other creatures and billions of other inspirational, spiritual things that are here. So I just think it's so important sometimes just to really connect with nature. Who here thinks about the fact that right now we're on a planet floating in the universe? Okay. Who here has never thought about the fact that we're on a planet floating in the universe? 2 of you. Okay. 3. Okay. How does it make you feel when you look at the moon and the sun? Blinded, okay. Do you see the magic in the moon floating in the sky? Does anybody here see the magic of the moon floating in the sky? Some of you, a few of you. The key of life is to really feel the magic of the planet floating underneath our feet. Everywhere you go, whether you're shopping, whether you're sleeping, whether you're writing, whether you're living life to the full, we are always on a planet that is floating in the universe. And I want you to really take that from my talk today. I really want you to think about it. Every time you feel down, every time you don't know what to do or don't know where to turn, just remember the fact that we're on a planet floating in the universe. Does anybody here know how many bones they have in their body? Okay.
20,000 or something.
20,000. Maybe that's not the right one. Yourself?
207.
207. Close. Very close. Yeah.
206.
Perfect. 206 bones. Which is amazing, right? We're walking along. I'm a skeleton with 206 bones, and I'm on a planet which is floating in the universe. On this planet floating in the universe, it is so important that you travel, because there's so many beautiful places to go and there's so many different cultures to experience. Who here has been traveling? Quite a few of you. Where's somewhere that you've traveled to?
America.
America. Did you enjoy it? Yeah. Where in America did you go?
Florida.
Florida. And what was one really good memory that you took from Florida?
We spent my sister's birthday there.
Brilliant. I love that. Fantastic. One other person? Yeah. So where did you go traveling?
Jamaica.
Yeah. And what did you take from Jamaica?
Well, my great-granddad lives there, so and we went to his house, and he has a lot of like cool stuff there. So I just like learned what it was like there, because it's not normal like here. Like it isn't like dogs and stuff. Like I just saw stray dogs on the street, but now you just see like pet owners like walking their dogs. So it was just weird.
Yeah, wicked. Like she said, it's just unique. Every place is different. Every city, every village, everywhere is different. So never feel trapped, never feel small, never feel like you're not good enough, never feel lonely, never feel like you're just not, because we all are. We're all one. We're all one big energy source. The joy of dressing is an art. Who here loves fashion? Most of you. Wicked. Well, I went online and I typed in self-love, and I just bought this hoodie for today. And that's the beauty of fashion. You can create it to be part of you, and you can use it towards your successful journey, you know. And social media as well is a great way to express fashion. And, you know, you never have to feel like you need to buy more and more stuff. You can just be creative with the backgrounds. You can go to London and wear the same outfit, but you could go to Birmingham and wear the same outfit, but just style it differently and pose differently, you know. So the joy of dressing is an art. Oh, I think I pressed the off button. Thank you. Fitness. Now, when I was your age, fitness was not even in my mind. I didn't even think about it. But as you get through life, you realize that fitness actually helps you keep alive. It helps you keep motivated, and it helps you feel like you actually want to do something. Does anybody here do any kind of fitness? Yeah? Okay. What kind of fitness do you do?
I mean, I play a lot of sport. I play hockey and rugby, and I do a lot of climbing and stuff.
Wicked. Rock climbing. That's brilliant. Anybody else? Yeah?
I play golf and lots more sports like tennis, badminton, volleyball and other stuff. Brilliant.
Is there anybody here that wants to bring a new skill into their life, like something new? Yeah? What would you like to do that's something new?
Like more running.
More running? Yeah. Have you done street running before? Street running's really cool because you can be out in nature and you can just pick a point in your brain where you want to run to, and then when you get to that point, you just feel like you've done something good for the day. So street running is really, really good. Food. Who here loves food? Everyone's hand should go up for food. Food keeps us alive. But the thing is, you've got to be clever with your food. When you're young, you just want, sometimes you want sweets and you want pizza and you want crisps and all of this stuff, you know, because your tongue wants to eat it and so do your eyes. But your body, it can only take so much until it starts to get heavy and, you know, it starts to not feel so good. Food fuels the brain. Food fuels your energy. Food fuels your personality. So just try your best to be a bit more balanced with your food. I know if your mum or dad naggle at you, it can get quite annoying, but, you know, sometimes listen to them, sometimes actually take note and just say, you know what, I'm going to not have a pizza tonight, I'm going to have a tuna pasta instead, you know, just still be, because you're just finding that balance, it's just flipping between it. Because I used to love a tea with sugar, but now I have a green tea instead. And sometimes I really want a bottle of Coke, and my brain says, get that bottle of Coke, but I'll grab the bottle of water, because my other side of my brain knows that it's one life, and that I don't, I have to keep it motivational and keep healthy. Has anybody here ever done a photo shoot, professional photo shoot? Yeah? How did you get on in your photo shoot?
I can't really remember because I was like 4. But
Okay, cool. But you were 4. You've got the pictures still, have you? What do you think of the pictures when you look at them?
I don't know really. I look quite happy in them.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Who else has done a professional photo shoot? Yeah? How did you get on in your shoot?
I was like 5 years old. Yeah. And it was like me, my brother, and my sister. We were all together on like this ship dressed up.
Wicked. Lovely. Photo shoots are a great way of self-expression, but you've got to remember, all these magazines, these girls do not look the same in real life. Photo shoot is real, okay? Spots get edited, waist gets pulled in, hair can get changed. You can even brighten your teeth and make them whiter. So never feel pressured when you're looking on social media. Everything's filtered, everything's photoshopped. So just don't look at the glossy side of things. Just look at someone's effort. Effort equals results, and effort shows the true person, So photo shoots for me has been a massive part of my life. I've actually not only got a life coaching practice, but I own a photography studio. So it's just such a great confidence build. So I recommend every single one of you in this room to do a photo shoot at some point in your life. Connection. We'll never know the true value of how many people on this planet, but there is over 8 billion people on this planet. So my famous saying is, we live on a planet that's floating in the universe. There's over 8 billion people. Why can't you be successful? If there's that many people, why can't you be successful? Challenge yourself. Who here hasn't challenged themselves recently? Okay. Why haven't you challenged yourself?
Because I got my GCSEs this week and I just feel really stressed out, so I just sat in my bed. That's about it.
But the GCSEs are a challenge, so I think you need to be kinder to yourself, because in my eyes, that's a massive challenge, okay? Just be kind. Always challenge yourself, but challenge yourself in a way where you're not putting too much pressure on yourself, okay? A diamond is made under pressure, but a diamond can also have breaks, right? You can have breaks of social media. You can have breaks of communication, talking to your friends. A good friend, if you don't speak to them for 4 months and pick up the phone and have a conversation, and then you kick off like you didn't speak to them for 4 months, that's a good friend, okay? You've just got to make sure that you always challenge yourself. I only found out on Monday that I was coming here. And I literally was like, shall I come? Yeah, got in my car, 3 hours, turned up, And I challenged myself to be here today. And every single one of you in this room can always challenge yourself, because challenges make you stronger. Nobody's perfect. So I've only got a couple of minutes left to speak. But I want you to know that I was in the wrong crowd for 7 years. I was drinking, drugs, and smoking from the age of 14 to 21. And it still makes me emotional, because I've put so much effort to be this person standing here in front of you. Drinking, drugs, smoking, and stealing is the worst possible things you can do with your life, because it gets you nearer to your coffin, all right? None of you deserve to fuel yourself with crap. And just a few more, just appreciate yourself. We should all appreciate each other. It doesn't matter what you look like. It's about being alive. Life is about living. It doesn't matter what you look like. It's about who you are. Meditation. You should all take up meditation. It's a great way to connect more to the universe. And don't try to find somebody else to love you. You must love yourself to truly love others 100%. Be honest with yourself. The more you lie, you dig yourself a hole, and eventually your lies will fall through the cracks and people will see the true colours. Always be truthful, even if it hurts. Always be truthful, because at the end of the day, you will become a much better person from it. And finally, stop saying yes to everything and everyone. Be picky, make the right decisions, and if it's the wrong decision, just learn from it. Cry and then move on. Life is too short to dwell. Life is too short to not forgive. So forgive all, be yourself, be confident, and make a difference to this world. Now, finally, I just want to give one girl in this room a goodie bag, because she was the only person that... where is it, please? I forgot it. Ah, lovely. She was the only person that truly kept putting her hand up. She knows exactly who she is. Here we go. And that's just a self-love goodie bag. So every time you look at anything in that bag, I want you to think of me being here today and think of all of these beautiful women in this room looking at you and supporting you. We're all here to support each other. So I want to thank you all for letting me speak to you and be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Celestia. That was absolutely brilliant, and I'm sure everyone learned quite a lot from that.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Now it is time for our next speaker. Now, Celestia mentioned a little bit about, well, lots of great advice in that talk there, but she did mention exercise and also food. So it's time for our next speaker to think more about the choices we all make around food. Some really interesting advice coming your way. Please welcome a great friend of Reach, Lamorna Hollingsworth. Round of applause for Lamorna, everybody.
Round. So if you could hand them around as quickly as possible, and as long as it's one you're going to eat, but don't eat it yet. Who's already opened it? Okay, you can always grab another one when it comes around again. Okay, so who here is interested in science? Who here is interested in nutrition? Maths? No, not so many. Business? Marketing? Chocolate? Unicorns? Okay, well, we're going to cover off all of these. So my name is Lamorna. I know it's a bit of a tricky one to pronounce, but that's me. I'm not going to go into all the details of my experience and credentials, because that's not quite so interesting. Brilliant. Have you finished that? Yeah. All right. If somebody has got one that they can't eat, just pop it down for me. Or they've already eaten theirs, then... you can grab another one. All right, so today we are going to learn how to figure out whether our bodies are full or whether they are hungry. We're also going to learn about some of the misleading things that you can find when you're watching things on social media or in the news to do with marketing of nutrition. So how do you know that you're full? What kind of things? I've put a few things up here for external cues, counting calories, portion sizes, portions and labels. These are things that we can get from our external environment, which tell us more about the food that we're eating. But what is it, or what kind of signals do you think that you can get from your internal body? Yes.
Hear your stomach rumbling.
Yes, you can hear your stomach rumbling. Yes, we've got another one.
Your stomach could start aching.
Yes, the stomach aching as well. That's right. So yes, we've got signs that we're hungry, signs that we're full, and things like tummy rumbles as well. But there are actually loads more different signals that you can get. And one of the reasons it's really important for us to understand when we're hungry is so that we know when we need to eat. And sometimes we're going to eat when we're not hungry, and sometimes we are going to eat. So I did mention unicorns. Unfortunately, this is the only link to unicorns that I have, so apologies. It's a bit of a tenuous link, but I hope you'll forgive me for that. So we're going to do a little bit of a body scan exercise here. I'm just going to get my words. Now, this is going to be a bit weird. If you have got anything on your laps or anything, just pop them down, just so you've got both your hands free. Nice. Yeah, send that last message, quick. Okay, so what you can, big stretch up to the ceiling first of all. Right, and then just big breath out as you let those arms go down. Now, I want you to put your hands in front of your face, and you're going to close your eyes. And this is just so that you don't worry that anybody's looking at you. And don't worry, I'm checking that everybody's got their eyes closed. All right. So we're going to take some nice deep breaths in and out. In through the nose and out through the mouth. You can giggle if you want to. We're going to check 4 different things to find out if you're hungry or not. So the first one is your mood. So sometimes biological hunger is experienced with a shift in mood, heading towards irritability, crankiness. So notice your mood right now. Do you feel a bit snappy? Do you feel a bit cranky? Hopefully not. Or do you feel a bit low? So just notice. The second thing we're going to check is our energy level. So shift your attention to your overall energy. So sometimes biological hunger is experienced by a dip in energy, fatigue, or sleepiness, or maybe you feel sluggish and tired. So just notice any of these going on. The third one is your head. Sometimes hunger is experienced as a physical sensation in your head. So notice if you've got any physical sensations going on right now. Maybe a slight ache, maybe you're a bit lightheaded, or you feel like you're zoning out. Maybe you feel a bit dizzy, or maybe you're having difficulty concentrating. Whatever the sensation is, just notice. And then the last one, number 4. How would you best describe the physical sensation in your stomach right now? Is there any rumbling? Is there any gurgling? Or maybe it feels empty. Do you have any hunger pangs or a gnawing feeling in your belly? Or maybe your stomach just feels comfortable or neutral. So keeping your eyes closed, hands in front of the face, I just want you to think about all of these 4 elements together. So your mood, your energy level, your head, and your stomach. And I want you to give yourself a number out of 10. So 1 is so hungry, your tummy is really, really painful. And 10 is you're so full, your tummy also feels very painful because you're so full. So there's no right or wrong to these numbers. So when you're ready, take a big deep breath and put your hands down and open your eyes. Well done. Well done. Now, I want you to hold up on your fingers the number that you rated. So from 1 to 10. Let's have a look. So we've got some 7s, we've got some 2s. Some of you feeling quite hungry. Don't worry, we're going to get to the chocolates in a minute. 3s, 4s. Has anybody got a 10? Has anybody got a 10? No? No? All right. So this is just a nice way of understanding how hungry you are with the hunger fullness. All right, so I've got a question for you, and we're going to come back to this a little bit later on. You can't have a healthy diet and still eat chocolate. Now, put your hand up if you agree with this. Does anybody agree? Put your hand up if you disagree with this. Oh, you're so good. You guys are so good. Well done, well done. Well, I mean, maybe we should just eat our chocolates and I'll just go, shall I? Yeah. So the question I've got here is, which is the healthiest diet? So who's heard of these diets that we've seen up on the slides? We've got quite a few. Heard of some of them? Yeah? Are there any diets that you've heard of which aren't up here? Yeah? Oh, pescatarian diet, yeah. Yeah, any other diets you've heard of? Maybe diets that your family have been on? Yeah. Oh, Cambridge diet, yes. Any others we've heard of? All sorts, all sorts. All right, so it's quite confusing, isn't it, knowing what to eat? And there are so many different diets out there. I know that I work with women on a day-to-day basis who get confused because, to be quite honest, they want to eat different foods because they're not happy with themselves. And you've heard a little bit about self-love, obviously, just now. So it's really important to find the right diet for you. And one of the things that I want you to remember is a healthy diet is more than what we eat. It's also about our attitude towards food. So this is such an important part of whatever diet you choose. Now, I'm just going to give you a few things that all your diets can include. Things like fiber, vitamins and minerals, plant-based foods, aiming for 5, everybody sort of knows, I think, these days, aim for 5 different portions of fruit and veg a day, or 30 different types a week, and lead in proteins that might include fish or meat if those are things that you eat. But it really is important to know that regardless of your preferences, your religious or ethical beliefs, everybody, you can still have a healthy diet. So it's really important not to sort of jump on any diet bandwagons just because they promise you, oh, you're going to kind of, after a month, you're going to look like this, after a month, you're going to look like that. You can really still eat all the foods that you enjoy and still be healthy. All right, now we've got here a cupcake and some carrots. So I just want you to, with the person that's next to you, come up with a couple of words to describe a cupcake, or words you associate with a cupcake, and also any words you associate with carrots. So maybe speak to the person next to you. Is it 2s or 3s? All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, who wants to go first? Yeah, you guys, shout one out. What word are you going to describe the cupcake or the carrots? How are you going to describe them?
I think the cupcakes is like more unhealthy.
Right, more cupcakes, more unhealthy. Did you have the same one? You know, sure, go on then.
Yummy and okay.
Yummy and okay, yeah?
Sweet and savoury.
Oh, I like that, sweet and savoury. All right, I'm gonna start throwing things, hopefully without too bad a name. Yeah, go for it.
Well, we thought they were both quite sweet. Like raw carrots are quite sweet.
Yes, that's very true. That's very true. How about you guys?
We thought that cupcake might be sweet and crunchy, while carrots also crunchy.
Yes, they could be crunchy. Okay, you guys.
Cupcakes like more like sweet and soft, but carrots more like savoury and crunchy.
Yeah, I think like carrots are boring.
Carrots are boring. Who else thinks carrots are boring? Yes. All right, so I wish I could go around all of you, don't worry. Okay, go on, because you've had your hand up for ages.
Yeah. Right. So got calories in it. Yeah. Both of them, I think. Yeah. But cupcakes have more calories than carrots.
That's very, very good. Yeah. There you go. All right. So, one of the you've all came up with great answers, by the way. So thank you for that. And yes, you also hit the nail on the head there, because yes, there are more calories in cupcakes. And also, so we might consider the word cupcake, or a cupcake, to be unhealthy, and carrots to be healthy. And if you look at this little picture here, I just want to give you some context, because can you see the cupcake on the picture there? Yeah. So if I'm eating a cupcake, but also I'm eating all of those other foods, is that unhealthy? It's not really, is it? Because I'm eating all of those lovely green vegetables. And with a carrots are healthy, aren't they? But if I'm eating all of those other things, can you spot the carrots? So is a carrot healthy now? It's confusing, isn't it? So the point I want to make here is in fact, actually, what do you think we can learn from these photos? Yes.
Well, it sort of
depends on how much of each quantity you have, because if you have like too much healthy stuff, it soon becomes unhealthy. But if you have not enough healthy stuff, then it also becomes.
Yes, and I'm going to paraphrase that. Nod of your head if I say this correctly, is that individual foods aren't healthy or unhealthy or healthy. It's the overall diet. Yeah? So if you're constantly thinking, oh, this is unhealthy and this is unhealthy, but actually you're eating loads of really good other healthy foods, then actually your overall diet is good. And that's what we're after. We're not after demonizing any particular foods. And I really like this that actually was from a girl who was about your age. She said this to me. She said, Lamorna, some foods are good for your body and some foods are good for your soul. And I really like that. So carrots are good for your body. Sometimes cupcakes are good for your body as well. And other foods are good for your soul. And I'm just going to run over to you because you've had your hand up for ages.
I wanted to say about the pictures. I don't think either of them are that healthy because for all of that food in one meal, you're going to feel awful afterwards.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. And I think it's the context here is rather than thinking, it's just sort of like the different types of foods that somebody might eat maybe over a week. Yeah, yeah. But that's a great point. Nobody's ever picked up on that before, so thank you. All right, so I want to talk to you about finding the balance. And actually, who remembers just a few moments ago, the other lady, she was talking about pizza? Yes? I'm going to talk about pizza in a minute. So if you want to eat something crunchy and salty, just shout that. I'm not going to run over to you, but shout out, what's a crunchy food? Yes, carrots and crisps. You guys are amazing. Look at this. Look at this. I think I'll have some carrots and crisps. All right, how about if you want to eat pizza? How can you find a balance? Shout it out. We've got another one. I like giving my body the nutrients it needs, pizza and salad. So you don't say, oh, I can't have the pizza. You say, I'm going to have some pizza, but I have some salad as well. How about the third one? What about plain cornflakes? Plain cornflakes are too boring, but honey nut is too sweet. Who can get this one? Yeah, well, yeah, kind of. Yeah, we're nearly there. I'm going to mix them up. Who says you can't put two types of cereal in the same bowl? So do you guys get the idea of what I'm trying to say here? Yeah? Okay. Who's ever seen pink salt before? Right. So I want to see hands up. Is pink Himalayan sea salt healthier or not? Hands up if you think it is. Yeah, quite a few of you. Cool. All right. So the thing with pink Himalayan sea salt is that it does contain some trace minerals. And so does white salt. But the pink salt contains a tiny amount more. However, there's a but. If you wanted to reap the health benefits, you would have to eat, who's good at maths? 600% more pink salt. That's going to be salty, isn't it? That's going to be disgusting. That's like putting salt in a cake. It would be horrible. So this is what I want to talk about now, is marketing and nutrition. Oh, my goodness, it's such a minefield. You really need to watch out with what you see in labels, on social media, advertising, commercials, this kind of thing. And the reason it's confusing is because the people who make the pink salt, they release information. They say, pink salt's really healthy, and they push this information out to bloggers, influencers. And these people think, oh, this is cool, I'm getting some free stuff. Or I'm getting paid to promote pink salt. So they say, buy the pink salt. It's pretty, it's pink, and it's healthier. And we see these people using it. So we want to buy it too, and it's more expensive than normal boring white salt. So we think, well, that means it must be good. So this is kind of how this happens, and you can sort of read the words on here. It turns into like a fashion thing. You know, unfortunately, I should have said we're going to talk about fashion today, but this is food fashion. And over time, you know, sometimes it's kale, or there's always some kind of superfood that's going on that you'll see that people are talking about. And this is why nutrition can be confusing and why marketing and advertising can be confusing. So I want you to be skeptical. I want you to question these things. When somebody says, oh, if you get this, if you buy this, this will have this effect, or this is more healthy, or this is going to have more vitamins and minerals, just be cautious about the information that you read. Being famous does not make that person an expert on diet. and clever marketing can be misleading. And these are some buzzwords that you'll see on packaging. And I want you to sort of try and have a look, see if over the course of the next few days you see anything on packages at home or anything that you buy. Things like the words natural, wholesome, superfood, nutritious, organic, real fruit juice. So just picking out a word organic. Who here has ever had any kind of organic fruits or vegetables? Yeah. So one thing which is interesting to do with food that's organic, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's more nutritious. It's more to do with how it's grown. But we automatically think, oh, if it's organic, it's going to be healthier, right? So that's just a little kind of tidbit. So all of these words, you can kind of start thinking as soon as you see them, that's marketing. That's somebody who's good at sales, who's good at business, who's trying to get me to buy that product. But what does it actually mean in a nutrition perspective? All right, so we're gonna get our chocolates now. So has everybody got one? Now, you're not going to close your eyes for this, because otherwise you'd miss your mouth. So, all right. Now, don't open it yet. I've just got to get my words so I make sure I don't miss anything out. Okay. So, this is going to feel a bit silly, just to warn you. But just go with it and have fun with it. So, I want you to look, first of all, look at your chocolates. Everybody got one? Yeah? We all okay? Yeah, cool. All right. You need one? Yeah, come. All right, so first of all, I want you to look at it. I want you to look at the wrapper. I want you to feel the weight of the chocolate in your hand. And I want you to look at it. Now, how often do we look at a wrapper? We don't, we just rip it off. So have a look at it. Is it heavy? Is it light? I want you to imagine the smell of the chocolate. I want you to imagine the taste. Maybe it's a chocolate you've had before, so you think you know what it's going to taste like. Can you see any textures or patterns? Can you feel any textures or patterns, thank you, through the wrapper? All right, now I want you to slowly start to unwrap it. Listen. Listen to the crinkle of the wrapper as you open it. And can you look? What color is the chocolate? I know, it feels a bit silly, isn't it? We don't normally give our food this much attention. What color is it? Is it the same color that you thought it might be? Is it lighter? Is it darker? What's the flavor going to be like? We haven't even bitten into it yet. Is it going to be fruity? Is it going to be creamy? Is it going to be more orange, lemon, lime? I just want you to imagine what it's going to be like. Now I want you to smell it. Some of you are a step ahead already. Does the chocolate smell as you thought it was going to do? We don't normally smell chocolate, do we? Whose mouth is watering right now? Yeah. All right, so I want you to see if you can smell anything in the chocolate that you might not have ever noticed. All right, are we ready to bite into the chocolate? Yes, all right, one bite, but you can't chew it. Just put it in your mouth and let it melt, or let it dissolve a little bit on your tongue. Is it as you imagined it would be? And when you're ready, you can kind of bite down and chew down that bite. And go ahead and swallow. Did it get stuck on your teeth? Was it soft? Was it crunchy? All right, so you can take a second and third bite if you've got any left, if you didn't do it all in one go. And if you are taking that second and third bite, I want to know, is it as you'd imagined it would be? Is it as good as the first bite? Sometimes the first bite is better. Maybe sometimes the second bite's better. All right. So, who has ever eaten a chocolate that slowly before? Yeah, some of you have. Amazing, amazing. I love that. What did you notice from eating the chocolate in that way? Everybody's just enjoying the chocolate. Yeah. Yes.
Wait to open it. Have to wait a bit to open.
Yeah, and was that difficult? No. And when you ate the chocolate, was it as you expected it would be?
No, because if you wait for it, it tastes better.
Nice. If you wait for it, it tastes better. Yeah. What did you notice?
When you hear the wrapper, you can almost smell it because you've heard it so many times.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
That was torture.
That was torture. Who else thought that was torture? Who else has got something interesting that they would like to share? Who haven't I been to yet?
And the smell, when you first smell it, you could just like imagine what it would taste like.
Yeah, and was it as good as you thought it was going to be? It was, yeah, yeah.
It was hard.
Yeah, why is it hard?
Because like you were just telling us to like eat it slowly.
When you like smell it, you realize that you like want it more than you actually thought you did before.
Right, so when you smell it, you realise you wanted it more than you did before. Okay, good. So that was a chocolate meditation. Now, doing it on that kind of thing on your own is different because you don't have to worry about eating a chocolate and people sort of looking at you taking so long. But you guys answered this so well at the beginning, just in case there were any people who are doubting. Let's ask the statement again. You can't have a healthy diet and still eat chocolate. Who believes that to be true? Who believes that to be false? Yes, nice. All right, it is false. Yeah, exactly. All right, that is that for me. That's me done. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. It's been a pleasure to give out some chocolates. Has anybody got any a question? Anything you'd like to ask me? Yeah, you had your arm up straight away.
Well, do you know how you said what you found in it? I just wanted to say, do you know, I had a fudge and I didn't know that there was actually fudge in a fudge.
You didn't know there was fudge in a fudge? Wow. I feel like I want to do a real mic drop, but I might break it. All right, thank you, everybody. And that's it from me. My name is Lamorna. Have a fantastic rest of your afternoon. And if you're lucky, there might be some chocolates left over at the end. Thank you.
Well done, brilliant. Lamorna, thank you. I think you might be getting chased for chocolates for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you ever so much. LJ, Grace, who's up next?
So, Reach is very much about diversity and inclusion, and that's our next speaker's topic. Barclays are planning to join the Reach Next Generation project, and their VP of Diversity and Inclusion, Winnie Annan Forsen, was due to be with us today, but fortunately she can't be. But she has recorded her session. Hers is a great story, and so let's all turn to the screens over here and there, and you may need your notepads and pencils ready.
Hi everyone, my name is Winnie Annan Forsen. I'm a Vice President here at Barclays, working within the Global Diversity and Inclusion team and looking after our clients and our external partnerships in the UK, Europe and Middle East. I'm here to talk to you a bit about my career and life story, and also to share with you my top 5 tips and lessons that I've learned along the way that will hopefully stand you in good stead for your own lives and careers as you go along on your own journeys. So I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about my background. I grew up in a little town called Latebiokoshi, which was in Accra in Ghana. And growing up there, I remember very much around the education system being all about merit. There were about 120 people in each class, in each year group, and 40 in each class. And we were all ranked against each other. So it didn't matter how well you did. It mattered about how well you ranked against the people you worked with or were in school with. And for that reason, it jumped into me a very strong ethic around understanding that I needed to really put in a strong contribution for it to really matter in the way that I was graded. I moved to England when I was 15, and once again I had to really kind of adapt to a new culture. I learned more that the education system here was very different, and it wasn't ranked, but actually everyone was I guess rewarded for their own merits and the contribution that they made in their work, and that took some adjusting too. In terms of other ways that I had to adjust, you can probably see from my appearance, I'm a mixed race woman. So in Ghana, for many ways, I felt like the minority because being a quarter white meant there weren't a lot of people that looked like me in the communities that I grew up in. But also moving to England, I also felt in some places that I was the minority because there weren't a lot of people that looked like me as a part Black woman. Because of that, I've always been aware of my surroundings, whether or not I fit in, and I'll talk a bit more about how that shaped my career. So like I mentioned, I moved to England at the age of 15, and what I'll do now is share with you a little bit about my career background from that point, because I really do think education plays a massive role in the career choices that you end up making. I finished my GCSEs, so I had a year to learn how to do my GCSEs and pass them, and I did relatively well in them. And then I moved on to my A-levels, where I studied business, media, IT, and I also did a psychology GCSE in my first year of my A-levels, which I really enjoyed. I picked all of these modules based on my interest, but I also picked business and IT because I felt like there are a lot of transferable skills that I could take to any career. I didn't actually know what I wanted to be when I grew up. So if there's anyone listening to this and watching this in the room that really feels like they do, I think that's amazing. But I also wanted to share that it's okay if you don't know what to do. My strategy was just to pick as many broad opportunities as possible and get as much work experience as possible to help me make a more refined decision. And that's exactly what I did. I finished my A-levels with 2 Bs and a C, and I couldn't get into the business management course at my preferred university, so I picked a course called Management and Leisure. One of the things I loved about my management and leisure course is that it gave me work experience every year. So up until university, I'd worked at a retail shop for 2 years, so from 16 to 18, working as a sales administrator in retail. And then I moved into doing my course at university. But I had the opportunity to do 2 weeks of work experience in year 1, 4 weeks of work experience in year 2, and then 10 weeks of work experience in year 3. In year 1, I chose to work in the public sector. So I worked with Manchester City Council for 2 weeks. In the second year, I worked in a lettings agency where I'd taken a part-time job as a sales administrator, and being the only student who was working on the site, I spent my 4 weeks designing a marketing strategy for students because we were letting to students and professionals. And I helped the business to grow their revenue from student lettings significantly that year through the work that I did with the marketing strategy. And then in the final year, I happened to have a friend whose sister worked at Barclays and knew I was considering potentially something to do with human resources. And she gave me the opportunity to come to Barclays and work here for 10 weeks, and where I also wrote my dissertation, which was an amazing experience. And I guess without going into my top 5 tips, I also wanted to pause here and share that wherever you have an opportunity to take work experience, I think it's a great way to help you understand very early on how to build professional skills, how to start building relationships, and also how to assess whether or not the certain jobs that you are doing in those experiences are the types of jobs you want to do in a career moving forward. So I graduated from university with a 2.2, and that wasn't my preference. I would have liked to graduate with a 2.1, but unfortunately it didn't work out that way. But another thing I wanted to share, and it's not in my 5 tips, but another lesson I learned was, you may not necessarily always get the outcome that you want, but it's important not to give up. Rather than applying for graduate schemes because my grades didn't qualify me for a graduate scheme, I decided to finish university and apply for contractor jobs. So I signed up with an agency and got a 3-month contract working at Barclays. And I started out as a learning solutions administrator. But within a few months, I realized I was able to do my job really well. I applied myself, asked lots of questions, and really tried to do as best a job as I could. So my team really enjoyed me working with them, and they kept extending my contract until I had been there for about a year. But what I realized was that I could probably do my job in my sleep. So I actually put my hand up and asked for more opportunities. And I was given the opportunity to help design a large-scale project. And further on to that, I was taught how to design training. And that's how I went to my first job, which was training design. And I still love doing that to this day. I was one of the kids at school who was always told, Winnie, you talk too much. But actually what training allowed me to do is to put my creative and design skills to good use, and also to facilitate training and use some of my best skills, which is talking. So I really loved that role. I did that for about 3 years until I was ready for a promotion. There wasn't one in my team. I also received a piece of career advice that said, Winnie, if you want to work in HR, then go and think about being a generalist for a while. So that's exactly what I did. I went on to work in a generalist role where I worked as a HR business partner for 3 years, where I would support different business units with their people challenges. So it could be anything to do with their recruitment. It could be anything to do with maybe any issues they had that colleagues had raised, and to support them to resolve them, and so many other things. And I really enjoyed that role. I then went on to have my first daughter, who was 4 years old, and I came back from maternity leave and decided to take a completely different pivot into my career to learn more about how to run a commercial business. I went on to lead a function or a business unit within Barclays in Hertfordshire, Bedfordshire, and Buckinghamshire, where I had a team of 150 people, and 14 of those managers reported into me. So it was a really great leadership challenge. And I guess another thing I will raise here is the importance of leaning into new experiences. I had never worked in that part of the business before, but the right opportunity came up. I said yes to it, and it was one of the most fulfilling experiences of my career. And it might not have even felt like the right time to make that change. I'd just become a mum, and I was about to become a mum for the second time. But I'm really glad I took that risk, because it really paid off. I feel like it really helped me to gain really important leadership skills that really stand me in good stead today. So after doing that for a while, and what I hadn't mentioned previously in my career story is that alongside my career journey, I'd been spotting opportunities to make change. So I actually started the first diversity network at Barclays for young people. I realized that there was a gap, that many organizations didn't understand how to work with young people and help their aspirations. So I created a network, which became the fastest growing network. It went global within a year, and we had thousands of members within a year of starting, because like me, there were many other young people who needed support. So I knew from a young age that I had a passion for diversity and inclusion, and helping underrepresented groups to have a voice, to be heard, and to be supported. And an opportunity came up for me to lead the diversity and inclusion working group in my business unit, whilst I was a leader within the retail banking space. Through some of the work that I did in that business unit, I was asked to come and lead one division within Barclays called Barclays UK, which has 20,000 colleagues, and I was able to create a small team leading the diversity and inclusion strategy within that division. I loved it, and it really gave me an opportunity to lean into all the strengths that I'd gained across my career, and helped me to really create and shape a career that was very meaningful and aligned with my values as well. I had a great experience doing that role, and that's how I was approached into doing the role I'm doing now, shaping the strategy across Barclays within our UK, Europe, and Middle East jurisdictions. So that's enough about my career journey. I wanted to share some of my 5 top tips that I learned along the way. I know I've shared 3 so far, so those are just your bonus ones, but I have 5 more that I would like to share with you. So if you have a notebook, this is a great time to start writing. The first thing is to lean into your difference. I know I've mentioned before about some of the things that made me different. So my race, being a woman, and sometimes also my quirkiness, talking a lot, for example, and also the fact that I'm creative. I really feel like as individuals, we all bring a brilliant, unique contribution to this world. And leaning into what makes you different is the power to your success. No one can make the contribution you can make. No one has the experiences that you have had. So really leaning into that, leaning into what makes you different, and think about how you can bring those unique perspectives to add value to people around you, and even in the workplace, is so important. Don't see your differences as something that makes you worse. Think of it as something that makes you better, almost like a superpower, because that will really help you to make the most of your identity and tap into your unique contribution to the world. The second thing is your network is your net worth. It's so important to look around you, look to your left and look to your right. All the young women who are sitting around you today, and all the people who have spoken to you today and are part of Reach Next Generation, are all people that might be useful in your career journey at some point. Some of my promotions have come from maybe colleagues that were my peers that I worked with, and they saw the positivity and the positive contribution I brought to a team. And I was the first person they thought of when an opportunity for promotion came to mind. The friends that are sitting next to you may be your friends today, but they may go on to have really fulfilling careers in different things. You might have lawyers around you, you might have doctors around you, you might have actors, social media managers, influencers around you. Thinking about how they all form a part of your social capital is going to be something that will really be an asset to you in the future. So hold on to your relationships and make sure that you maintain them. And whenever you go for work experience, for example, think about how you can connect with the people you work with on LinkedIn. So remember I talked about working in work experience at Barclays? The supervisor that worked with me then was a vice president, and I'm a vice president now, 11 years later. And it's amazing to think about how we are still connected. I haven't seen her in 11 years, but on social media, we stay connected. She reaches out about things that she wants to ask me about. I know where she works. I know people who work with her. And it's great to see that we've been able to share best practice and expertise, even though it's been 11 years since we worked together also. So really think about how you can use tools like LinkedIn to maintain your social capital, especially when it comes to your career connections. My third tip is to build on your strengths. A lot of people focus on their weaknesses or development areas. What am I not good at and how can I be better at it? I personally think that development areas should be managed. So for example, the fact that I'm very creative is a strength, but it also means it can present itself as a weakness because I don't always have attention to detail. Because of that, I have created checkpoints that help me manage that. So sometimes I have people who might check my work if it needs to be published somewhere, or I might do a piece of work, leave it for a few hours and come back to it with a fresh pair of eyes to check it to make sure I haven't made any mistakes. However, I could argue that I may never be a master at having attention to detail. But being a strength of being creative, I can always continue to build on that strength and be one of the most creative people in the room. So think about, what are the 3 to 5 things that you are already excellent at? Is it talking? Is it acting? Is it social media? Is it science? Is it maths? How can you be even better at those things and continue to build on those strengths in a way that will continue to make you a master of your craft? And then you just learn to manage the things that you're not so good at so that they don't take opportunities away from you, but you don't necessarily have to be a master of those things. The fourth thing is to own your own development. One of the things that has stood me in good stead is I've always been very intentional about what I want to learn. So like I mentioned, I did psychology, for example, in my A-levels because I was very fascinated with people, and it wasn't an A-level option, but I still did the GCSE to pursue that interest. And that's actually an interest I still use to this day. Many of us are waiting for people to come to us and ask us, how can I help you to grow in your career? But the thing is, understanding your own development, your own opportunities and what you want to be or what you want to do means that when someone does come and ask you, you have an answer to give and you know how to leverage their support. Now, it might not mean that you have all the answers, but there are a couple of quick ways that you can identify development opportunities. So the first is look around you. Are there skills that people have that you think, I would love to be really good at that? Where can I go and learn more about this thing? Or there might be someone you admire. I, for example, admire someone called Steve Bartlett, who is a CEO and has a podcast called The Diary of the CEO. So I lean in by listening to his podcast to learn more about his experiences and how he has shaped them as he's gone along. Or someone like Michelle Obama. She spoke about the fact that when her husband, Barack Obama, started going for presidential elections, she would always go and speak from the heart. But she realized that the media would always take what she said out of context. So she thought, how can I be effective at public speaking in a way that doesn't count against my husband in his campaign? So she learned to speak in a scripted way that was still natural. And learning about that story with Michelle Obama helped me to understand that there are ways I could refine my craft. So leaning into your role models, leaning into people who have strengths around you, even if you don't have private access to them, but looking at ways that you can learn from them, even if it's on podcasts, videos, etc., is a great way to own your own development and grow your skills and capabilities. You are so lucky as a generation. When I was growing up at 15, and it's so scary to think that, we didn't always have the internet when I was growing up. You have Google at your fingertips. You have online training at your fingertips. Use it to your advantage and take ownership of your own development journey. My final tip is your career is not a destination, it's a journey. Many people are asked from a very young age, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I actually don't think that's the right question. The question should be, how do I pursue my passions? How do I pursue what I'm good at? And how can I make a living out of it? There is a Japanese model called Ikigai, which basically talks about our reason for being. It explores the concept that our reason for being is a combination of things that we're passionate about, things that we can be paid for, things that the world needs, and how we can also add purpose through those things. And I think that's a principle that everyone should apply to their lives. I believe that we all have something within us that is a unique contribution to this world. How can you leverage those unique contributions to build a portfolio of experiences that are fulfilling? So to give you an example, I work in diversity and inclusion in my full-time job, but I also do things outside of work, like organizing events for women, for example, because it leans into my passion and my values for seeing women grow and achieve their full potential. So think about what that means for yourself. It might be having a career, it might be having a side hustle. Some of you may already have side hustles, and I think that's a brilliant thing. But what it also means is that when people ask you, what do you want to be when you grow up? It's okay if you don't have an answer. I think it's important to keep being curious about what that answer could be. But it's also okay to change your mind. So for example, if you decided to go and study to become a teacher, you were a teacher for a while and decided it wasn't working out for you and you didn't love it, I think we're in such a privileged position that we can actually change our minds and go and try something new. So I have friends who started out as teachers, for example, and decided to go and become consultants. I have friends who were consultants before and decided to go into social media management, for example. And sometimes it's okay to just continue to try different things until you figure it out. You'll probably spend more time in your career than you'll spend doing anything else. So it's important to be agile, to be fluid, lean into your interests, and really explore what can help you do things that you love and that you're passionate about, but also earn money in a way that's meaningful to you. So I hope that's been helpful. I'm hoping that you've enjoyed the rest of the day that you've had so far. And I wish you all the best in your careers. I'm so excited about your futures, and I hope you are too. And I hope that these tips and information have given you some tools to go and drive the career that you can be proud of. Thank you, everybody.
Big thank you to Winnie at Barclays. Paul, as you can see, is just handing out the snack boxes. We're going to have a little break, but we're going to ask you, if you can, just to stay in the room. If you need to go to the toilet, you can, but we're going to ask you to stay in the room because we have a very special guest on his way to see you. The Mayor of Middlesbrough, Andy Preston, is coming to have a chat to you all. So sit tight, have your snack boxes, try and stay in the room, and Andy Preston will be here in about 10-15 minutes' time. Okay, everybody. If I can just get your attention. We have, as I mentioned, a very, very special guest who's come to see you for the next 10 to 15 minutes. So he's Andy Preston, and he is the Mayor of Middlesbrough. We're very appreciative of his time. So if I welcome Andy, give him a nice warm round of applause, everybody. Andy, welcome. That was a nice little welcome, wasn't it, for you today?
Hi. Yeah, really nice. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. Hi. Is this the end of the day? Everyone looks a little bit tired and bored, or is that just me?
They've just had their little snack box. Okay, right. And it's been an amazing day, Andy, and I think we've had some inspirational speakers. They've all thoroughly enjoyed it, but great to have you here just to say a few words to the girls. So, I mean, first of all, an event like this, girls aged between 11 to 15, the next generation, how important is it, do you feel, for the girls to be assembled in a room like this and to hear from very successful women in different spheres, in different business areas, in different sectors?
I think, you know what, and actually it doesn't matter really whether you are a girl or whatever. What's important is that you get a message that the world is just this full of monstrous, amazing, exciting opportunities. And the amazing thing is, the best news is that everyone in this room is capable of almost anything, right? So none of us can do everything. I can't be a footballer, not just because I'm too old, I just don't have the skills. But with the right training and the right application, the right discipline, there are a million things that I could do. And I wish I'd known that when I was 15. I really wish I'd known. The world is so full of opportunities now to start businesses, become a billionaire, live in Australia, live in Middlesbrough, wherever you want. You can meet who you want, live where you want, and do what you want for the first time in history. So the world is yours, and it's a really exciting chance.
Absolutely. A bit of your story, if you like. The position you're in now, what would you say are some of the biggest lessons or the biggest things that you took from when you were a young lad growing up and the successful career you've got now? What are some of the biggest things that have helped you get where you are today?
I don't know what's really helped me. I mean, so, tell you what has helped me is listening to everybody, take advice, but don't follow everyone's advice. But listen to everyone, because if you listen to plenty of people, some of them will tell you exactly what you need to achieve. The other thing is when people try and knock you down, so long as you believe in your heart that you're on the right path, so long as you've got the skills to deliver on the ambition that you've got, you'll succeed. And don't let anybody try and stop you. So long as you're sure it's the right thing for you, don't let anybody stop you.
Very good advice. Now I know the girls are going to have questions for you, so I don't want to make this. I know they've been amazing, honestly, Andy. They've been vocal all day. It's been fantastic. But I do want to ask you a little bit about the great work you're doing in Middlesbrough. A lot of it in the media domain, newspapers, TV. We read all about it. We hear all about it. But just tell the girls a bit about some of the work you're doing in Middlesbrough right now.
So Middlesbrough is an incredible place, and it also has some big challenges. And the challenges are things like crime and deprivation. That means people who are short of the funds they need to live the life they need to. And what we're doing is we're facing those absolutely head on. So we're absolutely smashing the criminals, we're pushing the police, we're installing CCTV everywhere. And we're trying to get the bad people who stop people realizing their ambitions out of town. We're trying to get good, hard-working people in town. But what we're doing is we're creating the opportunities, the exciting businesses. If you want to be a writer, a journalist, a fashion designer, you want to start a tech business and be a billionaire, or you want to be a teacher, whatever you want to do, I'm making sure that you can do that in Middlesbrough. Now, I want everyone who's got talent to stay in Middlesbrough. But if you want to go to Abu Dhabi, Australia, America, that's great too. I want people to do whatever they want to, but I want to make sure the option to stay here is here. And we're creating incredible businesses, businesses putting their global HQ in the centre of Middlesbrough. Really exciting things happening.
And just very quickly, how proud are you of what we've seen? Like you said, the growth, the development here in Middlesbrough and what is happening, how exciting it is and it will be going forward.
You know, I never feel proud. It's not in me. I'm always restless. I always want more. and I always think that we can do a lot better. So when I look at things, I never think that's great, we've done well. I always think it's not enough, we need to do more. So we just keep pushing and pushing. And what we really want is the centre of Middlesbrough to rival the centre of Newcastle and the centre of Leeds for that innovation and the wealth and the ambition, to rival for the ambition. And we're getting there, and it'll take time, but we're really making great progress.
Fantastic. Now, come on, I know the girls will have some questions for you. So put your hands up if you've got a question for Andy. Right, let's start over here first of all then. We can work our way around.
Do you know what is Middlesbrough actually doing to help with the climate change problem?
Okay, that's a really good question. We're doing all of the things that you'd expect us to do. The challenge is changing cultures, right? So we've got very low recycling rates, and there are quite good reasons for that. But people aren't used to recycling, and changing that culture, that mindset, takes ages. But one thing that I've done, I promised 3 years ago that we'd plant 10,000 trees. Now that might sound quite trivial, but one tree absorbs 20 kilograms of carbon from the air every single year. One tree, 20 kilograms. You know what 20 kilograms weighs? It's massive. That's one tree. If you plant 10,000 trees, can you imagine how much good you're doing? Well, we've already planted 35,000 trees, and we're just going to keep going and keep going and keep going. And we're doing all sorts of great things like that, but we've got loads of way to go. One of the things in life and the world is the better educated people are and the more affluent they are, the more they tend to recycle. And historically, Middlesbrough's had lower levels of education and lower levels of affluence. So that's one of the reasons that recycling is low. And unfortunately, changing that's going to take a little while, but we're fighting it. We're working hard. We're planting trees. We're putting in cycle lanes. We're doing everything we can. Does that answer the question? Okay.
Good question as well. Okay, next, I think your hand was up over here.
What's your job?
What's my job? Well, that's a good question. So my current job, it's kind of a strange job, is I'm the mayor of Middlesbrough. And that means I'm kind of, how do I describe it? I'm kind of the boss of the town, in the sense that I'm in charge of the council that does all the stuff. I'm the person that gets stuck in front of the TV news if there's a problem. They come to me. I'm the person who makes the difficult decisions and gets the blame. And I'm the person who has to raise the profile and try and make all the really positive things happen. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Excellent, good question. So any more questions? Yep. What's your question for Andy?
So I'm actually not from Middlesbrough or from I don't come from Yorkshire or anywhere. So why should I stay and educate myself and study here when I'm older and able to? Why do you believe I should stay here?
Okay, well, I can give you a load of good reasons, but first of all, what I will say is that I think you should study and live wherever you want. As I said before, if you want to live in Australia, Abu Dhabi, or America, you've got to go for it, and I think you should live wherever you want. The reasons, if you wanted to come here and we're thinking about it, I would say that if you want to, for example, learn about information technology, programming, making computer games, this is one of the world's great places to do that. And we've got businesses that are exploding and hiring loads of people and paying huge wages, spinning out of the university all the time. So if you're interested in that, I would say that's a great reason to come. Another reason is we've got great countryside, great nightlife, and it's really affordable to live here. So if you're comparing us with, I don't know, somewhere else, there are lots of good reasons there. But I would want you to go wherever you want.
Good question. I think we've got time for about 3 or 4 more, so I'm going to come over here. What's your question for Andy?
So why is some parts of Middlesbrough have less crime rates than other parts? Yeah.
Okay, that's a really good question. So the same all over the world, whether you go to, let's stick with America and Abu Dhabi in Australia, those 3 places. Any city there will have neighborhoods where people experience high rates of crime and there are all sorts of problems. And you'll have other neighborhoods, sometimes just around the corner, where it's much safer and more pleasant. And that's a function of human life. And we're never going to change that, but what we've got to do is try and improve things in the worst areas, don't we? We've got a moral duty to do that. We've also got a financial duty, because when areas become plagued by crime, it costs everybody money for the extra police and the extra social services. So I'm on a mission to improve all of the poorer areas. I'm more concerned about the poorer areas than the rich areas.
Very good. Next question for Andy.
When did you realise that you wanted to be like a mayor and like change how we're living?
Well, I used to work in finance, and I used to work in London and New York, and I used to run a big business with billions of dollars investing and stuff like that. And I packed that in. I stopped doing that a while ago. And I set up a couple of charities to help people. One of them was just in Middlesbrough area. And it was going really well. And I learned loads of things. And I started mixing with community groups. But as I did that, I could see some of the problems that were here. And I thought I had some ideas of how to deal with them better. So that got me interested in changing things. So I would say in the last 6 or 7 years, I've wanted to do it.
We've got time for a couple more. Now, you lot have been asking questions all day, so I'm going to come to you. Yep.
What made you want to become mayor?
It's a good question. It's obviously very similar to the last one, is that basically I was mixing with groups and community parts of town. Who asked the question about the poorer parts of town? Was that you? I saw parts of town and other nearby towns that were desperately run down, where people were living horrible lives next to criminals and troublemakers, and I really wanted to help make a difference. And I felt that I could. So I thought, in my opinion, I'd watched other politicians be mayor and do stuff and not get enough done. And I thought, I can get some stuff done. So that's why. Does that answer the question?
Yeah. Excellent. And, yeah.
Do you have any big or upcoming ideas for Middlesbrough?
Yeah, and we're going to announce one on Monday. Yeah. And shall I give you a sneak preview what it is? It's all a bit secret.
Please.
Okay. I mean, it might sound a bit dull, but what we've got here in Middlesbrough is... we've got some fantastic new building. I mean, who loves this building? I think it's fantastic. It's really good, isn't it? But we've got loads of older, rubbish buildings. They're absolutely knackered. And there isn't enough money to sort them out. And what we need to do is take action fast. So what we're going to do is create a thing called a Mayoral Development Corporation. So myself and the mayor of the region, called Ben Houchin, we're going to announce on Monday a new Mayoral Development Corporation with lots of new money and really strong purpose. And we're going to start putting up loads of exciting, beautiful buildings. We're going to create fantastic apartments in the centre of town. We're going to create brand new office buildings for exciting careers. We're going to reduce crime. And this is all getting announced on Monday at about 10 o'clock. And it's going to be on the telly. And it's going to be, yeah, great news.
Look, I know we've got loads more who want to... I'm really sorry, we are pushed for time. We've got just a little bit to get through for the rest of the evening. But Andy, fantastic to have you here. Really great questions, weren't they, today?
Really good questions, thank you.
We really appreciate it. And a round of applause for a very important person, the Mayor of Middlesbrough, Andy Preston.
Well, thank you so much, Andy. That was brilliant. And now time for another local speaker. A big welcome for Rachel Lynch.
Yeah, there you go. Is that all right?
Is this on? Yeah. Oh, ladies, can you hear us? Are you sure? Can you hear us? Yeah. No, I think I'm still off. Or are you asleep, maybe is what we're doing? Can you hear us? Yeah. Right, I'm sorry, you're going to have to stand up. Get yourself stood up. Yeah. Yes, we are. Standing up. Let's stamp our feet. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Clap your hands. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jumping up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wiggle your hips. 2, 3. Too much? Too much? All right, go on. You can sit down. You can sit down. Go on. Right, okay. I need you all to get your phones out. Half of you already have. I've seen these. You may have your phones. Yep. Get your phones out. Your phone's dead. You might need to share with a friend then. And I need someone to be my clicker assistant. Who's going to be my clicker assistant? Because I need my phone. Go on then. Go on. Right, hang on. Wait. Right, there we go. Poppy, round of applause for Poppy, please. Clicker assistant. Clicker assistant because I'm going to have my phone in my hand as well. Pops, you can sit down though. Okay. Don't worry. You just need to click. When I say, right, we'll give it a try. Ready? 1, 2, 3, click. Woohoo! Right, go on, keep it on. There we go. Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Rachel Lynch, and I am a mother. I've got 2 children, one of which is on the board there. I actually had my kids really young. So although I only look 18, I'm only joking, I'm not. I actually have a 14 and an 18-year-old. I'm a business owner. My degree was in dance. I run a program called Northeast Cheer. Anyone done any dancing or cheerleading or anything like that before? Yeah, amazing. That was why I had you up on my feet, because I like to be up and about, I have to say. I have a big venue in the Northeast called the Urban Factory. It's in Hebburn, South Tyneside. It's a bespoke training facility for cheerleading, gymnastics and parkour. Has anyone heard of anything called parkour? Free running? Okay, you need to check out these venues. But I'm also most recently the founder of Fierce Females, which is an online empowerment brand for girls just like you. So the first task of today is to get on your Instagrams, and I need you to go and find Fierce Females. So that is _Fierce Females _. And we're going to do a little bit of interaction today via Instagram, because I think we've been in this room all day, yes? Yeah, are you feeling a little bit tired? Yes, let's get engaged online then. Okay, stand up when you've found us online. _Fierce Females. Share with a friend. Share with a friend. Huddle round together and tell us when you're done. Amazing. Are we done? Whose phone's run out because you've been on your phone all day? Amazing. Found it? Phones have run out? All right. Can you all go and sit near somebody who might have Instagram and has access to this page? You can sit in circles on the floor. You don't need to be sitting. Yeah. Yes, of course. Okay, you've got 3 seconds to go and sit with somebody who has Instagram and can access this page. Ready? Fantastic. You can move across the room. You don't need to be staying still. There we go. Are you all sorted over there? Okay, ladies, let's get started then. So, Pops, give us me first clicker. Poppy. Ah, there we go. Amazing. Okay, so today's talk, ladies, is about friendship and fallouts. And the reason I'm talking to you about friendship and fallouts, girls, is because through my job, coaching cheerleading, coaching hundreds of young girls, I deal with all the friendships, all the fallouts, all the boys, all the girls, all of the periods, all of the fallouts with their parents, everything. I've seen it all. So I feel like I'm pretty clued up on giving some bright young ladies like yourself a little bit of advice on how you might navigate some of the different friendships that you'll make over the next few years as you're moving into adulthood, possibly further education, and also how you can become a really valued friend within your own community. Pops. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk to you about is your friendship circles, your social circles, and the circle of influence that you might have around you. Now, if you go to the stories on Instagram, you will see I've set up 3 different graphics: friendship circle, social circle, and circle of influence. Okay? And I want to talk to you very quickly about this. As we're growing up and we're making friends and we're changing friends, there's 3 different circles that I want you to be aware of that will help you move forward. Your friendship circle is the friends that are the most closest to you. They might be your best friends. Can you identify who they are in your group? Yeah, not necessarily the group that you're in today, but your own life. Your social circle, so that might be just extra people that you deal with in school or your job. And your circle of influence is the people that really, really inspire you. Really inspire you. So in your groups, I want you to choose one of them. Friendship circle, social circle, and circle of influence. And I want you, okay, I'll go through it then. I want you to tell me what you think the difference is. No. Back. Yes. Yeah. 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 So in your friendship circles, what is the difference, between your friendship circles, your social circle, and the people that really influence your decisions? We've got 30 seconds, and then I'm coming back. 30 seconds. So your friendship circle, girls, are the girls that are closest to you, your closest friends. Can you identify your closest friends? Your social circle might be the people that you just go to a hobby with. You just see in school. Do you know who they are? And the circle of influence are the people that really, really inspire what you do. Do you know who they are? Pops, just keep it on the one for now, or we'll get a bit lost. We're dealing with circles. Okay, ladies, let's bring this back in. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. Firstly, I want to say one thing about this group. You are absolutely tremendous at engaging and being on task. To be here so long in this room and still be taking part is absolutely phenomenal. Come out, give ourselves a little round of applause because it's fantastic. I appreciate that this late in the day, your brains might not be working. I get it, okay? But I want to bring you back round to friendship circles, social circles, and the circle of influence. Do we understand? Can you identify your own friendship circle? Yeah? Yeah? Can you, and do you understand then the difference between just that social circle? Who said no, and let's talk about that? No, you don't understand social circle. So, pardon? That's all right. So your social circle is the people that you might just see out and about. They're not your best friends, but the people that you're connecting with. Do you have a hobby? Do you have friends in your hobby? What is your hobby? Golf! I love golf. Well done. However, have you got any other things that you might do? Friends in school that might not be your best friends, but are people. There you go. That's your circle. That's your social circle. Yeah? People that you just know, but aren't your best friends. And can we identify that circle of influence, girls? Who inspires you? Ladies, listen up, because we're moving on to circle of influence. Who's our circle of influence? Wow, okay, artists on YouTube, and now who is it? Wow, okay, so listen up. We had this young lady, Erin. Erin said our initial circle of influence was things that really, so YouTube, music videos, musicians, and now it's people that inspire her within a career, doctors. Who else? Pediatricians? And is that where you want to go with your career? I absolutely love it. Okay, let's move on then, Poppy. So that is our friendship circle. Heading back into that, though, I want you to really reflect on who is your best friend. And if you head over to these stories, you can take part in this or not, but I will see you if you do. I want you to really consider what makes a best friend. And I'll tell you why in a minute. What makes a best friend? Hold on, girls. We've got an interlude here. Poppy makes a good best friend because...
Because, right, basically, when I have a problem, she listens to me, and then when she relates to me, it's better because I don't feel alone. Also, when, I have troubles with my grandparents, she always, has a door open to me, and we just clicked.
So if you could round that up in one word, what would it be? Poppy is?
Absolutely amazing.
Oh, it is absolutely amazing. Let's go.
So some of a best friend is someone who cares for you, is always by your side, never judges you, and is just really careful not careful, like caring.
Okay, so listen to these words that we're hearing right now, ladies. What have we got over here? So we've got caring, we've got amazing. What have we got over here?
You go. Beautiful.
Beautiful. What else have we got? What other words can we use to describe them? If you can get on Instagram, fill in the box on there and let me see, because I'll go here in a minute.
What makes a best friend is someone who doesn't relate to you on everything, just doesn't leave you out and just knows how to start a conversation.
Amazing. So can relate to you, but doesn't leave you out. Let's go over here. What other words can we use to describe our best friends?
People you can laugh about and joke with.
Yes, have fun. Absolutely.
Someone that is really close to us.
Somebody that's really close to you. Fantastic.
Someone that maybe likes similar things but isn't exactly the same as you.
Yes, exactly. So mutual interest, but not exactly the same. Okay, let's see what's coming through on Instagram right now as our answers.
Someone you can be completely yourself around.
Somebody that you can be yourself around. Okay, ladies, listen up. I'm going to bring you back to the poll on Instagram. So these are the words that you've used to describe. I want a yes or no. Helpful. Miss? Always listens. 2 words, but we'll have it. Yes? Listens. Easy to talk to. Loyal. Kind. Thoughtful. Kind. Loads of you have done this. Well done. Kind. Beautiful. Funny. Kind. Selfless. Thoughtful. Caring. Wow, there's too many to actually go through. Listen. After 3, I'm going to give you a minute to think about this. I want you to shout out the single most important word. Single most important word. Have a think. I'm going to read more out to you. And I want you to really reflect on what the word is that is most important to you. Be careful. Listen carefully. Helpful. Listens. Loyal. Kind. Thoughtful. Beautiful. Funny. Selfless. Thoughtful. Challenges. Trustworthy. Kind, amazing, beautiful. Beautiful, amazing, and crazy. What? One word. I'm nailing this down on one word. I want you to shout it out in one. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I definitely heard loyal. After 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, okay, all right. I want you to consider something. Can you click? I want you to consider something as we move on here. That one thing, ladies, that one thing that you find the most important in your friend, that loyal, what was yours, Poppy? What was it? What did you shout out? Finances, nothing wrong with that. Trustworthy. Thoughtful. Honest. What did you say? Reliable. That one word that you seek out in other people is your biggest value as a person. Think about that yourself. That one word that inspires you, ladies, is your biggest value. So after 3, I want you to shout out, I am, and then that word. So I am loyal. I am trustworthy. Whatever it is, that's your biggest value. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I love it. I am me. Absolutely. Nothing wrong with that. I am me. All right, ladies, if you can go and sit back on your seats for the last part of this session. Okay, ladies, I have a terrible habit of getting everyone yes? Oh, well then, you can give her a tune later on. Okay, ladies, I have a terrible habit of riling everybody up into a level of excitement this, because I'm a cheerleading coach and that's what I do. But we just need to bring it down a little bit. So we're going to take 3 deep breaths. Ready? Breathe in. Breathe it out. Don't fall asleep. It's been a long day. Breathing in and breathe it out. Okay, ladies, we've got 5 minutes left. I want to talk to you very quickly about the other areas of friendship and how you can really use these to project and really elevate yourselves moving forward. As you navigate your young adulthood life, you will be faced with many challenges, many different personalities, many different situations. And if you have the ability to understand your role as a young woman in this, but also other people's, understand values, understand friendships, and understand how relationships are formed, that will allow you to significantly move yourselves forward. I promise you. Okay? Who is your biggest inspiration if you had one person in your head right now? You might have done this already before, so I want to move it on quick. Have we got one person? Who is it? Your mum, I love it. My mum too. Anyone else? Your mum. Who is mostly inspired by somebody very close to them? Maybe it's a relative. And not a social media influencer. Okay, so I want to put this back out to you. There is somebody in your very close circle that is inspired by you. If I've got a room full of women here who are saying 90% of you are inspired by somebody most closest to you, then you are the inspiration to somebody very close to you. Can you think of who that could be? Your little sister. Who else? A little brother? Who else? Sisters? Amazing. Friends? Absolutely. Okay, Paps, click. Okay. Do we understand the situation within drains and radiators? No? I'm going to go through this really quickly. Imagine if I'd come in and I was just, having a talk. Can it hear us? I know, but could you imagine? Could you imagine? Could you imagine if I just walked in there today, my energy was low, and I was feeling a little bit rubbish? How would you feel? Absolutely rubbish. My energy's high. I've lifted you all up. And these people will be with you in your life. And you need to identify in your own life those people that really lift your energy. Really lift your energy. Make you feel amazing about yourself. Tell you that you're amazing. Do amazing things for you. And those people that really drain the energy. Can you identify in your life somebody who completely drains your energy, drains your existence? Oh, compared to the people that really pump you up. Yes? Can I give you a solution? Can I give you a solution, ladies? In your life, you will have constant drains and radiators. You can't always get rid of the drains. You cannot always get rid of the people that will drain your energy. But my top tip would be, if we could do anything, would be to make sure that if you have to spend any amount of time with these drains, that you instantly put yourself next to a radiator, just to warm yourself up. That sounds like something really corny, but it's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. Think of that person that completely drains your energy. Can you think of them? You just can't avoid them. It might be your teacher. Could be anybody. But that radiator will always lift you up. Let's go, Paps. We're nearly done. Last two. N is for no. Say no. Say no louder. Ladies, why is no so important in a friendship? Why is it so important? Yes, exactly that. Are they still your friends? Are they still your friends? Right, okay, so listen. This is what I'm trying to say. As a friend, you should have the ability to say no to something. You should have the ability to say no and that person to not judge you. And for that person to not then be your friend. Because they respect you and your decision to say no. But also, as a friend, you have to sit in that same position and understand. If a friend says no, they don't want to go out, they don't want to drink, they don't want to do this, you respect them and you respect their boundaries. Very last one, and then we are done. D is for... Ladies, I want to make sure that as you move forward in life, you follow your dreams, but you surround yourself with people who will inspire you and lift you up to support your dreams.
Well, that was really good.
Well
Thank
done,
you
Poppy.
so much, Rachel. And today we have really learned a lot about confidence and being ourselves and being me. But we are going to finish off on that very subject with our final inspirational guest, Priscilla Jones.
We are indeed. Now, girls, we've had an amazing day. One session left, and Priscilla is an absolute superstar. She's been a big friend of Reach. She's been at our last 2 summits. She is one of the country's leading voice coaches. She's worked with everybody from Little Mix to Emily Sonde to Gabrielle, and she's coached on shows, everybody, like The X Factor. You are going to love her. She is brilliant. Priscilla is now going to work with you. So a big round of applause for Priscilla.
Hi, how you doing? Can you hear me? Make some noise! Come on, make some noise! All right, so I am Priscilla Jones, and I'm married now, so I'm Priscilla Jones Campbell. But like you, I started very young. When I came from a place called Wolverhampton. It was a little town in the Midlands, the West Midlands, and there weren't very many creative people in my school. People looked at me when I said, yeah, I want to sing and act when I get older. And everyone would be like, really? Really? Yeah, exactly. They don't believe you. They see your talent and they don't actually believe what you're saying. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm sure there's a lot of you who are creative and you're smart and you've got all these things about you, but then there's probably people that you know who want to pull you down, right? People like that? That's what I had. Anyway, long story short, I loved singing, loved acting, and doing all of these things. And I joined a group, an acting school, and we did lots. So it's really important to surround yourself in the right circles. But when I was a little girl, I used to sing harmonies from a very young age, probably age 5, I was singing harmonies. This one here, this is Trifina. Come on, let's give her a hand. She's my sister. She was playing the piano from age 3. Exactly, age 3. She just got on. She's amazing. She can hear a song and then play it. So in assembly, I used to sing harmonies, and then I realized that I could do things with my voice, and I was like, wow, why am I able to do things with my voice? So in assembly, when we're kind of singing normal, like, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. That was a little bit how it sounded, but then I'd be like, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Oh, yeah. So this is what was happening in school. And my teachers, can you imagine? One of my teachers then came and said, who's doing that? And they were looking to see who was trying to sing a little bit louder, a little bit singing harmonies and doing that little bit extra. So there are some people in this world that want to pull you down and tie you down. But girls, come on now, don't let that happen in your life, right? Don't let that happen. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't, because you can, all right? So what happened with me, I started doing more. We were in a family group, and then from the family group, we started making records, and we started traveling the world, and eventually, long story short, I was also classically trained. I grew up singing in church as well, but then I was classically trained, so I do opera as well. And then the opportunities and the doors started opening. So this will happen in your life as well. You'll have doors open that you'd never even believe would open for you. It's possible. Anything is possible. You just have to believe that you can do it, right? Okay? Honestly, that's the truth. Okay, so doors started to open. I started working with lots of people. I've toured the world. I sang with Craig David. I've trained Girls Aloud. I've trained JLS. JLS used to come to my house for training. And do you love JLS? I love JLS too. I was with JLS before they went to the X Factor. And they said, Priscilla, do you think we're good enough for the X Factor? I said, yeah, sure, let's get ready, let's do this. So they went on X Factor, and then the rest is history. But I've been training them for a long time. And they worked really hard, and then they got to where they wanted to get to just like that. So it's possible. Anything is possible for you girls, you just have to believe it. And if you have a passion, go for your passion. Just go for it. That's the thing. You have to believe in yourself and follow your passion. Don't try and do what somebody else is doing, but do what you really love, what you really enjoy. Do that thing that really makes you tick, that helps you to get up in the morning. What is that thing that helps you to get up in the morning and makes you tick? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand? All right, so that thing for me was singing, as you can imagine. So we're going to do a bit of singing. Is that all right? You sure? Yeah? All right. Okay, so there was an amazing song. In fact, the guy who produced most of the songs on this soundtrack, I actually worked with him. His name is Greg Wells, and he's incredible. He's an American guy, and I went to his house in America and his studio, and we did a lot together. But he actually was one of the producers on this film, music producers. And this song is called This Is Me. How many of you know it? Woo! Who loves that movie? Who loves the soundtrack for that? Awesome. Who doesn't know that movie? Just in case. Do you all know it? You sure? Okay. If you don't, do you want me to go through the words with you for This Is Me? No. I love your accent. No. Okay, so. Yeah. Okay, so do this with me. I can do this. That's rubbish. Come on. I can do this. Louder. One more. You've got it. You can do this, okay? So I hope that you've had an amazing day. You've had some amazing speakers, people who have done amazing things in this world. And look at you guys. You guys are the next generation. So, you know, we're helping you to get to where you need to get to. And these amazing people are doing what they're doing, you know, because they too have followed their passion. They've worked hard. got themselves in the right circles, and they're just doing what they need to do, okay? So that'll be you. I can do this. Okay, say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Whoa, say yes. Okay, ready? Now we're going to do a long note. You ready? We're just going to hold it for like forever. Are you ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3, say. Okay, are you ready? So, who needs the lyrics for this song? Apart from me. Okay, so we're going to go from the top. Okay, we're just going to do, with you guys, we're going to do the chorus. We're going to do the pre-chorus and the chorus. Okay? So, but I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. Yeah? I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. Let's do that together. 2, 3, and. I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. Good. Oh, see, someone's singing it already. Okay. For we are glorious. Yeah? Got that? Okay. Then this is the next bit, which is the all-important bit. Okay. When the sharpest words want to cut you down. Sharpest words. Words can really hurt people, can't they? Right? They do, don't they? Words can really, really cut you down, all right? But we're going to send a flood to drown them out. So I'm going to send a flood, going to drown them out. Yeah? I am brave. I am bruised. I am who? That's right. This is me. Look out, because here I come. Yeah? And I'm marching on to the... Yeah? I think most of you know this, right? So who are the ones who don't? I think you all know this. Who? Oh, okay. So you're not sure on the lyrics, or you never heard it before? Not sure. Okay. But you're going to pick it up really, really easily, okay? It's very easy. It's very easy. Okay, so I'm going to teach you from the pre-chorus. So I won't let them break me down to dust. From there, okay? Are you ready? So, I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. For we are glorious. Good. Let's do that again. 2, 3, and. I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. For we are glorious. Beautiful. Can I take you all back to London? Okay. When the sharpest words want to cut them down. You got it. I am brave. I am who I want to be. Woo! Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on for the beat I drum. Oh, yeah. I make no apology. This is is me. Right, so we're gonna halve you. We're gonna halve the room, okay? So from you, young lady in the red t-shirt, what do you want to become when you get older?
Psychologist.
A psychologist. Awesome. My niece is a psychologist, and she's doing extremely well, and she absolutely loves it. So you are, from you to the other lady in red. What do you want to become?
A vet.
Ooh, a vet. Fantastic. Awesome. I love that. Okay, so from you to you, ladies in red, okay? You are Team A. Team A, make some noise. Team B, make some noise. Oh, Team B, you're dropping off. Team A, make noise. Team B. All right. So what we're going to do, Team A, Right, exactly. And then on the next beat, you will join together. So, this is me. Got it? 2, 3, Team A. And this is me. You got it. Okay. So let's just give it a little try first. This is just a practice, and then we'll do the real one after that, okay? Are you ready? So let's do it from the pre-chorus. I won't let them break me down to dust. 2, 3, and I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. Why? For we are glorious. Go! When the sharpest words, yeah. I am who I want. What we gotta do? 'Cause here I come, and I'm marching up for the beat I drum. I make no up. This is me. Oh. This is me, oh, yeah. Oh, you're too good. Give yourselves a clap. Wow. Awesome. Paula, I think these girls, we need to bring them back to London. How about, yeah, Britain's Got Talent. Reach Choir. Woo, what about that? Reach Choir, yeah, I think we need to have a look at that. And then we need to have all the facilitators with us to sing too. How about that then? Okay, so we're going to go from the top. Let's check the time. Okay. Who's feeling good? Do you all understand the message? You do. Good, excellent. You're not going to let anyone pull you down, are you? Even when the sharpest words cut you down, right? Yeah? It's really important. Always remember that, because you're stronger than that. You're bigger than that. You're stronger than that. And you've got so much potential. Honestly, I don't want to tell you my age. But I know that you can pull yourself up and out. There's a song that Jacob Collier sings, and I forget the name of the singer, but he's, we fall down, but we get up. We fall down, we get. Do you know it? We fall down, but we get. You sing it. We fall down, but it's really easy, but a really easy song to remember. You fall down and things will happen where you feel really, really down and bothered about stuff. But what have you got to do? You got to get up again, okay? Will you remember that for me? Are you sure? Will you remember that for me? Okay, you've always got to pull yourself up again. Right, Team A, you ready? It's the key. Or twos, Team A, and. Yeah. This is me. It's got to be a bit more with conviction. You got to believe it. This is me. 2, 3. And again, 2, 3. One more time. This is me. This is me. This is me. Me. This is me. Yeah. Good. You've got it. You got it. Okay. Are we ready? Okay, from the top. Are we going to stand up? Let's have everyone standing. Okay, we ready for this? I hope you've enjoyed your day. We're going to go off with a big bang. All right? Okay, I love your accents, girls. Darlington. Is that how they speak up here? I love it. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, are we ready? Make some noise. Come on, make some more noise. Yes. That's what I want to hear from your singing. All right? Okay. I'm not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. For we are glorious. Here we go. When the sharpest words want to cut you down. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Drown them out. Drown them out. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching up for the beat I drum. This is me, oh, sing oh, oh Lord, sing oh, 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 this is me. Right, now that was a great practice. That was an amazing practice. Okay, so we're doing the real one now. This is the real one now. Okay, are you ready? Take a deep breath in. Lovely. Whoa, whoa. Here we go. Ready? I am not a stranger to the dark. of broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. But won't let them bring me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words want to cut me down, yeah, 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 I'm gonna send a flood, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I want to be. Look out, 'cause here I come, and I'm marching off with the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen, I make no apologies. This is me, oh, come on and this is me. Woo! Feeling good? From when? When the sharpest words wanna cut you down. Gonna send a fly, gonna drown them out. I am brave. Come on. So look out. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, darling. Thank you ever so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, wasn't that fantastic? Who wants to be a singer now?
That was absolutely amazing, Priscilla. Thank you ever so much indeed. Now she's rushing off to catch a train back to London, so we'll let her go. But come on, another quick round of applause for Priscilla. Amazing. Now, we're just about finished, girls. Have you all enjoyed your day with us at Reach Next Generation? Yeah? Will you all come back and see us if we do it again? Yes. You've been fantastic. You've all joined in. You've asked questions. You've been amazing. So give yourself a big round of applause. Hope you've made some friends. Hope you've all enjoyed it. And a big thanks as well. A big round of applause for Grace, my co-presenter here today. And before we go, you're going to have a well-deserved tea this evening. We'd just like to say a couple of quick thank yous if we can. Big thanks to Paul, who has staged this today. An amazing effort to get this done. He's been tearing his hair out and he hasn't got much left, so it's been a huge effort. A big thanks to our partners, Sage PLC, Levi Strauss, Haynes Watts, and Ideal Standard. Round of applause, please, for our sponsors, because they made all this possible. And I'd like to say a special thank you as well to Claire Preston from North Yorkshire Education Services for enabling this to happen here in Middlesbrough. So Claire, a big thank you from all of us. Round of applause for Claire. And to Gary Crawley and his colleagues here at Teesside University who've made it happen. We couldn't have put this on without all the support. So thank you to all, and our amazing speakers as well who've been absolutely incredible.
Okay, now really important, guys. So everyone, please stay seated, as we can't have everyone leaving together. That would be absolute chaos. Yeah. Well, we will all call your name, and when we do, please head down the stairs. Please don't use the lifts, of course. And don't forget to pick up a gift bag from Levi's, Ideal Standard, and Sage, and tune into the podcast on Spotify. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Yeah, do listen to Grace's podcast. They're absolutely exceptional. Thank you to you all. Just stay seated so we can let you out. And go ahead.
If everyone could just stay seated as Sarah and
that's fine.
Grace said,
we'll get you at the
we'll
end,
only
so
be a
don't
few
worry.
minutes. We just sort the goodie bags out, and obviously we don't want a big scrum. So just sit seated. Thank you very much. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Just a couple of minutes.